All right. Good morning, meow meows, kitty cats. um. Also, what it made me think of is my daughters have adopted. We found a bunny den essentially that was in a planter by a patio that wasn't a place where they could stay. And long story short, my daughters ended up adopting these bunnies. The mom is gone, not coming back. And they have been diligently setting their alarms and waking up early before they go to school. And then after school, before they go to bed, they're feeding these little bunnies with syringes goat milk. And they've basically become licensed veterinarians in doing research to how to care for these baby bunnies. 3 of them have opened their eyes. So it's an interesting little phenomenon, little update. All right. Nice to see you, Al. All right. I don't. So I was thinking about this. I mean, how frank to be about this, I guess. I'll use a couple illustrations to talk about it. So, being in Minneapolis, we have a pretty significant kind of Somalian population, and I was at my son's track meet the other day, and it was hot. It was really hot. It was humid and like 90 degrees or something, and I saw these girls walking around with like full on I think the term's burqa, although it's not like they didn't have the full on total face covering, and I was just thinking like, man, that's hot. And then I was thinking, because I've been thinking about this recently, even as it applies to Orthodoxy and women wearing veils, because I wouldn't say it's a tradition in the OCA, or at least in my church, to wear veils, but I think it's something that a lot of families were raised with, and especially in converts, a lot of times will wear veils, and it's just it's interesting phenomenon. And I asked a priest the other day. I was just talking to him about it. What's up, Justin? About somewhat we don't really know the sh- what the forms in some sense should be of the Orthodox Church in America, because, and I posted this video in the link. It's a really great video. It's called Russian America, the Alaskan Native Spiritual Legacy, and something I've talked about a lot. Sherry's brought up a number of times that we've talked about on Grail Country, but it's this Father Oleksa. Does a really good job in that video, I think, illustrating what I hope and pray and believe is the Orthodox approach to mission and evangelization and contextualization, I guess, somewhat for the spreading of the gospel and how they do church. And so the Orthodox Church has always been in the whatever lingua franca. It's always been a general principle in Orthodoxy to use the language of the native people. And this is where I have a there is no evangelization in Orthodoxy. I mean, dude, there's mission churches. Like, I know of where there are mission churches now, and historically they have had missionaries. Like, they sent the missionaries to Russia, which is why Russia became, I mean, it is introverted in a way, and it's very slow in its evangelization. Like, I don't think they don't send out missionaries like modern Big Eva Baptists. That's not what I'm talking about. So he does a really good job in that video, Father Oleska, talking about how how to share the gospel. Essentially, what he talks about is, I think it's what St. Paul did on Mars Hill, where he said, oh, you have this tomb of the unknown God. You're already acknowledging and seeing this deity that you're honoring with this monument, altar, and it's just to the unknown God. And he says, well, let me tell you who I believe that God is. And then he begins to tell them, of the Tetragrammaton, God and Jesus Christ, his son. The exact image, the exact icon of God. And I mean, I don't want to, whatever. I'm not getting into the, obviously, what's the term Sam uses? The clearly emergent, what is that term? Whether they are, getting it right now, accretions from the biblical text, and it's whatever. That's a different debate. But and so it's not a forced thing where it's just like, here, let me completely change everything about what you see in the world and how you operate, and then become this thing. I don't think that's what Orthodoxy does. There's definitely the liturgy, and the priests will carry the liturgy, the priests and the deacons, and they will manifest the liturgy, which is going to continue with slight variations from all the way back in the East, but that's maintained quite a bit of consistency. But within that, it's going to have the language of the people, and outside of the liturgical patterns and rituals and process and sacraments, it's there's no more cultural colonization. It's not a, and this gets into a question. I don't know all the answers of this, like exactly where the lines of correcting and evolving, you could say pagan back in the before there was any sort of Christianity going out in like the pagan religions. How much of their ethics, let's say, sorry, coffee, have to reform. Like essentially, if you are performing child sacrifice and having like temple prostitutes and things, like that's probably not something that's going to continue in Christianity. But when and where do you draw those lines, and how do those culturally manifest as it is instantiated through time in different cultures? I think you're going to see wide variance. And I guess that's a little bit of what I'm getting at, is that how, and I'm really, this isn't like a lecture where I'm teaching. I'm thinking out loud, and I really want people to come in and help me process and push back on things. And so I saw these girls. So those are my examples, right? I saw these girls at the track meet in their full Muslim garb. And then I was thinking about veils at church, and I'm thinking, like, both of those things seem to be non-essential cultural colonizing. Or even, I think, I mean, this is where I'm not a big fan of necessarily a Latin mass, or like having to do everything like the Quran and speaking Arabic exclusively. There's definitely a strength to knowing original languages and reading things in the original language, but to a degree, you're always going to be a step removed from that. And I think especially the doctrines of Christianity around the incarnation. I mean, it'd be interesting to know what Sam thinks about this. I don't know that Sam is watching this, but maybe I should text him and tell him to watch. Sam, are you there? I'm gonna message him. Sorry. Break. Nope. Wrong. Wrong, Sam. This isn't fluid. Sorry. All right, we'll see if he replies. Um, and so I don't. This gets into difficult questions of America and what is the culture of America. It's really, really difficult because it's not a America in a lot of sense is this is what's crazy about it. It is pretty obviously a Christian. Well, we're going to get into Christian nationalism, I guess. It's pretty obviously, I think, a Christian country, and it was founded by Christian people, um, who, in a sense, right, the Puritans, they were not, although they were kind of fun. I mean, they were pretty fundy. They were pretty fundamentalists, and in that sense, they were very Protestant. And so they're not like colonizing, but they were escaping like the colonization in Britain. And so they went here. They're like, no, you're too demanding, you're too enforcing, you won't let us express our own religious freedom, so we'll go over here. But then will they in turn, be careful you who judge, for in your judgment you condemn yourself. Then would they extend that exact same desire that they had innately to express their own religious freedom in their own way to other people? And where and when do you draw those lines? I think really in a lot of ways that is the deep, deep problem behind liberalism. And there's like a hidden shadow to liberalism where it's not really liberal. It assumes that it's liberal, but this is where like it's the difference between probably classic liberalism and the kind of colonizing urban monoculture, uh, American foreign policy, spreading democracy to the world liberalism, right? That we say that that's the Christ and Antichrist are a hair's breadth away. And so we want to spread democracy to the world and freedom, but it's our understanding and expression of freedom imposed through violence, usually militarily, either overtly or covertly to the rest of the world. So, and what is the role of Christianity in there? And so I think I'll try to keep this brief and open it up because I'd rather talk to people, and I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this. But so in the Creed, so Sam recently did a video on he hasn't seen my message. He's working. He did a video on the Nicene Creed, and he said he made a comment, he made a comment in there that I commented on and timestamped in his video, where he said, he finds it interesting that evangelicals will often acknowledge the creed. They accept the creed, but they do it selectively, and they acknowledge the councils of which the creed came out of. So they'll be like, yeah, the creed is authoritative, and the council from which it came out of, but they do it selectively. And I'm like, well, that's not surprising. I mean, we do that with the Bible, right? People pick and choose which Bible verses. And so, Tigrog makes that point. And it gets to the problem of like, what is this balance? A lot of this is connected to my personalism of unity and diversity. How can you allow people to be free to, I have this picture downstairs, this Norman Rockwell picture, like from the dictates, each according to the dictates of his own conscience, which is a very American idea. Like, I cannot betray my conscience. Martin Luther, here I stand, I can do no other. Or I love this Cormac McCarthy quote of like, it's always himself the coward betrays first. After that, all their betrayals come easily. I don't, that it's your own integrity, Job, not relinquishing your own integrity. I think that is an essential part of freedom. But how do we exercise that at the national level? And what does it mean to be a Christian country that doesn't colonize and insist on its own way and enforce through violence, either overtly, like I'm going to slap you if you don't do what I say, or I'm going to institute culturally enforced rules that eventually have the consequence of violence in jail at the hands of the military or the police to enforce your morality on everyone else. How do you live and navigate that? And that's that's really America. And so what was the tweet? I saw the tweet, or what did I tweet the other day? It was something like I figured it would piss off a lot of people, but I don't think I get a lot of traction on. Oh, I want to bring in two things. I'm going to pull it up on here because it'll be better for everybody else to see it. So, I wow, okay, my old friend Dan from who I've lost touch with. My first internet friend. I just saw a tweet from him. I met him through or a X comment. I met him and then Sarah Hardy were my first two who's now TLC adjacent. Although she was saying the other day, like I don't know. They didn't want to call it Peterson Sphere. They want to call it PBK World or something. I don't know, whatever. What's in a name? 7 days now. Hezzy, Ethan, and I. Video. What's in a name? Okay. I got to share this. I got to find my profile. Here we go. I'm not verified yet. Okay. Let's share the screen. Here. Okay. Here we go. So this is a great Saint John of Kronstadt. That's a great message. Never confuse the person formed in the image of God with the evil that is in him, because evil is but a chance misfortune, an illness, but the very essence of the person is the image of God, and this remains in him despite every disfigurement. It's kind of the core of my Christian universalism right there. And why I talk about relational ontology, because if a person's very essence is the image of God, how can that be extinguished? The divine spark. How can you extinguish the image of the pure image of God himself? And you'd say, well, that's Jesus, but like, yeah, that's the second Adam, the first man, in whom all things have been reconciled to God, you know? So that's whatever. Christian universalism aside. So two things. So this tweet right here is one. Colonizing religions are gross. A true religion which should allow for cultural diversity. When and where to draw lines requires discernment. Yeah. And then Peugeot had this one, and I don't know what I think about it, but it's really related. Identity is such a key part in this. That's maybe the most succinct question, right? Is what does it mean to have one's identity rooted in Christ or in God? The Christian would say Christ, to have your identity in God. And I was talking with Hezi and Ethan a little bit about this, and he was saying, we were talking about the name of God and the Tetragrammaton. It's something that's it's so universal that it cannot be reduced. But I mean, that's the difference, I think, between Judaism and Christianity. Is Christianity says, no, the infinite, irreducible thing has been particularized. And then I would say it will be particularized universally. So Christ is the universal particular, is the universal God of fully God, incarnate. This is what the incarnation means. And then that particularity, that chosenness of Christ, isn't exclusive at the expense in an either or way for the other, for that which wasn't chosen. It was chosen for the other. So in the same way that Israel is elect as a nation, Christ was elect as a person, as a particularity, and now the church is elect in Christ for the sake of the world, that God may be all in all. And so I think that just manifests fractally, and it's like a morphic field that's just taking over the entire cosmos. And so when your identity is in Christ, what does that mean? Anyhow, let's read what Peugeot says. The idea that defending and celebrating identity, whether religious, so what identity am I religiously, right? Because this gets into unity and diversity, so my religious identity, and then the way that we dress in our religion, and all those things. So you have a religious identity, and then you have national identity or tribal identity. Those are actually the steps that Peugeot and Richard Rowland went through with whatever that series they were doing. What was it called? Help me. Hive mind. Why am I not streaming on Grail Country? Because I stopped doing that a while ago a long time ago, because when YouTube was getting mad at me. So what? Okay, Richard Roland Peugeot, they had the series History, Universal History, right? Well, that was the series, that was the thing. And so so he says so that they use those steps because our identity used to be rooted in, this is kind of sincerity culture, right? Our identity was rooted in sincerity and fidelity to the family, the tribe, the group, right? We had tribal identity. And then through the evolution of history and starting after the World War One, right? Essentially, the tribal identity started to get grouped together into more and more groups and then we got into these empires, right? Where it was all these different tribes into like larger empires, but it was still rooted in like an ethnic or a emperor ahead of that fractal identity, and then that switched to a national identity with after the fall of empires and kings. So we had national identities, which got into like, I mean, essentially Germany. You had this is like you had Germany and fascistic identity, which was rooted in kind of ethnic but national identity, the motherland, right? And then you had Russian identity, which was like communism. So you had fascism, communism, and those are getting into political identities, but really it's still rooted within the nation. And then you had like American liberal kind of identity, which is not rooted in any sort of ethnic identity, really. I mean, it's because that's a melting pot, it's for all. I mean, it did have a historical rooting of like the founding fathers and the colonies and the nations that those came from, but really like all of that has started to mix into the melting pot that is America. And so then we had really the emergence of a kind of abstract identity around, and a lot of this gets into propositional tyranny around ideas, these violent ideals that we have of ideas, one of which being liberalism. But then you get into the flip of like the anti-liberalism, right? Which is like we tolerate everyone except those that disagree with us, which is the quote that I love so much from Bill Clinton, is like the last remaining acceptable form of bigotry is against those with whom you disagree. So it's not just national identity. So then, these all beg the questions. What is Christian nationalism? What does that mean then? What does universality mean? And when and where do you draw those moral lines? And so the idea that defending and celebrating identity, whether religious, national, or tribal, makes you woke right is insane. The solution to tyrannical use of identity, so that's when someone forces an identity on you, both as an identitarian excess on the right, so that would be more like uh see, like it's so hard to talk about these because this is now we're going to fall into American political, religious culture war, right and left things. It's like it's the binary infighting of liberalism, and you have the conservative right that wants to conserve something, but I would say what tends to be the identitarian excess of like overly defining the constraints and bounds of those and having in and out. And this is like my old school tweet of um, which Peugeot I think agrees with because it gets into his center and fringe. And I said that the hyper conservative impulse is to deny and exclude the fringe, and the progressivist, like the more leftist colonizing group, is to want to normalize the fringe, and both are wrong. And so you have this identitarian excess on the right and anti-identity on the left, where like Peugeot was talking about that recently with Canada, and he was saying like Canada can't do both things, where they say like we are this country that doesn't have any identity, we're just like for all and in all, and then they would say, but then they say, and then Trump's like, okay, well, we'll just absorb you as the 51st state, and they're like, no, 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 we're Canadian. Well, do you have an identity or do you not? Which is it? And how do you make sense of those things? I don't know. I do believe, and I still strongly believe, that Christianity is not a violently colonizing religion. I mean, I would say, this is an ongoing big debate. It's something that fires people up, like universalism, nonviolence very much fires people up. Hezi and I got into that a little bit after we stopped recording yesterday, because we were talking about Israel and Palestine and all those, and he was saying that's one of those areas that he fundamentally disagrees with me, at least a pacifist kind of Christianity, which isn't, which like, you can double click on all these things. Like, what does pacifism really mean? Does that mean no retaliation, no protecting yourself, no self-defense? It varies, and like there is no monolith of any identitarian category. So like if you want to say pacifists, not all pacifists are the same. If you want to say Calvinists, not all Calvinists are the same. You want to say Jews, Muslims, gay people, pick your category. Women, they're not all the same. They have overlapping relational fields that put them into the broader category, but within that they have their own uniqueness and difference and particularity, because that's how it works. Identity always includes the anti-identity or the non-identity within itself. That's a little bit of Christo logic, actually. So to me, I guess that's what it is. I'm gonna open it up and start looking through comments. But Christianity is then this is also why Christianity is the religion that's not a religion, for like John Vervaeke. Is a religion that points to the truth and the universality that manifests in every culture. Christ, the eternal Tao, or C.S. Lewis's The Abolition of Man. Like, we see the Tao, these true things that are everywhere, and says, okay. And I mean, this is a little bit of a, what would you call it? It's like a it's not a tautology, but it's like a there's a little bit of a confident assumption that like everything that's true in every culture is ours, is Christian, and that's where it's a tautology, kind of by definition. You're just like, anything that's good, that I like, that I'm selective, that I think comports with truth, goodness, and beauty, and love. Well, I'll say that's Christian, and then everything else is not, and then everything within the cultures that is not good, that's not Christian, and that needs to get rid of. But when and where do you define those lines? And this is what is hard about relational ontology, is because if everything is a relation and there aren't eternal, unalterable, unchanging substances, static ideals, then everything is contextual and everything is relative, but not arbitrary, because it's instantiated in time. So, all right. I don't know. I'm gonna close that out. I'm gonna open this up for invites. Looks like Mitch is here. Mitch, come in and talk to me. Come in and talk to me. I really do, because PVK had his homeroom where he was talking about liberalism and wading into the waters with Nate about the fall of liberalism, because Nate's been on about fears of TLC and having more of the kind of right extremist groups, and anti-Semitism, that kind of stuff. And I'm not really worried about that, because those are not things that I worry about. I worry about other very strange things. In a sense, like, it's an exercise of trying to do the Sermon on the Mount. Like, why do you worry about tomorrow? Like, worry about today. It's even like, I was reading the passage from Whitestone Name with Hezi yesterday, because that's connected to like what's in a name. What up, Al? And part of the Whitestone Name passage, I had forgotten this because I hadn't read it in a while, but it's just like, before he gives you your Whitestone name and the stone, he gives you some of the hidden manna, which we talk about, which is, and Hezi said his interpretation of that was the hidden manna was the second portion that in the Old Testament the Jews, in their faithlessness, took and hid to try to protect themselves for the next day. and it would rot or mold or go bad, or there was a punishment for it, because God was like, no, trust me for your daily bread, your daily manna. And Hezi was saying that this hidden manna is, because of your faithfulness, I will give you the extra portion, the overflowing, the abundance, the hidden manna. So, Al, what do you think about all this? I don't know. I feel like there's a mosaic. There's some sort of a coherence in everything that I was saying, but it's really hard to get your hands around it all.
I put my opinion in the chat. I agree with you completely. In fact, that's my favorite proper translation. I was just going to go look for it. It's not daily bread. My favorite translation is give me my, what is the actual translation? It's like, give me my daily, or give me my sustaining portion for the day. And I think that's exactly it. I think that's what people are missing. So many people come, oops, sorry, I got to change. I have on speaker.
Yeah, your audio was probably. It was it sounded a little roomy. But I think you're good now. I think you're good.
All right, anyways. That's why. Yeah. Make sure on the audio here. Yeah, it's the wrong mic.
There you go. How's that, gents?
That's better. That is better. Yeah.
I have two mics. I have this big fancy podcast mic I never use. But sorry, I forget what I was saying.
My daily bread, sustaining.
Oh, bread. Yes. That's what I find so many people miss, right? I go to multiple churches. I've mentioned this before. And these people come once a week. Like, I walk every day and I walk past these churches, and there's no life at these churches except on Sunday. But even on Sunday, they come in little cabals, separate little cabals. And the only time they ever commune, communitas, ecclesia, sangha, is when they turn around to say peace, peace, peace. That's it. So what I find is missing is church was originally ecclesia, which meant community. And I think that's what we're missing, right? Yeah. And it goes to your society. Like, I don't think it's hateful to ask that these people, share the social contract with us.
Yeah. So what is the social contract, and what is included under that? Because that's a generalism,
Well, it is actually. And it's really interesting because part of the social contract historically has been religion. So there is a theory in philosophy, and maybe more secular, is that religions, why we have, say, state religions, or why, as PVK in his video this morning was talking about, how we used to all be part of shared groups. So we had a shared identity. I argue that we don't have to be all Catholics or all Protestants or all Christians. I think what we're missing here is the social contract is the same as religion. It's meant to keep our society together for as long as possible. So this is why I say it's to share the weal and woe. Meaning, in Canada, I argue we take what we are, our religion, our language, our culture. You can bring that here, but we're also a third identity. You're where you come from, you're, where you are here, but you're also sharing this new identity of Canadian. And I think that's what's missing. People don't share this identity. They define themselves as Christian, or they break it down into a denomination instead of saying, I want to be better than my previous self. I want to be compassionate. As what was it from Corinthians? My religion is faith, hope, and love / charity. And if you make that your ethos and your telos, I think all of the questions of creeds and denominations and doubts melt away in practice, if that makes sense. And that's what's missing.
Well, yeah, and yes, I want to hear we'll see how Mitch's Wi-Fi is doing. I'm sure if our relational pattern avails, he's going to give me some good pushback. But that is the question, is right. What is the universality of the church? When we say in the creed, one holy apostolic Catholic universal church, how, in what ways is it universal? And I think a lot of people, this is where I would say a lot of people think that it's just like universal in offer or universal in theory. But then it makes me think of Lauryn Hill's song, like, Adam exists in theory. Well, yeah. What exists in theory? Nothing. Welcome to the incarnation. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mitch.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
I can. You got some background music, but that's all right.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm in Panera. But
That's right.
No, I don't really have any pushback. In fact, I'm not supposed to be talking much today. Jason and Cal both prayed for me that I wouldn't talk much today. They pray for me. They pray that I control my tongue every day. So
Maybe I need them to pray for me for that
You
prayer.
do. I mean, if you've got Jason and Cal praying for you, it's going all right.
Yeah, that's true. Them, I need. If them and Ron did it, I would maybe shut up. That would be a legit miracle, T-Grog. If I didn't
And
talk,
you'll be able to control every part of your life after that.
I know.
If Scripture is to be believed.
Yeah.
Are you asking kind of the question of, is it how is the church universal? Is that your question?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's kind of yes. I would say that's the most broad, succinct way to say it, probably.
Yeah, I do. I guess the pattern of our relationship is pushback, but that's just because convictionally, I think you have to, say things outright. And it's not even always because I don't realize that my own position can't be just as deconstructed. But in general, by nature, I'm extremely ecumenical. I think in general, if somebody's saying that Jesus is Lord, they're on the right track. Well, not everybody that says that knows him, and we know that, but you can't tell the wheat from the tares, can you? Although you have to in certain situations, in families and communities and churches. You have to make decisions and say things. But I guess the big deception of the internet is that we have to adjudicate it en masse.
Yeah, well, and I don't. Part of the struggle, I think, of the debate of this is one of the big corner questions that I think initially it was Jeff P. that asked the question with Paul way back in the day, and we had a conversation about it. I think it's an old Randos video, but what is a Christian? And it's a very Jordan Peterson question, with and I think part of the confusion about all the Jordan Peterson stuff is that's one of the things that he talks about, is that a Christian isn't merely one who proclaims to be one and self-identifies with one with their words. A Christian is one who acts like Jesus. And so then the question is, can there be a Christian who acts like Jesus, who maybe, at least in this period of chronos in time, does not acknowledge Jesus? The whole, every knee will bow, every tongue will confess. Is that a chronos thing, or is that a kairos thing?
It depends a lot on how strictly you even look at what it means to act like Jesus. It reminds me of that big debate Cal and I had back in time about whether or not there was anything that maybe you were in on this too, but anything that God does that we shouldn't also do. Is God's behavior the imprint of what our morality should be? But anyways, I mean, Jesus acknowledges himself as Lord, so to act like him would be to acknowledge him.
Yeah, but he's the kind of Lord who doesn't, I would say, who doesn't lord it over you. I mean, that's explicitly what he says to the apostles. He's the kind of Lord who doesn't lord it over. So, what kind of a Lord is that? It's not the kind of Lord that I think most people mean when they're quoting that text,
Which text?
Well, whenever Jesus calls himself Lord, when he's just I think when someone says Jesus is Lord, they are saying Jesus is Lord. But again, it's what does it mean to be a slave, a servant, a bond slave to Christ? Well, that, I mean, I think that's taking up your cross. That's the voluntary sacrifice. This is my existential, not my intellectual, but my existential doubt of somewhat playfully, of my own salvation over Lent, is just I don't think that I'm capable of willing my own continual self-sacrifice because, obviously, because I'm resentful, And so even that, whatever, I self-identify as a Christian, I confess to be a Christian, I go to church, I do the rituals, I say all that stuff, I talk a big game, maybe sometimes I live it, but then there are other times where I'm definitely not. So then what does it mean to be a Christian? And I think still overwhelmingly, unless you're going to just live in constant existential doubt of your salvation, I think most moderns still really root their security in their minds.
Well, I think it's better not always too much to even try to say for yourself whether or not you are claiming to be one is an intellectual thing. But then if you get down to whether or not you're in a state of grace, you see that Joan of Arc, The Passion of Joan of Arc, that old silent film, and they asked her whether or not she was in a state of grace, and she said, "If I'm not, may God put me there, and if I am, may God so keep me."
Yeah. I mean, that's a standard kind of Orthodox answer too, is like, are you saved? And it's just like, I was, I am, I will be. It's kind of, because biblically, even if you look biblically and you lay all those out, I mean, I remember someone doing that at some point, like they quantified every biblical use of was, present tense, and future tense. And I think I can't even remember what the majority of them are, but like it's widely arrayed among all of those,
Yeah. Although, yeah, I mean, just saying that it is an intellectual assent to what you can't quite know. I mean, it's kind of an act of faith to. Yeah, I told them, Jason, by the way, you weren't here that's the first thing I said when I got on, just so you know that I wasn't supposed to be doing this. And
Jason, you pray harder, obviously. Jeez. It's not working. Yeah, go Al.
I just wanted to mention how kismet this stuff is, right? So I don't know if any of you guys have been watching PVK this morning, but even Strange Theology just the other day was talking about this same thing, how the community is breaking down. But just as one further, this was actually, I helped my wife with her Bible study this morning. It was her devotional. She had Romans 1, line 8. So I helped her with that to explain. So just quickly, I'll read in the King James. It is first, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for you all, that your faith is spoken of throughout the world. Right. And I got the New American Bible, or the New International Version, the 1978 version. It's the same thing. It's not changed at all. First, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for all of you. Right? Because your faith is being reported all over the world. That is such a rich passage, because first, I think he's reminding us, first, it's the Shema prayer, right? I thank God for everything, right? Then he's thanking Jesus Christ. Why? Because he came to us and reminded us, one, we had turned away from the faith again, and he combined the Shema, to love God with all your spirit, your soul, your strength, and to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And then he goes on and talks about that community that I mentioned, right? Because he says, I thank Jesus Christ for all of you. Right? Because we can't do this alone, right? And then finally, he says that your faith is being reported all over. Sadly, I see this sometimes talked about, that all you have to do is declare your faith and you're a Christian. But no, how is your faith going to be seen the world over? It's by your works, through your deeds, through your, you know what I mean? You're an archetype like Christ, a kenosis. I must be made less. And you get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and that gets to be, this is a little bit of Hezi's point, to bring it back to like the liberalism, nationalism, identity, cultural identity. What does it mean to be a Christian culture? Is if you have a Christian nation, then their identity would be kenotic, outpouring. Well, how is that identity?
Oh,
in the current political moment, like if you have an outpouring thing, like legitimately kenotic, that isn't just like a lie where we're outpouring, but really like we're leeching off of things in the hidden realms, you're going to cease to be a country pretty quick.
Well, that's actually interesting, because you mentioned this earlier about the Canadian identity, and we're dealing with this right now because our politicians.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're Canadian. Yeah.
So they're wrong. Right? Our politicians saying we don't have an identity. The reason why Canadian identity is so difficult to grasp is because it's actually the via negativo. So we believe we are defined by what we're not. That's the Canadian ethos. And Northrop Frye, I recommend him highly. He did great explorations of the Bible. But he wrote a book called The Bush Garden, talking about the Canadian identity. So these, like you say, they're trying to invent a phony identity. And so if I can give you my favorite quote from a book by Matthias Desmets, The Psychology of Totalitarianism. It builds upon Hannah Arendt's, the the origins of totalitarianism. But in it, we'll just talk about our identity politics. I think we're in a crisis of profilicity. What I mean by that is everyone is a fake identity, fake profiles, fake personas. And what Desmond said is identity are the stories other people tell that you live, whereas mythos, those are the stories that you tell and you live. And that's what's missing. There's not enough people out there, telling their own story, if you get what I mean. But I digress.
Just talk. I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I like that book a lot. Matthias Desmond's book.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder, like, some of this, I'm like, a lot of the talk around this is not necessarily here right now, but maybe just in general, is somehow we could bootstrap this.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me thinks that, like, this is kind of out of our hands. We can't, for me to live a mythology, I can't conjure it up. Like, it's gotta come to me. And it's got to.
Identity. You got to write your own myth. That's what you know what I mean? Quickly, I'll just give you an example. Do you guys know Bart Ehrman, right? The theologian?
I don't know.
Bart Ehrman, he's a really well-known Christian theologian. And
Mhm.
Jordan Peterson. So two academics in their field. Bart Ehrman, recently in a podcast just before the kids went back to school, so this would have been around August or September of last year, was laughing in his own podcast about how the kids are coming into school not being able to write an essay. Okay. And I argue,
Right.
if you don't read, if you don't write, if you're not going to think. So Bart Ehrman laughs at these kids. Does he teach them how to write an essay, therefore learn to think? No. He assigns them the essay and laughs at them when they fail. Whereas Jordan Peterson, when he realized that students were coming in not knowing narrative, not knowing how to think, because you have to write, you get what I mean? We talked about this yesterday.
Mhm.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson created his narrative. So this is what mythos is called today, narrative. So don't think of it like myth, like Joseph Campbell stuff. Just think of it as, this is what Carl Friston, the physicist, says. This is why the past is so clear to us, because we've narrated it. And why the future is so chaotic and scary is because we haven't narrated it. So our goal is simply to narrate it. But here's where the problem is. This is what Carl Friston said might be mental illness. It's people that won't accept when something goes against the programming, right? Like if you think, well, I'm the greatest person that ever lived, and you find out you're not, if you don't admit that, that's what starts to unravel the whole thing. So I actually think necessarily not writing like archetypical mythos that's going to last forever, but what I mean is writing your own narrative, creating your own story is what I mean by myth, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm kind of like pushing back on, is like just calling bootstrapping. Like, we could do this for ourselves, and I mean, there is something to be said, like what Jordan Peterson's doing and what you're talking about is like have some intention about it, like be conscious of it.
Exactly.
Don't just go into the future sort of unconscious and blind and just sort of either hoping for the best or nihilistic and saying nothing's going to work out anyway. Either one of those. But I guess the thing is with narration, the story structure itself is the stories we find interesting is when the things don't work out. And so this is what happens to the hero. And if everything goes according to the hero's plan, that's not a story. We don't find that interesting. So one of the things, like if your life is going to take on a narrative structure, what happens is you, so let's say you consciously narrate a future, you do what you're talking about, you have a mythos into the future. It only becomes a story when all of a sudden that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
and now this is, I mean, we're kind of into old school Jordan Peterson maps of meaning when the world falls apart. And this has to happen. And this is what I mean by, like, you can't bootstrap your world falling apart. Like, it has to just happen to you. And so basically, and through that process, it's a refining process that works on you in order to make you who well, I think this is what God does to make us who he wants us to be. But basically all that has to fall apart. And so, you know, there's a loss, but I think there's a deeper hope in that, you know, say you're like, I'm going to project. Yeah. I don't know. Does that make sense? What I'm
Do
talking
you
about?
have okay, I was missing some of it. Let me try to re-say it and tell me if it's right. That you, in spite of your perceived narratival idea of how things should go, when it falls apart, you still have hope. So it's like a
Yeah,
very Abraham and Isaac thing.
yeah. Well, let me just make it very practical. I'll just tell you
Okay,
an example from
perfect.
my life. I was
Now we're talking.
I was talking with Yosef about this because I've been just talking to him about kind of my experience in evangelical missionary world. So like after high school, my parents are missionaries. And then after high school, I went into that world thinking I was going to be a missionary for the rest of my life.
I love this story, by the
Sort
way.
of aiming at the highest thing I could, with, you know, in the culture I was in and all this stuff. And so I projected into the future, like, what does that look like? And really, like, I was all the way to like, I will be a martyr for God, for Christ. I will be a martyr. I will go to wherever he needs me to, do whatever he wants me to. I will do that. And so this was me living out this mythos, you know, reinforced by all the stories of Christian missionaries throughout history and all this stuff. So I was doing that. So projecting that into the future, trying to live it and whatever. And so I did that for, you know, several years. And then what happened was that it didn't work out. And oh, it was a bunch of things that kind of cascaded into one another. It was like lack of funding, lack of opportunities, struggling just myself as a young man trying to find sort of the specific direction I should go, and, you know, doors not opening, or, you know, these kind of things. Nothing was quite working out. I didn't really like, um, the I was taking business classes because I thought maybe I'd start a business overseas, this kind of thing. I hated the business classes. I didn't like that idea. Everything sort of cascaded into one another, and uh, God took me out of that and kicked me down another road. Now, so my whole mythos fell apart, and I basically, and you know, and it it didn't fall apart like immediately, and it wasn't even a bad experience. It wasn't even like something that was necessarily traumatic, or it was actually, the whole time it was almost positive, but I had to deal with things on a serious level that was existential, as things sort of cascaded down for me. And I had, you know, we call it a deconstruction or whatever, but it wasn't quite that negative for me, I guess. Um, it was, it was definitely trying to, um, get to the root of things or the core of things and figure out what was wrong with certain ideas and things I had been taught and the culture I was raised in, and as well as all the positive things. And so, um, so it wasn't until all that mythos fell apart. Now I'm actually in a story rather than just a mythological thing that was bootstrapped up around me, you know, from my culture, and then I applied to myself, whatever. So then I fell into this other world where I didn't know where I was. And so this is like what Matthew Peugeot talks about in being in exile. So you go into exile, and then when you're in exile, you don't know where you are or what to do.
St.
And
John of the Cross, that's his dark night of the soul.
Right. Yeah. So dark night of the soul.
Actually, in the Spanish, it's obscure night of the soul. I think that fits your narrative so much better, like because things were uncertain, right?
Right. Right. And so well, how do you manufacture that? You don't.
No, that's
And-
see, that's what he said. It just comes, and then you're like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
you can't, yeah. And so part of like what this little corner I think has been for me, and then also what I see it being a benefit to people is as that happens to them, you got to figure out what's happening to you and what's going on, and
Real
then
time.
here's a spot you can at least talk about it openly without having to say the right thing, because if you don't know where you are and you don't know what's going on, you can't necessarily just restrict yourself with all kinds of rules and taboos and stuff like that.
No,
So yeah, anyway.
that's beautiful. But if I could quickly, because we got off topic there, but you're bootstrapping. No one's saying bootstrapping. So what I'll just mention is first, that wasn't a mythos. What you were living was other people's stories, other people's identity, right? Because you didn't ever, so long story short, the best person to go back to this is Nietzsche. I know he sounds terrible, but he was actually talking about creating a true identity. He believed that everyone lives fake identities, right? So what he's talking about here, and I have a few things to push back on, but long story short, it's writing your own myth. And what he means by that is not writing a myth. He means living your life, no matter, he calls it amor fati, no matter what comes, treating it as ordered, as long as you're aware and present and acting in the world with the right intention, whether it comes as labeled good or bad. He argues that's the eternal return. And the other thing I just want to push back on is I actually think this is where Jung and Campbell have harmed us. This whole ridiculous idea of hero's journey is where they go through some sort of algorithmic pattern. That's total BS. That's not real life. So I argue there should be another archetype called the endurer. So not someone who has gone through hardship and all of a sudden, oh my God, everything's great, like Job. Someone who is still in the depths of their strife and still finds the meaning to carry on. You know what I mean? Like, so not bootstrapping.
Well, I would say that is Job. Job is the endurer.
Yeah, but he he wouldn't. That's the problem. It's not Job. It would be Job if they didn't put in the last part where it's like Western drama where it always has to end in a happy ending. I would have preferred to see Job end with Job saying that my Redeemer will be shown, and that's where it is. Just ends at that, right? He isn't proved righteous. That's just him showing his absolute certainty that he will be proven correct in the end. That's what I mean by that. And I think we missed that because I think arguably, what is it? Someone said a quote, and he said that if you look at your life honestly, it's a series of missteps or a series of mistakes, and I think that's where we fail. If we try to map ourselves onto hero archetypes, that's where we're going to fail, because this is why I think Jesus combined the Shema and to love yourself as you love your neighbor. Why I think Augustine is wrong. I think we need to be taught how to love ourselves rightly. And I think that's where this all breaks down, right? Because we hate ourselves. I saw this teaching meditation and well, almost everything. People have such self-loathing that it's even influencing the East. It never used to be in the East. And I think that's where it all breaks down. If that makes sense at all, I apologize.
Michael, what say you?
Yeah, I'm sorry I cut you off.
I think it does make sense. I mean, I think what you're saying does make sense.
I wanted to get it out before.
And what you just explained there helps, like, clarifies the idea for me, what you're talking about.
Yeah. You got to shape your own stories. You can't be given them. You can't use other people's stories. Yeah.
No, I one thing that came to mind was attending and attention. So, this might feel like a little bit of pushback on it, but I did have this like deep Nietzschean phase thing of the there was a lot of lack of like self-care and self-love, right? I wasn't like taking care or attending to myself that was going on, and there had to be like this big paradigm shift for me to take care of myself, to do that. But over time, I found, in participating within the Orthodox Church now, uh, it's changed in the sense that it's a little bit Petersonian, but it's like, okay, well, my attention is on me. It's about me, whether it's my own suffering or self-love and self-care, which can turn into an Apollonian kind of obsession, right? Of like beauty and vitality or something. So then the kind of attention that I would put on myself and attending to my needs, right? That's a kind of love and attention, right? That actually needs to be placed on others and in, relatio, right? Relatio. And so, okay, from my wife to my parents to my to the people within my ecclesia, right? That my relations, my coworkers, that the highest me and what I should attend to in regards to myself and my self-care, and and self-love or something, is that who I am and what I should attend to has to be in relation to them, with them prioritized, not my own inward looking reflection obsession, right? And so I got to go, I need to be the best husband I can be, the best son I can be, the best coworker I can be, versus a sheer, little, at least from my perspective, the Nietzschean will to power on that can turn a little selfish rather than selfless.
That's a misteaching of Nietzsche's. Even some of the world's foremost scholars don't understand Nietzsche's idea. What he was talking about with it builds on previous philosophers, but his idea of Willenmacht, or will to power. Power is more what propels you. Macht in this. So what he was talking about, and this is really interesting because it maps modern studies on free will. One of the foremost studies on free will opens by saying, well, we can't really study free will because most people don't engage with it if it did exist. And that's what Nietzsche was saying. He was saying that almost nobody is living in the moment. He called it ressentiment. We're all reacting to the present moment based on what we experienced in the past. So he believed we were all herd beasts, but not that we didn't have free will, that we didn't engage with our free will. So when he talked about the Übermensch as a template we can strive towards, just like Jesus, he said, maybe someday one of your great-great-grandchildren might be able to achieve it, but he said, unlikely. He was arguing that. So he argued in the very opening of Zarathustra, he said, you are a camel right now. You're carrying around traditions. I call it peer pressure from dead people, right? He said, make yourself into a lion to tear down those expectations that aren't serving you, that maybe one day you can become the child. The child is the one that will carve tablets of new values that they hang over their head. And that's when we can actually engage with our free will. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry.
So when I've had to contemplate, what exactly my free will entails, here's the best place that I've landed. I'm curious your reaction to it. So I go, okay, well, it seems that wherever I look is whatever I become, right? And that the most me, right? Like the nous, right? Yeah. There's places to aim. So, you can imagine this like vast arena of sorts, and there's one light, and the rest of it is all kinds of darkness, right? That's the broad road, narrow gate. Mm-hmm. So then my free will seems to be only where I'll set my eye, right? And whether it's going to be all these various areas of darkness, or if I'm going to aim at that light. And should I aim at that light, becomes a cooperation with that light, rather than any other place that I look becomes possession by a daemon.
Well, my take on that is I actually would agree for the most part, except like, remember the nous. We tap into the nous. I don't think we are the nous. That maybe would get into, right, Gnostic weirdness. But I don't know if see, I have a different perspective of the broad versus the narrow. If this makes sense. So the gate is narrow to the rich person. Why? Not because they're rich, but because they have made what they value. In German, that's Schätzen. Schätzen. It's a German word that Nietzsche used that was we evaluate. We are the arbiters of value, of meaning, of treasure. And Schätzen in German means that we evaluate the value of things. And that's how it becomes a treasure for us. So the way you were talking about is you look around and what you're doing is you're seeing things. And Marshall McLuhan would probably even make fun of you for that, because you externalize yourself to understand your world. You don't externalize yourself to become the external world. You get what I mean? So if you find yourself being overly inundated by the world and it's affecting your identity, I think that's probably the problem, because none of us have been taught how to understand who we truly are. Do you get what I mean? To understand what our purpose is. Yeah.
So the way that plays out for me is it's like, okay, well, what precisely do I attend to, and in what order, right?
The summum bonum, I would say that, yeah, like turning towards the good.
So it seems like there is a humility that has to be taken on to admit that there's an objective good at all, and that you're probably not going to be able to rationally or emotionally understand it, but there's a looking and an aiming. One of the images that always comes to mind for me is Peter and sinking in the water as soon as he takes his eyes off of Jesus, right? So
I love that too. Exactly.
So I what I need to attend to with my time, is a judgment of that. Like, okay, instead of in the bar, right, or watching a football game or something on Sunday morning, right, I am participating in a body, in communion, or hey, did I call my mom? Do I have plans to go visit my parents? Or am I spending enough time with my wife? Am I really attending to her? All these things, and I miss that constantly because my gaze is fickle, right, and I keep like turning away from the right thing. But and that's the praying. The praying is an asking for help to even aim at the light itself, right? And which is something like a grace.
All right, so I wanna jump in here because I don't know if Aaron and Alex have even gotten a chance to talk.
Haven't.
But also just in general, like the idea. I'm just gonna say this, and I mean, and then we can maybe come back to it, because we're gonna go on to introducing other people and getting to hear what they have to say. But the objective good, like there's a reason truth, goodness, and beauty are transcendentals. They're transcendent. And so this is the whole idea of the universality. Like universality, Christianity is the universal particular. I think that's what's going on. So the good is particular, which means it's contextual, which means it's relational. So there isn't a universal objective good, or it's not real.
I call it perspectival understanding. It requires us to be present and interact authentically to really understand what the right course is. Yeah.
But to determine that requires a logos. Right?
No, actually, I put it in the side chat. So I recommend you do a deep dive, an actual exegetical study of Deuteronomy 5:29. You'll find your answer in there, right? Especially in the Hebrew, because it says 3 separate times that, and I hear it all the time, my wife's devotionals, that you're asking for God for this and that. No, you have everything you need. So the only thing you're asking God for is confidence in your own ability. In Hebrew, it's hamavdil, discernment. And in Deuteronomy 5:29, it says that you have this ability in you to know right from wrong, and you have the ability to make it so. And God goes one step further, and he says you have the heart to want this as he does for us. And it goes on to say that the world will be better and our children and yada, yada, yada. Yeah.
All right. One more thing quick. I asked for that, and then we'll get to Aaron and Alex. But like this, so Alman, Jason, what I'm saying, the good, true, and beautiful, they're transcendent, and Christianity is the universal particular. That's what the incarnation is. That's what Christ is. He is the universal particular. And so good needs to be particularized, which means it's always contextual, which means it isn't universally objective, or else it's not real because it's not particularized to the context.
Which is why he's the judge.
And also, I agree with you about the logos, but the logos for you is the implanted word,
Mm-hmm.
which is also contextual. All right, Aaron, what up, buddy? Aaron, you've sent me messages. I haven't even listened to it. Also, I want to do this. Shout out. Listen, this is the first time. What?
Who did we lose?
Jess. Oh, okay. My first book that I've been sent. Look at this. Look at that guy. Rick Walker. Our very own Rick Walker sent me his book, 9 Steps to Build a Life of Meaning. The first book I've been given. Look at that, guys.
Sweet.
We have arrived.
You're the man.
I mean,
that's why we all look up to
you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, nobody knows me anyways. Hello, everybody. I jumped in because this topic is so on. I didn't have anything specific to say, but this topic was so, on my mind right now.
Also, I would like to introduce you as the person in the TLC with easily the best intro music montage sequence to their YouTube channel and podcast in the TLC. I don't even really think it's debatable. That might be the only objective truth.
Well, I am very proud of that song.
It's good.
I played it. I composed and played that song. So I will take that praise. Thank you very much. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. Okay. I really liked. Oh, and everybody's names disappeared. Is your name Al?
Oh, sorry.
I liked. I'm always here for like attacking sacred cows, like the hero's journey, because I'm like, the hero's journey is a great frame, but also fuck the hero's journey. That's how I feel about it. I started reading it, and the intro of it was truly psychedelically amazing, and I was like, this is awesome. And then I kind of lost steam because that standardization of the formula. It's formulas that to me become a problem. And even I love what Michael was saying about the light. Except, and this is not an argument particularly, but I've had a different vision of that in my head. For a long time, I've had a vision of the horizon with a blue glow, and I'm headed towards it. The horizon is who knows how far away. I guess we do know, but there is a path, and this relates to the subjectivity thing. There's a path that's right for me now, but then I'm listening for the still small voice, and I'm making these, a 2% shift in my direction when the truth calls me in that direction. And I think that's the only satisfying life. We talk about free will, and I feel like our free will is this crazy combination of that embodied presence right now and that intention that we've set that has to remain fluid. Like the intention of the final goal has to remain fluid. And so, yeah, I'm just dumping all the ideas that came to my head. But I think that even the word goal is a bit strange at times because yesterday a thought that came to my head was fairly simple, but I don't know if I understand it, was the sentence that the resurrection was the end of victory. Which is a weird thing to say. And I think what it means is that one of our issues is ideologically, we convince ourselves that it is a single point of light we're headed towards. And that becomes a goal, and that becomes a measure of success. And then we're tied kind of cosmically, I think it's an arbitrary tie to that spot. That this was what seemed true and meaningful and beautiful in that moment. And now I'm going to ignore, I'm going to start ignoring things that prompt me to do that 2-degree turn to the left or to the right because I think it's an objective truth. And yeah, I'm totally with you on the relational thing, 100%. Yeah, one of my favorite verses is Jesus wept because he wept over a problem he was going to solve in about 5 minutes because he was present to the emotions and the pain of that person. Okay, that is the end of my big idea dump. I'm sorry, there's too much there, but
Well, I love it. And Alex, I want to hear what you have to
Sounds
say next. I think you, Aaron, you sufficiently pissed off many people, which I think is good. Phlebas, yeah, which is great. Listen, you're not responsible for other people's emotions. I mean, you're not, So like their emotions are their thing.
Well,
Alex, what up, buddy?
All right. Well, as far as the where I want to go with this, because I heard you guys' take, and that's exactly where I want to begin. We're hearing people's takes, and not only have we heard people's takes, we read people's takes. So philosophy is that people's ideas, as they try to parse out this or that over centuries and centuries, and we can go back 2,000 years ago, and that's where we get Christ giving us his truth, which he says he got from the Father. So he says, I'm not going to do my thing. I'm only going to say the things that he has told me to say. So that is the distinction as far as takes, right? There's my take, your take, their take, and then there's his take. So I want to begin there. And then I also want to put a pin on that to say is, so I have disagreed with myself several times and in a big way throughout my life, because I'm not the same person that I was when I was 15, nor when I was 25, nor 35, etc. And now I'm a parent, so obviously that also has caused me to see things in a different way, instead to question my own perception more carefully. And so I've changed my mind on a lot of things that I used to think that was the best notion, the best philosophy. But like I said, I took it back. I'm like, ooh, that doesn't sound right anymore. So where am I going with this? So my kids, they're young, they're amiable, they're still trying to figure things out. So I want to put that in a perspective of naivety, lack of experience. They haven't read a lot of books. They haven't listened to a lot of philosophers. They haven't had a lot of life experience. They haven't read all the gospels, four gospels. They haven't read the letters. They haven't read the Old Testament. There's they haven't even tested other religions, Buddhism. So they haven't, and that's where again I'm gonna pin that there. So his truth versus everybody else's notion of what might be. And then there's that youthful, yet everything is possible, everything should be feared, and yet a lack of experience, lack of knowledge, still malleable. And now some part of my personal stuff as far as why I have changed my mind so much from when I was 15. And part of it is my own life experience. Trying this out and falling flat on my face. Ooh, that didn't work. I thought that was a great idea. That didn't work, right? So I learned by the whip, as a metaphor, where now I learn by advice via the word, right? Somebody says, that doesn't sound right. And here's why. And hearing that, and then you have to trust that that's true. So what I've learned working in a lockdown psychiatric unit, from hearing countless stories of people that have crashed and burned, from reading a lot of textbooks as far as behavioral health and the patterns and different personality disorders show up in different ways, and the pattern is different. And also not with personality disorders such as bipolar, and what does a manic face look like, and trying to parse that out from scripture, like, ooh, how do I make sense of all that new information? Remember, I was living it, and I was overwhelmed when my first year. I was overwhelmed with all this new information, and I had to really reflect on all this new experiences via other people, and all these textbooks that I'm reading, and I'm also, I'm still trying to study the Bible, because I don't think you could ever be done with that. And I found out really quickly that I didn't know much. And prior to that, I was pretty confident I knew a lot. So I was like, I have no clue. And I'm thinking, how much more? I mean, just how my tunnel vision, just how bad is it, right? My biases, just how bad are they? My conception of what it really is true, just how distorted is my perception. So I had to really stop and look at myself and try to figure out, why did I believe what I believe? So all I'm saying is, I've heard, and I'm going to say this as if it's a bad thing, but from my perspective, it is now considered not. It's worthwhile, but I hate to have wasted that much time studying philosophy, the philosophers, because for one, they have all contradicted each other, and then two, it's like, okay, forget about what they're telling me. Let me see how they live their life, and I'm like, I'm like, I don't want to imitate that. So if they're full of wisdom and their life is a wreck, I'm like, I don't know if I can follow their advice. But I did learn a lot from hearing their perception. So back to the two notions that I put a pin on. My perception, my limited perception, my limited truth, my limited experience, my limited amount of learning from others and textbooks and from crashing and burning. And then looking at my kids, and now I have a task that I need to teach them about this big world full of a lot of people, and everybody has a different opinion and different philosophy and different religion and different politic idea and different this and different that. And I'm still working that out, where I'm trying to teach my kids sort of in a way that they're receptive, because I can lose their focus really fast. So I have to be careful how I go about it, like bit by bit, a little at a time. And what I'm saying is, I know, because you guys mentioned the myth of the hero and this and that, philosophers' ideas, and all that to say this is, I've came to learn really fast that I only believe half of what I see, and even less so of what I hear. And when in doubt, the only one that I can truly trust is Christ, right? His experience, I'm like, hey, he walked the walk. He talked the talk, he walked the walk. He went all in. And when in doubt, I always have to stop myself. So I'm saying, okay, where's this coming from? And then if this is going to lead me away from what he says, I wouldn't do that, or you shouldn't do that, or you shouldn't mistreat people, you shouldn't take advantage of people, etc. I mean, fill in the blank. We all do some kind of sin one way or another. The minute I find myself doing that, it goes back to like, okay, I'm deviating from what Christ wants from me. So
all right,
all that to say is, it could be really complicated or really simple. And I just use his as guidance nowadays.
All right, I was gonna say that because Chad came over from working, and I think he was gonna speak, but now he's gone dark and disappeared. So I don't know. He'll maybe come back. Yeah, there.
Luke, can I
Go
prompt
ahead.
you on something?
Yeah.
So at least twice it's come up, sort of like a pointing at a light thing, right? So Peterson and Lindsay, they're talking about like what's true light versus false light, right? Like he kind of tries to redirect him on the enlightenment bit that Lindsay's getting at in regards to identity, universality, nationalism, what's going on there. And so I think Peugeot's tweet, this larger woke right conversation, the discussion that's happening broader in the circles, I think has to do with light and false light.
Yeah, it's So I don't know if it's related to this, but what I was thinking, and I put this in the comments a while ago, and Sam, welcome. What are you, Luke's friend? Nice. How nice. I was thinking because within Orthodoxy we have hesychasm, right? And uncreated light. And so then I was thinking, like, what is the origin of uncreated light?
Wrong question.
Is it?
No, well, kind of. I didn't know that only you guys got the uncreated light. I thought everyone got the uncreated light.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, that's why I start with hesychasm. I don't know.
What do you mean, you guys?
Orthodox, yeah. It's I don't. Yeah, I think it's obviously a larger umbrella of that sort of thing within Christianity and Judaism and all that. But anyhow,
You know
Sam,
who
what,
loves talking about uncreated light and its
Yeah.
metaphysical significance? Michael Servetus. All about
Mm.
it. There are some strange. I wonder if Servetus had access to Gregory Palamas. There are some strange similarities between Michael Servetus and Gregory Palamas in a crossover connection that no one would have expected.
Yeah.
But what are we talking about? Universalism, is the church universal? Liberalism?
So
I
mean,
I need to
that's
have a
what I-
conversation with Nate about that. If Nate's out there, I still owe
Well-
him that conversation. We've not been putting a lot of effort into scheduling it, but that's not for a lack of excitement.
You and Nate were going to do a conversation on universalism,
Liberalism.
liberalism. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was my monologue. I've been thinking about that because of PBK's homeroom, some of Nate's struggles as of late in the TLC and having to do with, because I mean that's really what prompted it. I mean, all the way back to my monologue was, what does it mean to be a Christian nation, and what is Christian identity, and how is it universal? Like, in what way is it universal? Which, I mean, you go back and listen a lot, because I mean that's a big distinction between me and you and Trinitarianism, is I think that's who Christ is the particular universal, and Judaism.
I'm not sure if I disagree with that. I don't think that's one of our disagreements.
Well, I think that's what the incarnation is.
Well, fine. Why use that word? Just say that he's the universal particular.
Well, and that's that's where like a lot of this.
In him, all things hold together and all things subsist or consist.
Sure. And I think it has to do with being begotten, not made. There's a difference between making and begottenness.
And I think it has to do with being perfected through suffering.
Well, that too.
Sam, can I ask you a question on that?
Sure, Michael.
So it always struck me that let's say rebellious Elohim possess, right? That this is just a common understanding within the deeply pagan world, right? So you lose yourself and you are just taken by this. In fact, you in some ways that's exalted, right? And so in order for the Elohim of Elohim, or the highest, the light in the darkness let me back up just a little bit. Each one of those possessions is an incarnation of that daemon. That's an incarnation, right?
Sure.
So then the only way that the Son of Man, as highest Elohim containing the cosmos, could incarnate would have to be through the highest purity.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed.
So then Jesus walks on earth fully that Elohim.
Sure.
Okay.
Like, I think that the rebellious Elohim versus the good highest Elohim with respect to embodiment and incarnation. I'll just say embodiment, even though those two words are basically the same thing. the rebellious Elohim offer you power in return for your cooperation with them. And you think that you're getting more powerful, but you're really just getting more entrapped in their wishes. And you actually,
it's not cooperation.
you lose your individuality, and you were baited into thinking that you would strengthen your individuality. Whereas cooperation with the true Elohim is the opposite. It's that upside down. Get your individuality to God. Not my will, but your will be done. Right? Your will as it is in heaven on earth. That sort of thing. And it's through Jesus's self-emptying, his cooperation, his obedience, his I do nothing but what I see my Father doing, that his individuality is heightened and he is given all dominion, authority, power, etc. Right? The going up path, the seizing path takes you down. The going down path takes you up. Whoever seeks to exalt himself will be humbled. Whoever humbles himself will be exalted. And so, yeah, I don't know. I feel
But
like
in that you find that you say individuality, I would say integrity. That's where you find your own integrity, is not denying that thing and outsourcing it. And that is a real thing, which is God's will for you in yourself. It's not the either or of not any of me, all of God. It's his will for you in your own life.
So Luke, I might say that that's what makes you humane or human, because outside of that, it becomes carnal or animalistic.
Yeah, or a death cult.
Yeah.
So, okay, I got to go because I have to respect my own boundaries, but I will just leave this open and you guys can chat. And whenever anybody leaves, it will just shut down. I'll maybe message a few people to moderate in the background, but I got to go do some stuff.
All right.
Sam,
unfortunately, I really should get to work. You know, I do actually have a job and a conference to get Pajot to show up on a podcast to advertise, even though he's an incredibly hard person to get a hold of.
That is probably hard, but you have the leverage of you're coming to this conference. I need you to talk to me for this.
Yes, he signed a contract saying that he would. So,
so he
I'm
can.
not sure if he read that part of the contract, but it was in there.
Did you? So the beginning, did you see Pajot's recent tweet? That's one of the things I opened up with about identity.
Don't think
I do want to see. I'll maybe just prompt you with that just to show you that. Because I'll share the screen and show you, because I think it's related to everything I was talking about before in all this. But so the idea that defending and celebrating identity, whether religious, national, or tribal, makes you woke right is insane. The solution and tyrannical use of identity, both as identitarian excess on the right and anti-identity on the left, is traditional subsidiarity. Now, I had some great replies to this. I want to just, I'll read these actually before I leave. So Rigel, our boy Rigel, said, I love Jonathan, but the story I'm telling myself is that he is blind to his own shadow Leviathan. The pattern-pilled worldview that, while creative and, dare I say, fun, can slide into conspiratorial outlook where I start seeing Leviathan everywhere except where I'm standing. I also don't love how he collapses classical liberalism and progressive postmodernism into a single catch-all, liberalism. That move flattens the very real tension between those two frames, each of which has a distinct relationship to traditionalism. It ends up feeling like a straw man, one that funnels the conversation toward traditionalism as the only viable answer. And while that partially resonates with me, it misses the possibility for an erotic synthesis, one that draws from the best of all major three worldviews, which I define as traditionalism, modernism, and progressive postmodernism.
Who doesn't love a good erotic synthesis? Everyone's on a good erotic synthesis.
I do. I mean, that's an area, I've said this before, but that's an area where I'm just waiting to dive into is Soloviev has a book on this, but like also Charles Williams writes a lot about this, like the divine eros. I think there's a whole lot there. So I will leave you guys with those prompts and listen in. I missed a bunch of this. I feel like had too much crap going, but I wanted to try to do one of these. We should do a talk too, Sam. I got to be Bo Branson.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
See you all. Thanks for coming. Peace, guys.
Thanks,
Sam.
Go ahead, Michael.
I can probably help you on the conference, and if you want to touch base separately.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you know how to find me on Discord or something like that?
Probably. I'm on most of the things.
Or
Bridges
otherwise
meaning Jacob stuff, whatever.
transfigured. Oh yeah, I can put it in here. Right. Got yeah,
Yeah.
Luke is smart. Imagine that. All right. This is my real email inside the private chat. Don't abuse it, anybody.
It'll come from Michael Meisner. I can help you very directly there. No problem.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Sam, I was talking to Jacob a few weeks ago. I know you said you got some work. I do too, but I am kind of curious to talk about it a little bit if you have time.
All right. I can. I've got a little bit of time.
Yeah. So as soon as the Dave Smith Murray thing happened, I knew that there was going to be a big blow up, right? Not that we already haven't been kind of in the middle of a blow up between somewhere rotating around Semitic ideas or what even that means, right? And all that relates to the woke rights stuff, as far as I'm concerned. So, I remember saying to Jacob, I thought that made your project all the more important, because there's a weird inroads between a lot of theological basis on the Jesus is not Messiah camp and the Jesus is Messiah camp in the sense that Father Stephen would lay it out, right? And here's two pharisaical camps, right? Distinctly pharisaical.
Right.
So here we are as the inheritance of this other pharisaical tradition, and you're sort of at a weird precipice between them in a way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like you're a bridge between those worlds.
I know exactly what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
I do feel caught in between Christian and Jewish apologetics from time to time. Yes. And then Muslims are a whole nother curveball on the whole situation.
God,
but yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah. So I think that the woke right conversation actually distills down to that at its core. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it, or maybe I'm just too deep into Father Stephen's work, and so I'm just walking around with that hammer and everything looks like the nail. But I don't know. What do you make of that?
So I've been encouraged by some people to have a debate with Rabbi Tovia Singer about the question, is Jesus the Messiah? Because a lot of times when someone like him, or him in particular, will debate a Christian, it really just becomes a Trinity fight, and that often will distract away from any other questions. Same thing with Muslim Christian dialogues or debates. It's hard for it to just not circle around that drain, even if the topic was allegedly some other thing. And because I just take that off the table, I can do the really hard focused debate on, is Jesus the Messiah or not? And not that debates solve everything or maybe even anything, but I mean, it would still be an interesting exercise for me to do, because I've never really sharpened that axe before of how to really, Jacob and, and the Yosef and Hezi and other people have forced me to think about that more than I really have. But I'll have to say it's not my sharpest axe in my tool shed of really trying to make an argument for Jesus being the Messiah against counter arguments to it.
So does that lend itself to what is Mishnah? Like, what is Christ? What is Christ?
Absolutely.
What is that, right? Because if you don't end up on the same page about that, then you're not even having the same conversation, right?
And that's what it always devolves into. You're right.
Yeah.
In fact, what would be interesting? We could have what would you call it? A test debate with you, because I am of two camps. I actually believe that Tovia is not wrong in a lot of areas, but you're right. He's very vitriolic because he's been so traumatized by all of these, what do you call them, fake Jews in Israel, and he's really kind of negative. But long story short, it would be interesting to have this discussion, because I argue that all of the holes in Christianity can actually be plugged by recognizing that Jesus isn't the Meshiach, but just a Meshiach, if you get what I mean, right? Because he came back to remind the Pharisees that they were being essentially heretical. And I give the example of like in, is it Bethesda or at the pool, right? He says to the man, he doesn't do anything to him. He just says, will you be whole? So he says, pick up your mat and go, right? So like it's a rebuke of all these rabbinical laws that were actually getting in the way of people finding the sufficiency in the faith. So I'm actually in the middle. I would argue that he doesn't have to be. Jesus, please don't misunderstand. I'm just making the case. But I don't believe Jesus has to be the Meshiach. And in fact, if we even do an exegesis on anastasis, it doesn't have to be resurrection. It can just be a change of state and a removal from. What I mean by that is Jesus came, he taught us that the Shema and to love yourself as you love others, right? The Samaritan woman and other people, the Romans, you name it, loved everybody, right? So the takeaway is he had to come to teach us like, this is wrong. What they're doing is wrong, and give us a way. Like if you look at the Lord's Prayer, it's a way for us to individually access that communion, the koinonia with God. And so arguably he had to be removed. Otherwise his message might not have resonated. So whether you consider that to be crucifixion and death or just plain and simple, his death, I think it actually still resonates in the Christian faith. And what worries me is people argue about this to the point where they did a study of evangelicals and they found that 60% of them don't believe in the divinity of Christ. And what I mean, I think the real lesson in that is they won't engage with these hard to talk about issues, right? The fact that there wasn't, you get what I mean, right? Like there's not 100% on the resurrection of Christ. And the fact that they won't engage with that, I find sad, because personally, when I actually engaged with that, it deepened my faith and my love of the mission and the ministry of Christ, believe it or not.
I do have
sorry, go ahead.
Some pushback with what you said, because
Yeah.
there's one thing that kept popping up in my head over and over as you were discussing what you said. And as far as the Messiah, there was prophecies. And
yeah, but that's the thing. That's why we should go through this.
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. You said you
don't go down there. That this is reciprocity. My apologies.
So you were able to communicate just fine. The minute I start giving you my take, you interrupt.
All right, go ahead.
That was
Alex.
an interruption. I thought it was a discussion, a back and forth. My apologies.
Right. Alex,
so that's
go ahead.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what you were saying. This is the pushback from what you said. There was a lot of prophecies in Isaiah, in Ezekiel, in Jeremiah, and some of those things, a lot of those things, if not the majority of those things, were fulfilled. Now you're shaking your head, and you don't have to agree. That's fine. If you don't agree that Jesus is the Messiah, you don't have to agree. Right? I'm not. You can believe whatever you want.
No,
but what I'm saying is, there was prophecies. There was prophecies that were in Isaiah and in Jeremiah and in Ezekiel, and like I said, and even Jesus claimed, "Today this has been fulfilled in your midst," as he was reading from Isaiah. I think it was 58. Memory, it could be wrong. 53. But what I'm saying is
Isaiah 53.
Oh, thank you. So, yeah, so 53. So what I'm saying is, those prophecies were being fulfilled. Ergo, the Messiah bringing those prophecies into fruition. So it can be, well, he's maybe one of many. I don't buy that. And you're more than welcome to have your opinion, and I'll let you have the floor.
Well, I think that you're absolutely right that a lot of these debates often really boil down to definitional
What just happened.
things.
And what happened here, right? Because he immediately went to said, well, Isaiah is 100%, it wasn't fulfilled. If you actually read Isaiah, it's misread. But that's my point here. We can never get to that discussion because most people haven't read the Bible for themselves. Sorry, when I say most people, I say many of the people that make the claims haven't read it for themselves. They've just been told what it says, right? Because all you have to do is read the rest of Isaiah and you realize that it's not a prophecy.
Yeah.
Sam,
and that's one of the things that so
sorry.
I'll say this and I'll let you have Michael. It'll be 15 seconds.
Please.
Jesus claimed to have fulfilled that. Jesus was making that claim. Whether you believe that or not, that is, you are free to choose that. That's why many people have decided to make Jesus their savior because they think that he's the Messiah. I'm saying Jesus himself claimed that.
Did he? Where in the Bible did he
That's
claim it?
it's in the Gospels.
Is it?
He
Can
says
you point to it,
when
though?
he
'Cause
was
you're
reading,
making the
when he
case.
was
You're
reading-
making the case here that you don't know for yourself. You're just repeating what you've been told.
Okay, so
Sorry,
no,
do
this is
you
what
mind
I
if I
read.
ask him a
This is
question
what I
real
read.
quick?
Yeah.
So
Uh,
you asked me a question and you don't let me answer. So
I
do you
asked you a
want my
question. You don't
answer,
want to answer it.
or
That's
do you
why.
just want to make a point?
So,
right.
sorry,
I
John.
asked.
It's okay.
Sam, I was just going to ask you real quick if you'd spent any time with Daniel Boyarin's work.
A little bit. I don't think I've read any of his books. I know who he is. I know some of the topics that he deals with. I've maybe listened to him on a few podcasts or something like that. But not much deeper than that. I know that he's relatively famous for Two Powers stuff, but I think he talks about more than just that. I think he talks about, parting of the ways questions and early relationships between Judaism and Christianity sort of stuff.
Yeah. Paul, Two Powers, book No State Solution, a book of his. There's at least two of his books on Audible that are just easy to blow through. They're pretty short. I found out that, well, I knew fairly early on that Father Stephen was paying very close attention to his work, but later it turned out a lot of Tom Holland's work was inspired by that as well, which I was
Interesting.
surprised by. So potentially worthwhile.
Yeah. I mean, Messiah does mean a lot of different things when you look in the Old Testament. I mean, in a simple sense, it just means anointed. And you could say
Or
that
even just a Lord, a
any
respected person.
Christian who has been baptized and received the Holy Spirit
Exactly.
has been christened, right? We still use that word, right? Christened, to be made a Christ, to be anointed. But then
Some of them
there's
even
the question,
called saint, right? Some of the parishioners even called saints, right?
yeah. I mean, Paul in many of his
calls
letters
everybody
refers
saints.
to everyone in the congregation that he's
Yeah.
addressing. As
That's what I
saints.
mentioned earlier, right? Romans 1:8, right? That right, he not only thanks God but thanks Jesus for all of these other people. So exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a lot to think about. I should get going.
I wouldn't bother trying to debate this because we just saw what happens, right?
No,
Rather
yeah.
than
Well,
it degenerates immediately.
when you
But
yes,
it's
some
an
people are
important
going to take
and pressing question
offense
for a lot
we
of
should
people.
talk
when
about
you're
it.
claiming.
All right,
When you're claiming
do gotta run.
Listen to
Christianity and you
yourself,
say
Alex.
that
You're claiming
Jesus
that
is not-
all of those prophecies were fulfilled. See what I mean? And then you're saying that I wasn't claiming that they weren't. I'm claiming that you don't have that. You get what I mean?
And I
so
think
you're-
I said this
So
to
let
Tobias
me say it
Singer,
again.
that a Christian
Jesus-
Jesus.
just needs to admit that many of the messianic prophecies are about the second coming. Right? Like, just say,
Right.
even the lion's share of
Okay.
the messianic prophecies have
So
not been fulfilled
can
by
I
Jesus.
clarify what
We
I
just
said?
think that they will be. And that neutralizes, a
Great point.
huge amount of the debate. Not all of it. Obviously, there are
No.
still
Right,
more
right.
specific claims.
Being
but
more open-minded. Exactly. I love that.
all right. But anyway, I gotta run, guys. Have a good one.
Sam, I
and
just shot you an
Michael,
email.
all right,
See you
great.
guys.
We'll be in touch about conference stuff. All right. Thanks,
Sounds
everybody.
good.
Well, there
Thanks,
you
folks.
go. Yeah, Sam.
Actually, I'll stay on for a minute if you're.
Yeah, well, see, I just
if you're
thought I'd put
bored.
everybody off. I warned Luke that I piss everybody off because I actually have an open mind about this shit, right?
I'm like as high in openness as you get, and also as
Ah.
low in agreeableness as you get.
Yeah, that's me, dude. Seriously. I make a
There's
joke
lot of us
that
around here.
Jordan Peterson claimed Eric Weinstein to be the most disagreeable. He's never met me, right?
Yeah.
But don't misunderstand. I'm not disagreeable like what you saw with Alex. I wasn't disagreeing with him about. I was just trying to engage with him. Like, if he were to stop and go, wait a minute, why do I believe that all of those prophecies were fulfilled? Let alone, like I've seen when I ask, it's the same with Muslims. The first question I ask most of the Muslims online who are trying to push their faith is I ask them, what is the opener of the Quran? The Al-Fatiha, right? They're supposed to, at minimum, recite that 5 times a day. And you know what I explained to the Muslims is even a non-Christian can recite the Lord's Prayer. But do you know what? I have yet to come across a single Muslim who can recite the Al-Fatiha without me hearing them looking at it online. So that's what I'm trying to get at here is if we really engage with each other, honestly, we'll find that most of the loudest voices in these in these spaces are actually ignorant people just trying to convince themselves of something they doubt. Do you get what I mean? Anyways,
Yeah,
sorry, that's
yeah.
where I come from. I'm actually
Well,
really passionate about loving this stuff, so don't misunderstand.
so no, not at all. So my guess is that in a lot of ways we'd probably talk past each other unless we were on the same page about self, right?
Yep.
Nous,
Yes.
what that is or isn't,
What is
and
this?
then
Yeah.
an archetypal
Oh, beautiful
Elohim powers
conversation.
and principalities, right?
Yeah,
Like unless we are pointing in the same direction on those things,
exactly.
then you end up talking past each other. You were commenting on that, and I was curious,
Mhm.
just because I was deeply boxed into like a materialist rationalist frame, like 15 years as a communist Marxist.
Oh, geez.
Um,
Oh, yeah. What a
oh yeah,
change.
yeah. Like I'm talking tent on the street, living
Wow.
outside for 12 months,
Because you
Occupy
were
Wall
so
Street coordinator.
devoted, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, yeah, I mean that was in a way, I didn't think of it this way then. I grew up Pentecostal, charismatic, speaking in tongues at 13 kind of a thing, right? But that was the more true Christianity, even though I wouldn't have used those words for it, right?
Yeah.
To me, that was the more true. Like, oh, we're going to actually take care of the poor. We're going to actually, right? Like, so it was the honest and ethical thing, and so it became my false light to attend to, right, and to devote to. Um, and So, anyways, I broke out of
Yes.
that box, right, in an ego deathy Dark Night of the
Yeah, good for
Soul,
you. Must
Road
have
to
been a dark day.
Damascus kind of intervention, right, and
Yeah.
which
Road to
Peterson was directly
Emmaus,
responsible
even.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think more Road of
Uh,
Emmaus rather than Damascus, because again, there's problematic issues when it's
yes,
tied to Paul. But the Road to Emmaus is people were walking with Jesus and didn't realize it. That I think is a better. But anyway, sorry. Go
I don't mind the Paul piece. Like I'd happily steel man that,
ahead. I don't mean it like that. I just mean I like how we're ignorant, right? Like there's a veil. It's like Huxley, right? That thin veil. Like these
mhm.
people were walking with Jesus and didn't know until they had their eyes open. That's what I mean by that. I'm not saying about Paul being a problem. What I mean is it's an individual. I love the
Yeah.
two people on the road. Never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, on the veil piece,
Yes.
right, and that which isn't the destination but bears Christ as Theotokos. I'm curious if I just
The God bearer. Yeah.
yeah. I was curious if you had thoughts on that at all, just because since you
Well,
hit
it depends
veil.
what you mean. I actually believe that Theotokos is not just Mary, and I have no problem with not worshiping of Mary, but respecting Mary, because trauma theory teaches us this. So get out of your Christian bubble and think of Theotokos as right a great being. Right in Buddhism, we call it
Mhm,
bodhisattva, which means great being. Right, so it's a
mhm,
wisdom being. So it's both. Sattva means a great
mhm,
being, and bodhi means wisdom. So it's
mhm.
actually in Greek that would be
The her
makarios.
in Proverbs.
Well, no, makarios is this idea of
Mhm,
embodying the perfect being.
mhm,
Makarios.
mhm.
So what I mean by this is the Theotokos is anyone who will give birth to this truth, this archetype.
Yeah.
So I
Yes.
love Mary as much as I love any other of the saints in these examples, because how could we have the perfect archetype of a human being, especially a young male,
Mhm,
without the being a wonderful mother first? If you
mhm,
look at
mhm.
Gabor Mate and all of his current theory,
Sure.
right? Yeah, if you're a
Mhm,
bad mom, if you go through stress, prenatal or postnatal, you're going to produce a monster of a child. And I'm being
mhm,
bombastic.
mhm,
I
mhm.
just mean the kids aren't going to be their best. So this is why I think Theotokos is such a deep, deep, deep truth, because I believe, as Joseph Campbell did in Tattvam Asi, that's a Sanskrit for I am that, sometimes translated as I am God, but it's not what they mean. It's the same idea that I can give birth to the divine. You get what I mean? So when
Mhm,
we
mhm.
talk about the self, that's what I mean by. So I know I made the comment about we're not the nous, because I believe the nous is like the Ubermensch. It's like something beyond us, but we can strive towards that. I believe that perfection is only something for a museum. So I believe we can try to embody that. And when we fail to embody the perfect archetype, where we land should be our true self. If does that wrap it all up, what I mean by self?
It does.
Good. Okay.
So thoughts I had on the Theotokos, then I'll come right back to the news part.
Yes.
So I go, okay, burning bush that bears the Messiah, right? Which is the only way to encounter the Lord without perishing, right? So you have
Well,
encountered the Lord
Jacob,
without
right? Don't forget, see, there again is another issue. So yes, I think what happened is that Moses, and then this is going to blow your mind, but Moses was unwilling to do that next step. I call it metempsychosis, burn away the ego, kenosis. So if you think about this, after the first encounter with God, did Moses completely transform? What did he actually do after the first encounter with the divinity? He was still a spiteful, like, remember, like he chastised the Jews and didn't even break the original tablets out of frustration, right? Same as later when he struck the rock, when God told him what it just touched the rock. Right?
We would
So
both
I
agree
think,
that he missed the mark sometimes.
yeah. So that's why I
Yeah.
think he couldn't look directly at God, because he hadn't burned away his ego. You get what I mean? But whereas Jacob wrestled with God all night long. And what happened? He became something new, metempsychosis, if you get what I
So
mean.
in both of those cases,
Mhm.
what we would say within the Orthodox Church is something like, and I'm doing my best to represent that perspective rather than necessarily my own. I think, again, doing my best to aim at that here, but in both cases, encounters with the Lord are the second. A way to talk about it is this is encountering the angel of the Lord, the Messiah, it's the Son. You're encountering the Son. You cannot directly be in the flesh, right, and have like a direct encounter with the Father. The only way to have an encounter with the Father is through the Son.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's one way to see it. I personally think, again, it's like an archetype idea, right? Look at the two people on the cross beside him. It's the same thing as the road to Emmaus, right? So he is the archetype, right? Think about this. If Christ didn't go to the cross, doesn't matter whether he died or not and whether he came back or not. The fact that he chose to go to the cross. That's what makes him the Christos. That's what makes him the anointed one. That's what makes him Lord. It's not because of any of the other creeds, as Luke was talking about initially. It's the fact that, look at that. In fact, I'll give you an example. Friedrich Nietzsche, when he wrote his Thus Spake Zarathustra, he was trying to rewrite the Bible. And in fact, if you read this, it's not well known, but if you read Carl Jung's Red Book, he was doing the same thing. He was trying to write a new Bible. And here's where the mistake is, as Nietzsche said, is the problem wasn't, believe it or not, the problem wasn't the story or Christ himself. It's the fact that none of us will believe it, right? That's what Nietzsche meant. In fact, he failed, Nietzsche. He said, well, Buddhism is almost a perfect religion. I disagree with him on that, but it's neither here nor there. And the reason why he said it would never work is because he said there's not enough people in the world that would act selflessly. And I think that's his failure, Nietzsche's failure, because he lived a life of suffering, obviously. But I think that's what we're talking about here is, can you minimize the self? That's the kenosis, right? Stop being such an egomaniac. It doesn't mean ego death. It means ego recontextualization. It means thinking about others before yourself. How rare is that in this world? Even mothers. This, as my last point, most people don't believe this, but the hardest part in healing childhood trauma is coming to the truth that your parents are not perfect. And worse yet, many parents put themselves ahead of their own children. Whereas most kids will never get past that. They cannot perceive that a parent would not die for them, when in reality, most parents will do monstrous things just to save themselves. You get what I mean? And I think that's where the mistake is. I think Christ came back to show us there is something in us, each and every one of us,
Yes.
that
Yeah, I
can
agree with
put, yeah, can put themselves on the line for others. You get what I mean?
that. So that divine spark I would see
Yeah.
as the Son of Man, right?
Mhm.
That is actually the. It's like when Protestants talk about accepting Jesus into your heart, I'm like, that's real close. That's real close because like he's there. You actually have to come to terms with that,
Awaken
right?
to it. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's that, and then on the ego death part, because I was real hype on ego death post this metanoia experience of sorts,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Where I was like a different person in a day, and that was very strange. Um, but my time in the church, because you get the psychedelics users who really will just chase
Oh, we
that
could talk
ego
about
death
that. Yep.
over and over again, right? And just
I
like
used to have
really
that
throw
teaching
it down.
meditation. Yeah. Like they're
Yeah,
obsessed
yeah.
with that when it's not ego death. That's not what the word means.
Right, right. Versus, and I remember coming to this perspective while in liturgy, looking at this cutout icon that they have of Christ on the cross, triumph, like over death. So he's over death. He's on the cross. You got the blood, the blood and water on his side running out, right?
Yep.
And it's like, okay, that's the transfiguration of the ego,
Yes.
right? So it's not to die, it's not to wipe out.
It's to be more.
It's wiping out the house on sand is not the destination. It's to have that house built on the rock.
Cephas. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, dead on. Yeah, and in fact, that's what I would point. So if you look, and this is why I wouldn't recommend anyone to debate about this, especially not like Tovia. He is awesome, but again, he has how would we put this? He has he has I won't even go into it, but he's a little jaded. But if you look at the Bible, right, Son of Man is a title that's been used throughout the Bible, the Torah, right into
Yeah,
New Testament.
that's
And I
right.
agree with you. This idea of Son of Man, it's not like just Son of Adam, right? It is what, like
Mhm.
you're saying, it's not He is God. It's this idea He is the archetype of what we can be. Deuteronomy 5:29, right? Read that. And it says that we have this ability to be all this. And this is why I think, again, I'm a broken record, but I think this is why Jesus is so special, because he
Yes.
took from Deuteronomy the Shema prayer every day. And honestly, every day, every evening, constantly thanking God for the very breath that you have. That's the Shema prayer, right? But he combined it separate. It was in Leviticus. So big gap in the Torah. And Jesus is like, there is no separation. Remember? He was asked, what is the ultimate commandment? There's so many of these commandments. You remember in two of the Gospels, one of them's a lawyer and the other one's a scribe, I think, right?
Mhm.
And he says, so what's the ultimate commandment? And Jesus says, well, it's to love God with all of your body, soul, and spirit, and to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And I think that's what we're getting at here, right? Like he's a son of man like the other prophets, right? Because he is a son of man. You get what I mean? Like he's a descendant. He's a true
So we might say
effigy.
he's only begotten, the only begotten.
Not the only begotten. That's what I don't agree with, because there's multiple other persons in the Bible that are titled Son of Man, right?
So we talk about Melchizedek as a proto
Mhm.
Christ, right? Like
Mhm.
that's within the Orthodox tradition. It's like here's a proto Christ. Here's
Like John the Baptist
the
sort of
proto.
idea, right?
In a way, yeah.
In a way, he was never crowned it, but in a way, right?
And so it's like, okay, and so to me, the way that I've been able to see this, maybe there's dirt in my eye, but
Mhm.
is okay. To whatever degree I put on the yoke of Christ,
Yeah.
right, and am His hands and feet, right, then I am participating as Israel, right, and I am participating in Christ, in the body of the Theotokos, which bears Christ, right?
Yep.
Now, and so it's like, okay, when you see these extremely obedient examples, they make way the path of the Lord, right? But Jesus is unique, but the only begotten piece ends up applying to both the fully man and the fully God part. where it's like
That
Christ
becomes a
is
problem,
the
right?
only
Yeah.
begotten,
Mhm.
and then Jesus is fully Christ. Jesus is fully Christ, and Christ is the only begotten.
Yep, I
Or
get it.
or
I mean, the
Son
way
of
I
Man.
would
Yeah,
explain it is it's simply he's the only one that's embodied the real teaching, because even at the day, at the time, there was nobody embodying that. You know what I mean? And so that's what I would agree with you. But again, I don't think that makes him. Yeah, I see. I don't think you're ever going to convince a Jew. That's the big problem, right? Because
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But the problem is they studied their Torah from a very young age, and that's something that Christians don't. In fact, I don't come across a lot of Christians that study it in the Hebrew and the Greek, as well as in the Latin and the English, as well as read multiple. Like I have every translation in English, and I have the Hebrew. It shocks me that even the pastors that I speak to, they don't get into the exegesis. So that's what I'm getting at here. It doesn't affect your theology at all. It just takes away those subconscious questions. Like when you understand that Son of Man doesn't make him God, we're all God, right? We're all God. We're all thanks to God. You know what I mean? So that's just like you said, we
So
might be talking past each
my
other.
favorite.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
But I mean,
I've
we
got a
agree.
sense on I've got a sense on where we don't agree, which is okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to get on the same page. That's one of the
Oh,
nice things
what
about
is it we
being
don't agree on, though?
low
So I
and
understand.
yeah. Well, all right, so a point of familiarity first. In
Yeah.
our catechesis, my favorite catechist, he starts off his first lesson, and just to shake everybody up, especially the Protestants are there. He says,
Yeah.
"We eat God to become God."
Exactly.
Right.
Yep,
And
very
that's happening
Gnostic,
in. Well, so I understand how it could be taken that way, but it actually is an anti-Gnostic statement.
Oh, don't misunderstand. I don't mean Gnostic in an
Yeah.
insulting way. I think that is, again, linguistic relativity. Gnostic
Sure,
means
I
wisdom.
agree. Oh, fair.
But also,
Fair.
hold on. What I mean is I don't agree with people who are shitting on Gnosticism. I think there is an in-between. I think there is a Gnosticism that isn't heretical. So that's all I meant by that.
Yeah, and I've come across those deep dives on a particular way to define is the wrong word, but let's say to confess a Gnosticism that has a fullness to it, right?
Yeah,
Rather than
exactly.
this sort of straw man thing that exists. On the other hand, I also encounter and am personally tempted by many times a sort of spiritual disconnection from the material, right? And so I both of those things are real, and then that label gets thrown at both things, which is not helpful.
No. I'm sorry. I derail the thing constantly. I apologize.
No. It's we're here to play. Also, welcome back, Aaron.
Yeah, welcome back, bud.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I actually had this. I was working on stuff. I didn't think I was going to get brought in here, so I might not have anything super useful.
Oh,
to say.
please.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Are you waiting for me to talk now? Because I can say something.
Just giving you an opportunity.
Please. Please.
Well, I mean, I'll take us on a Gnosticism thing. I really like Al. Like you and I have very different styles, but your primary thoughts are a lot of things. Are things I've deeply already considered and agree with you on. One of them being the knee-jerk reaction to Gnosticism that we have is I think unwise, because I mean, the first time I heard Gnosticism described, it was not with a pejorative slant particularly. It was just a more dispassionate, this is what Gnosticism is. And my immediate impression is, yeah, that's absolutely true, because the gods we create at the top of the hierarchy are, I mean, to some degree, are creations. And we begin to tyrannize ourselves with those gods, I think. We begin to kind of we have to keep transcending our images of God, I think. I mean, and maybe this is a totally different way of looking at it than you're thinking of, and I am not super studied on it, so feel free to correct me. And yeah,
I agree 100%. We need to talk about it, right?
So in the in the Orthodox liturgies, we talk about how our participation with Christ raises us above them, right? So it's like, okay, here's this
Raises us above what? Sorry, Michael.
let's say above the rebellious
Models.
Elohim, right? Above the
Oh,
daemons,
I got you.
above
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
it's like,
God, angels, rebellious angels, demons, whatever you want to call it, and we go in between those if
yeah,
we're good people.
if should we cooperate with Christ and participate, we're actually raised above both the angels and the demons, let's say, right? Rebellious and obedient Elohim, right? We're raised above them.
Like that.
But only in cooperation. Like there's no way to get there yourself. It's walking together with Messiah that does that.
Right.
Practice.
Right? So and you could see this in a really practical way. Like here's this Roman pagan world, and people are demon possessed all over the place, and they're making sacrifices at all these altars and trying to like
Listening to
manage their
oracles.
lives. And they're just freaked out, and they're basically like schizophrenic, and there's like demons that could take over all the time and stuff, right? And so it's like all of that can stop. All of it can stop. That's the good news. You don't have. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. You do not have to be under the. There's a Netflix series, Chaos, that is like a new take on Greek myth. But it's not really a new take. It's a reiteration of the old take. Tom Holland really liked it, if that matters to anybody. And you see this paradigm, right, where the people are subject to the whims of the god in an Iliad kind of way.
Suffer. Yeah.
Right. And so part of the Christian message, right, or what the Greeks come to in this, they're not explicitly Christian in this, but where the Greeks come to is, like they can die, right? They can die. Yeah, the gods can die, right? And I think that is a move that Paul is re-articulating, right, or re-presenting, right, when he's going, this is of the flesh, right? This is of the flesh versus of the spirit. And should you participate in the spirit, you can put those things to death.
Yeah, well, that's actually something that I would agree with. Yeah, the whole avoid the second death thing is just following along with Christ, his ministry. Yeah, I love that. It's perfect.
Participation is totally key. And just it's basically the fundamental, one of the fundamental qualities of reality.
Yeah, it's my summation of St. John of the Cross. It's not just everyone reads pretty much his obscure Night of the Soul, but his whole ascent to Mount Carmel, especially book 6, is talking about what we're talking about here, right? Like you're not going to feel like, I love Brother Lawrence. Are you guys familiar with Brother Lawrence? He wrote a book called Practicing the Presence of God. You guys familiar with that?
I know the name. I haven't read it.
I highly recommend it. It's a really short little pamphlet, but it'll really open your eyes. And it's in the same vein as one of my favorite books, The Imitation of Christ by Thomas A. Kempis. But this book outlines in book 6, I just boil it down to plain and simple. These things are not understood when sought, not when we're sitting around talking about it, not when we're reading about it, not when we're debating it. These things are only understood when practiced and then found, right? Yeah. So it's a reminder that you can't sit around and try to think of this. Thomas Merton talked about this. He said when he first joined the monastery of Trappist, he saw these young monks, like they were struggling, leaning against the wall, desperately looking for answers. But then the senior monks were just calm, sitting under their own power because they no longer were desperate for the answers. You get what I mean? They were sitting with the questions. And I think that's what St. John of the Cross was trying to say is like, we won't know this until we actually start living it. And I think that was Nietzsche's rebuke, is that not enough Christians are living the ministry and being good Christians to show people how beautiful the faith can be. Yeah. Well,
I forgot for a second. I thought you might be saying another Merton thing, and now I'm doubting whether it was Merton or not. But I can't remember who it was describing little kids playing games where You can see a group of 20, 30 kids playing a game and grab any one of those kids and ask them to explain the game to you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be total drivel. They don't know how to explain it. They're doing it first.
Yeah.
And when when we talk about approaching God or Christ like a little child, I think that's what it is. What is a child doing faithfully, especially your own child? They're watching and imitating. And that is about as holy as it can get. And when the more intellectualized we become about this, it's good to do that, but to be able to still connect with that, just like watching and imitating, it's like the two sides of the poles. I think it's kind of clear that the watching and participating is the more important one. And our identity is not some fixed thing. We find it in that watching.
Yes, in interaction. That's Martin Buber. I recommend his book to everybody.
I and Thou, yeah.
I and Thou. That's exactly what it is. In fact, in the chat, I hate to say this, when I watch sometimes people are shitting on other people. When you treat someone else as less than, this is W.E. Du Bois as well. He called it double consciousness. When you treat someone as less than, that denatures their humanity, but denatures your humanity as well. And that's what I'm seeing, right? And this is why I love Vedanta and Buddhism, not because it's better, but I see a syncretism, which I can point to a number of other, like Thomas Merton. Do you know he spent decades studying Zen only to realize that his Christianity had everything he needed in the first place?
Yeah.
Right? T.S. Eliot said we have to leave home to come home for the first time. You get that sort of idea? And that's what I'm trying to do. Well, yeah, with these Christians, like so many, my wife, this is why I know this for a fact. She was raised Catholic, devout, very involved, but the stuff she was taught was scary. And a lot of it was wrong, and once
which is why Nietzsche's critique is so important.
Yes, only one Christian, and he died on the cross. And he didn't mean that as an insult. He meant Christianity would be the dominant religion if every person that ran into a Christian was awed by their divinity, their holiness. And that's what I argue. Dasher Keltner wrote a book about awe, and another guy wrote a book called The Myth of Disenchantment. And the entire takeaway is we're not disenchanted. We don't have an inability to recognize awe or wonderment. We just don't. You get what I mean? We just don't look for it, I guess, like you were saying.
Yeah.
So a few things come to mind for me on that. Right before Penn and Ron had two comments. Ego death is dumb Eastern nonsense, and then what was the other? And then RJ, if God can die, is it really Hashem?
Yeah.
So
we're talking about the main God. We're talking about the lower gods.
Well, in the Chesterton kind of way, it's like, yeah. We're talking about a God who knows his way out of the grave, though. Right?
Okay. Well, what I'd explain that would be Vedanta. Vedanta has an explanation that there's two kinds of gods. There's the God without form and the God with form. So the God with form can die, but that's not the God without form, right? So that's a beyond thing. I don't know if that puts it into.
So, and what we confess as Christians is that the Son, fully incarnate, dies, goes down into death, and defeats death by death, right? And the ego death piece, it sort of is nonsense in a way, but there's truth. But here's what seems to matter more, right? And where attention matters more. It's like, okay, instead of like wiping out myself and having this psychedelic experience, can I put my ego aside enough to get along with the guy at church that I don't like that much?
Equanimity,
right?
Yes, sir.
Like, can I break bread with him? Can I participate in Eucharistic gratitude of thanksgiving with him instead of resentment? Right. Yeah. And that is participating in a death by death in Christ.
Yep. That's kenosis meets koinonia meets metempsychosis. Because remember, the Greeks, it's a modern misunderstanding. Metempsychosis isn't reincarnation. It's not. It's the transmutation of the self. And that's what we're all missing, right? What was it we were going to say? We were just talking about something. About the ego. Well, this is something I used to teach. It's not ego death. That is a Western bullshit. Oh, pardon my language. I'm so sorry. That is a Western misunderstanding, mistranslation. That is not what it is. The actual teaching is nothing is permanent. Everything is impermanent, including the self. It's non-ego. It's a proper translation, right? Non-ego. So that means what you think is yourself. In Buddhism, the self is called alaya vijnana. That just means storehouse of the self. So in a modern context, I explain it to people as a configuration file of the self. It's like a computer file that you have a list of preferences on and off, on and off, on and off. That's what the self is. And in yoga, again, it's the same idea of kenosis. Patanjali opens the Yoga Sutra with Chitta Vritti Naroda, which means yoga is the cessation of needless vibration. In yoga, vritti is the ego. It's what we go around pretending to be. But the real self is a vibration that they call spanda. And that is the nous. That is Shakti. That is the God. So I 100% agree that Christ was that because he embodies that. But for people, and this is the only reason why I push back on the divinity of Christ, is because if they take that away from others, that is not a hopeful lesson, in my opinion. If Christ is the only one that can embody that ministry, that divinity, then I think it actually, what's the word I'm looking for?
No.
Demotivates
So,
people?
well, can I play
Yes.
with that a little bit?
Yes.
So here's Father Stephen DeYoung. What he has helped me see in Paul's writing is, and just participation in the Orthodox Church as a whole, but definitely his writing is like, okay, it's a sonship faithfulness ordeal. Okay, so Mary, right? Mary is particular and is particularly faithful. And what happens here is an uproar within the pagan Greek world because you have these archetypal gods that are tyrannizing the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what shifts, what the big paradigm shift in Christ is the faithful will be particularized as saints and elevated above those pagan powerless gods. And so we actually are going to raise the saints in the cloud of witnesses above these pagan gods and diminish them down to their rebellious place, which is them bending the knee, right? And so then the saints are actually elevated in that way, right? Memory eternal, right? To this place of divinity, right? Because of their participation in Christ. But as soon as something is a move like that is attempted without Christ, you actually just get absorbed into a non-particular archetype that becomes Ares or Dionysus or Athena or whatever other kind of tyrannical.
Yeah, the examples of, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would agree, and I would just want to throw something out on you. So you mentioned a couple things, and I forgot because, geez, we're throwing so much stuff out here.
I know.
Remember when you talked about the Greek gods, and you were talking about Elohim, and you mentioned schizophrenic. So language is my bag, baby. So I just want to remind you that schizophrenic doesn't mean what most people think. It actually means a split mind. Okay.
Yes,
so what you're actually highlighting is what some people will complain about the Christian theology is that it's so heavily influenced by the Greeks. And that was actually one of Nietzsche's critiques because he felt they had some real issues.
Well, Dawkins would call us the schizophrenics, and I think he's right.
Well, he's wrong. What was schizophrenic was these Romans, right? No, Dawkins is schizophrenic, right? Because he's criticizing you for believing something that even children know is true. We're more than our parts. Even children know this, but some reason we forget it as we age. So he's the schizophrenic because he believes in something that is impossible to prove, right? The non-existence of neither here nor there. My take is the only schizophrenic in this story is the people who don't see the transition. They're not quite in the transition. So the Greeks were schizophrenic because they were still of the old pattern where you didn't pray to gods. Gods just were influenced, like what Jung called the archaic belief. You know what I mean? Animists, but they didn't believe in them. Yet they were in transition that there was gods that actually were something that we connected with, right? The old gods were impersonal. The Greeks,
Well,
I think, were
we
in
would have to
transition.
agree on what you mean by believe in this case.
Well, they didn't have to believe. You just had to pretend. You had to go through the ritual. There was no obligation that you actually prayed to Athena. As long as you didn't, say something bad against her, you were okay. You get what I mean?
So if we're talking about the largely Western use of the term belief, I'm almost of the opinion that doesn't exist. Like,
Well, trust.
I'll
just-
see. Sure, but it's like, what does somebody trust? Right? What is someone's episte? Watch their fruits. Watch what they do. It will tell you what they trust.
Yes, exactly. But before that, remember, that's what you missed. Why you're attracted to orthodoxy, I believe, is because there's a doxa in orthodoxy that's missing in all the other denominations. Not all of them. I'm sorry, I'm being bombastic, but is often missing in other denominations, meaning they don't have an opinion, right? And this is what drives me nuts. I can go to an Anglican church, a United church, and they'll have two completely different ideas on the same stuff. And I think that's what's driving people away, but at the same time bringing some people back. Why? Because we have two. We have a vanilla version of faith, of theology, even philosophy. Then we have, like me, someone who's like, forget it. I don't give a rat's ass about your feelings. I'm going to tell you the way it is. Do you know what I mean? But that's not common, because what voices get, raised in our world nowadays, right? It's not the people with the hard truths. It's the people with the palatable, digestible type truths. You know what I mean? Never mind. I just personally think, the example I give is like, see here, I got 2 books that I'm currently, right? We got Tantra. This is actually the proper Tantra. This is Shaiva Tantra. There's the Vaimarsha, which is what we're talking about. One truth of wholeness and unity. And then I also have Augustine, right? I have Augustine. This is all of his works. But mostly, like, the reason why I mention it is, if you look at Augustine on Christian Doctrine, chapter 35, I've moved past. But in his doctrine of Christianity, he almost opens it up by saying, well, we don't need to be taught how to love ourselves rightly. Right? So that's the sort of stuff, but no one will ever, like, well, look what we happened today. Like, we don't actually talk about this stuff and get into the nitty gritty. And I don't know. I'm so afraid of offending someone, so I'm not being.
No. Superworm had a comment. I agree. We're all gods and we share in God's divinity. When grafted in is the question. So again, just referencing my understanding of Father Stephen DeYoung's work is, okay, we're all children of God, but that doesn't mean that we're all faithful and have sonship. That's your choice. Right. That's a choice. That's your free will. Like, and you can imagine it, like, you have a bunch of children, right? But like, one of them really tends to the family and takes care of mom and takes care of the house and like is always there for dinner and like is doing all the things. And that's like a sonship loyalty, right? Versus you got other kids who are just all over the place. They don't care. They don't want to spend time with the family. That's a difference, right? And so it's our faithfulness to Christ, who is the only Elohim at which the appropriate amount of mercy and judgment and how and where it should be ushered is accessible. There's no other place to access it. And I think that this does relate to the ego death piece, which I see very much through a McGillichrist framework these days. And it's like the emissary's freaking out because it's like, I'm not actually in control. And then it collapses. That's the house on sand, right?
Well, yeah, the emissary thinks it's in control, and then it actually realizes it is far from it. It's only seeing, like, the way I explain left and right. Left is the microcosmic view, and when you're zoomed in, you think you got the whole picture, right? And the macroscopic view, you think you got the whole picture, but you can't see the detail. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But see, I'll go one step further, and I'll argue that it's not the son that is the loyal son. So think of the prodigal son. It's not the son that stayed. He stayed because of expectation. Remember, camels, peer pressure from dead people. It's the prodigal son who went out, sowed his wild oats, right? Leave to come home again for the first time. I think that is what we're meant to do. We're actually meant to choose freely, if you get what I mean.
Well, so you could go, should the son that stayed have been particularly faithful, he would have
he wasn't a jerk. Yeah.
Well, he would have had the same yoke as his father, right? And would have
Oh,
been
good point.
and had his arms open to the brother that came back.
Yes.
And so you can actually see a way in which they're both rebellious.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
Prodigal Son is really, really cool. It's been on my mind a lot because, you know, I mean, if the prodigal son has made the realization that he was hurting himself by being away, by being away from the father, and if he has a felt yearning and appreciation for his father's house, he's in a way better position. Like, so it's hard to say. I mean, yes, he did wrong things probably, but it's hard to say that he's in the diminished capacity. I don't think there's anything in the story that makes him lesser than the son who stayed.
Which son?
The prodigal son. He's not lesser than the son who stayed.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
But they both fail. I think that's great what Michael pointed out, right? Because the son that stayed was petty and childish and not magnanimous and all that stuff. Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah. I mean,
they both had to grow.
Sorry?
They both had to grow.
Yeah. It goes back to something we said earlier, and I can't remember exactly how this was said, but it stuck in my mind because it's one of my little things, which is that I think we sometimes lose sight of the fact that when you do sin, or when you are not the dependable son acting as a son, you're hurting yourself right now in this life, diminishing yourself. Like, I think we can get pretty convinced that sin is this fun thing we don't do because we're righteous, which is kind of an inversion. I don't know if this is tying in, but like the sin we do right now hurts us right now. It's not about heaven and hell. It changes our sense of our own identity. We'll never respect ourselves. When you don't respect yourself, you'll just get, worse and worse until you realize that you need to just go back to the Father.
You need a big change. The metempsychosis. Some people say metanoia, but metanoia just means change of mind. I'm talking about an entire change of state, right? That's what anastasis is. But because it's translated as resurrection, nobody else can have an anastasis then, right? Because, oh my God, you're pretending to be Christ. It's not what I mean. I'm saying that we need to maybe step away from, it's that whole argument. Who was it that said, it was Peter Vanderklay this morning. He was like, sad because he still loves Jordan Peterson, but he's kind of showing his, what would you call it? His limits. But it's something I've always said, never look too closely at your idols because they will all disappoint. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was in Tarpon Springs which is a deeply Greek community. It's also where they did that symbolic world summit last year. But I was there a few years before, and the priest went out of his way to remind everybody, especially because it's a big Greek community. It's probably the second largest Greek community, native to the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Prodigal is, for them, the Greek roots for them, it's the nasty living son. That's what that is. It's the nasty living
Translated
son.
it that way, eh?
And that's the word that's used there, the Greek word that's used. That's what that is to them. Nasty
in French.
living. And you can see that it's like, earlier I was talking about my 15 years as like a Marxist communist, right?
Yes.
And I went down that path, man. Like it was nihilism, Dionysus, resentment.
Yes,
It was
I run
a
into that a
whole
lot.
thing, man, whole thing. And I hated my parents. In fact, it got past hate. It was like, I'm indifferent to you.
The apathy, worse than nihilism, I believe. At least nihilism you can turn away, but if you don't care about anything, you're never going to feel anything. So you're never going to turn away. At least nihilism, you can be shocked,
Yeah. And there was a lot of living that is nasty that came with that, is the truth. Because once you take on that yoke, right, it's a way of death. It has no choice but to lead to ends that are death-like.
denaturing.
Whether that is suicide or you're spreading around STDs or like some other
Yeah.
crazy thing, right? Like it could be alcoholism, people dying in the bar, drinking themselves to death.
Yes.
You know, like
Honestly,
so,
today people are eating themselves to death with the chemicals that they've
absolutely, gluttony. You know, the whole run of the mill of like exactly what it looks like when these daemons take a hold of you.
Yeah, I
It's
believe
no
in that.
longer a background process. It has overwhelmed the memory and it has full control of you.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't believe that. I don't believe in the jinn idea with the Quran. These are not external powers. I believe in the Tibetan teaching. The Tibetan Bardo Thadul, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, teaches us that these horrible manifestations, the daemons, whatever you want to call them, are actually a manifestation of our own shadow, I guess you could say, right? So that's the thing. When a Christian will be like, "Oh my God, I'm so," I won't say Christian, but it's often with a Muslim. They will say, "Oh my God, I'm so subject to the jinn," you know. So like he's an evil person because of an external force. When in reality, remember, this is the one thing I think Jordan Peterson's going to go down in history, was explaining what sin really means. It means you've missed the mark, right? So yeah, you have chosen to. I used to teach this. Right, you know, the two different shoulders, right? The good guy and the bad guy. There's a Buddhist teaching about this, but it's about in the head. So it's this idea when you're meditating and there's this daemon in your brain that keeps haranguing you and well, you can't fight him because then you're never going to meditate. The trick is to welcome him in. In fact, what's his name? Mel Gibson actually has something he calls it hugging the cactus. And I think that's what we're missing. That's what Jung was teaching us. Shadow work is to realize that the daemon is another aspect of ourselves that we have to deal with. Does that make sense to y'all in that sense?
I think so. So I'm big into Jung. Jung is what brought me to Christianity in a meaningful way via
no
Peterson.
Kidding. That's weird. Most people tell me they hate him for what he said about Christianity.
No. And people don't understand, like at the end of his life, Jung is like, hey, the most sane you can be is probably a Roman Catholic, guys.
Yep.
And which at the time and given his particular circumstance is absolutely right.
Yes. That was the best choice back then. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, where he was, remember where he was? Switzerland.
Yes, absolutely.
Not in America. In America, he might have gone to like,
same page. So, okay, so Christ orders the cosmos, right? So from my perspective, it's like, okay, should I try to, by my own will and by my own power, deal with that daemon? I'm at a disadvantage. But should I flee to Messiah, he will be able to have that daemon bend the knee and properly order it in the cosmos in its right place, right? So anger has its right place, right? Within like being angry at sin, or lust has its right place in the context of a committed marriage. Alcohol has its right place in communion with others together, right? And so the ordering of these things in a hierarchy of the proper proportion, it is only Messiah who can put that in order should you flee to him. And that's proper integration.
I like that. The way I would explain it, it makes it far simpler, is another mistranslation of Buddhist terms. Tanha is what we often translate to desire. And this is, people get all bent out of shape, just like you were getting at, because they're like, oh, desire isn't all wrong. No, tanha is thirst, right? So yes, you can desire thirst for your wife in carnal copulation, but if it becomes an obsession, if it becomes weird and degenerate, 1 Timothy 8-11, anything that's outside of sound doctrine, you get what I mean? I think that's the teaching. It doesn't have to get so convoluted. I think it can be just simply
for us, this is where the hesychastic participation comes into place, because it's like, okay, my brain can't do this, my mental thinky talky stuff can't figure this out. So it's actually a humbling and a submitting. It's just a, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
Exactly.
And it's just
that's the trust I was talking about.
And in that comes the transfiguration of the proper and order of the cosmos, where those passions can be properly ordered into the right place.
See, that's the thing I push back. And someone asked earlier
Sure.
about the stuff that my wife was upset about. That what she was really bothered by was all the fire and brimstone shit. Like that bothered her a lot. But what you just said, I would push back on and say like that. I think it's such a negative perspective in these. You know,
Help me understand. Help me understand.
All right. Well, repeat what you just said. Maybe I misunderstood. Like it seemed.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Start over.
So let me try to give a personal example, right? Where I'm like, okay, I really like, I'm stressed out and I want to drink.
Yeah.
Right. Now, there's a real easy path for that becoming a dependency for a spiritual problem and turning into a bigger problem, right?
Yeah.
So should I turn to Christ? The restraint, right? The Holy Spirit, the great restrainer, comes in and goes, you can drink, right? In this way, at this time, and that's the right place. Take on the fasting, aim at the feasting.
I got
right?
you. Yeah. So this is what I push back at. I think that's a mistake. Same as my wife's devotionals nearly every day are saying, pray to God for the strength. And no, you've already been given that. That's Deuteronomy 5:29. It's clear.
Mm-hmm.
We have everything we need. So I think the problem here is asking Christ, your God, for strength. You already have the strength. Just stop destroying your life. So I think this is St. John of the Cross, his obscure night of the soul. The reason why people are batting alcohol is not because of a demon or sin. It's because they haven't turned truly towards Christ, towards God. So this is where I get into, it's even now messed up in the East. But for a long time, I used to use Shraddha, which is Sanskrit for faith, right? So it gets us away from emunah in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
In English, faith is a belief, a blind belief. It's not devotion and commitment. And in fact, I just ran into this. I was in a chat room. We were talking. There's this place called the Hindu Academy. And this one lady who teaches at Eton actually pushed back on this idea of faith not having devotion and commitment. And she's like, well, there's bad Shraddha. There you go. So now our misunderstanding of faith in the West is bleeding into Indian philosophy. Because even now they believe there is good and bad faith. There is no good and bad faith. There is Shraddha, which is devotion and commitment to the path you follow, which you get confidence from, right? Trust. So when I mention fides as being connected to trust, right? In Latin, in Greek, in Hebrew, and in Sanskrit, it's only in English where faith is a blind belief, right? So plain and simple, once again, these people that are drinking too much or abusing their wife or not thanking God every day are simply not properly directed. And what is that direction? It's what Jesus said. It simply should be your mantra, to love God with all of your body, mind, soul, and spirit, and to love yourself as you love your neighbor. And that's a two-way, right? If you find yourself treating yourself like shit, fix it. If you treat your neighbor like shit, fix it. You get what I mean? And I find too many Christians are being taught that you have to ask God for that power. I'm sorry. That to me is a failure. That's like the victimhood, which I think goes back to the Greeks and what Nietzsche was criticizing. You have that discernment in you. And if you're asking God for the strength to embody what you already have, that to me, I think is a failure. If you get what I mean, right? So that was another example of something that my wife gets taught, but I think it's a failure.
So here's how I trust. Luke had pointed at something which is exactly what I would get at here.
Get my glasses on here.
And this is a. If you can't tell, I'm really deep in on Father Stephen DeYoung's work. So one of his big things that he goes on about all the time is every time you see the word belief or faith in the Bible, what that's translated from. Okay, there's lots of nuance here, but if we were just to try to help English speakers get to the closest thing that the Greek people at the time, whether it's the Greek-speaking Jews or the Gentiles, right, because they're all speaking Greek at the time, what they were getting at is faithfulness is the best thing that we've got to point at here. Right. That's his stance. Faithfulness is the best thing to point at. So then it's are you his hands and feet? Are you doing his bidding? Are you the son who has returned to the Father to be obedient, rather than going on your own nasty living path. And so it's not this thinky talky thing, right? It's not this high in the sky thing. It's like what is actualized? What is actualized, right? What yoke have you taken on, really?
I love that. That's what yoga means in Sanskrit, by the way, is yoke.
Yeah. And so there, I think there's a lot of bridges between how you're thinking about it and how I'm thinking about it. The only particularity on the love yourself, love your neighbor piece to me is the to me, I think I get this assertion from Peterson pretty strongly, which is like, well, the self-love part of me is become who I must become in relation to those around me, right? I have to be the thing that they need me to be. But the ordering of that, like figuring out how much of each thing to be, right? Rationality isn't going to do it, and so it takes the logos of logos at the very top. And when I say pray to or ask him for, that what I'm referencing is the same thing that Peter is doing when he's in the middle of sinking and he turns his eyes to Christ. That's the praying and the asking.
I got you. And I'm not talking. See, that's what I find weird. So I actually just even wrote about this morning, talking about how in the West meditation is not taught properly, contemplation, and I'd even argue prayer is not. Like if you do a deep dive on what the word prayer means, it's actually closer to like communion, right? It's always to be directed, right? So can I give you a quick, because you brought it up, I'll give you a little quick, one of my favorite stories. So you remember when you mentioned your favorite story is Matthew 14, right? The walking on the water. Right. But one of Jesus's disciples, and I'll give you the great story and you can look it up. It's on the internet. So Peter Boghossian, are you familiar with him? He's an existential philosopher.
Yes,
he's an atheist.
very much so.
Yeah. He's smart, but he's dumb. Right. He's an atheist. So he's pretty dumb.
I like him a lot.
He says he's an atheist, so that makes him dumb because, he should be agnostic, but we won't go down that road. So he was straw manning Matthew 14. And you know what he said? He didn't say like what I would do if I were straw manning, is that it was meant as allegory. So what did the story say? Christ was communing with God, his Father, right, on the mountain, right? And then he came down and then his apostles were there. He meant to meet his apostles, but people saw them, so they all gathered around and they kept asking for teaching. Am I correct at this so far? Right? That's what was going on in Matthew 14. And it's funny, too, because he was actually in that situation. He was getting a little bit frustrated with all the people bugging him, right? But it says that he kept teaching until everyone was satisfied. Then he tells his apostles to go out in the boat. And so this is the way I'd explain it, and I'll tell you how Peter Boghossian explained it. So I would explain that if you want to explain this story that doesn't seem crazy, walking on water, he sent his disciples out in the lake because the people who were listening went around the lake. So he sent his disciples out on the lake. I think this was him saying, I am tired of being the only person that can teach this. You are my apostles. You remember what apostle means, right? They're supposed to be sharing his ministry, and they're not. They're relying on him. So I think the story is he sends his apostles out into the lake to be their own man, if I can say. You know what I mean? And actually go out and represent the ministry on their own without Christ being. And what happened? They only got about halfway and the storm came. And I think that's allegory for the fact that they lost faith in their own ability to walk the path, teach the path, that sort of idea. And I think that's reinforced by the fact that no one mentions there was two people that walked on water. Everyone talks about Jesus walking on water, but one of his disciples did as well, right? But only until he lost faith and then he fell in, right? And what did Christ say? He said, "Oh, ye of little faith," right? So I think that's the message of Matthew 14 is that we need to have unswerving faith, like Job, right? But Peter Boghossian said, well, maybe physics was suspended for the day, and that's why Christ was. Do you see what I mean? No, but this is the discussion I'm getting at. If Peter Boghossian was half as smart as I thought he was, he would understand that you can be secular and read Matthew 14 as a lesson for your life, right? Something that's what Peterson should be teaching, the psychology in that. You get what I mean?
So, I like the idea that we are what we eat, right? And it's like, okay, you are the yoke that you take on. And I suspect, right, that the Christian assertion is that the highest freedom and individuality that you could possibly have is in Christ, right? But it's a weird, there's a mystery going on there, because there's a giving up, right? Just like
Yep.
Abraham
Yeah,
gives
give
up
up of
Isaac
yourself.
as a first, that's his first fruit. Isaac is his first fruit. He gives him up, right? But then he gets him back in the fullness, right?
Mhm.
And so that's where you have this synergy, right, of giving up and getting back. But the giving up must happen. And so that's the theosis, the union with Christ that happens. Now, should you not participate in that, which you have complete free will to do, you will be subject to other yokes, and every yoke belongs to other daemons under the wider banner of the adversary as such.
Yeah, like Jesus
Right.
in the wilderness, right? That was his
Right.
experience. Same thing.
So should we not take on the yoke of Christ, which is the highest? That's where you can become human. That's where you can become humane, right?
Be the
That's
best.
where, yes, that's the highest you is that aiming and that synergia in Him.
I'll put that inside
and-
chat. It's makarios in Greek.
So then, so here's Peter. Okay, and what are these disciples? Even those who are the disciples of Jesus, who is fully Christ, right? Even those who are on this boat on the water, kind of like Noah and his family. Here's a little ark, right, out on the water, and the water is chaotic, right?
Yep.
We understand that the water drowns you, right? Which is exactly what the yoke of these other daemons do, right? Should you take your eyes off of Christ, you will sink into the chaotic void, right? By one of the means of those yokes. That's the chaotic waters where the monsters are underneath.
Leviathan.
Yeah.
I like that. But again, follow me here. The reason why I'm so adamant about us finding a secular path to Christianity is look at Jung, right? Look at, honestly, Thomas Merton. Look at so many, C.S. Lewis, right? Look at how many of our people who were great doubters who ended up becoming the most faithful. And I think the reason why is we live in a time when there's never been so many literate people, so they're able to read the Bible, but fluency has never been so rare. So I think we need, and I'll give you an example. I take courses with graduate level students all the time. And the one that shocked me was, it was a Buddhist course, advanced level Buddhist course. So everyone should understand this stuff. And we broke out into a breakout room to discuss the poem. The poem was about nirvana, but it was entitled Blowing Out the Candle, Snuffing Out the Candle or something like that. And they were like, I don't understand. I'm not good with this. And I'm like, dude, seriously, like no one ever taught you nirvana literally means to snuff out the candle. That's why these are graduate level, master's, PhD. So I think never have we seen an inability to understand mythopoetics, right? So I think this is why we need to get away, like forget this ridiculous stuff like Peter Boghossian. Like there's no way in heck that you could explain it by physics with suspended for the day. You know what I mean? But think about this. If you explain that Matthew 14 in the sense like just plain and simple, that it makes sense the way like I explained it, just as example, I think that leaves an avenue for people to have an open mind. And I think that's what we're failing at because, well, I mean, who was it? Joe Rogan is kind of the opposite now, right? He's like, oh, well, the atheists believe that, you have to believe in the Big Bang Theory. And he's like, or I can believe in the resurrection of Christ. That broke my heart because why can't you be a Christian and not have to believe in the resurrection of Christ? You get what I mean? I think,
well, yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I've been in a very amateur way, looking through like, okay, well here's like English and where it comes from, and okay, here's Greek and Hebrew. Oh, okay, here's Proto-Sinaitic. Oh, these letters match to these hieroglyphs. Here's new findings from last year of like Assyrian, whatever. Okay, so these pictographs, right? There's like a symbolic underpinning of language and understanding in these images, these icons, these representations of reality, right? And that's the underpinning, and that's something that's intuitive and understood from the right hemisphere, but the left hemisphere goes full actually Reddit guy, right? And
I love that. You could steal it. Reddit guy. I used to say edgelord, but now I'm going to start saying Reddit.
Yeah. And really kind of perverts it, and then goes, okay, well, it's all subjective, and then this word means whatever we all democratically agree what it means colloquially, instead of any kind of objective reality of that these symbols were pointing us to in the first place. And so when that problem happens, is a Tower of Babel problem, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And that's bound to collapse, which turns into having to return to a symbolic language in order for something new to give birth. Right, because everybody is even using the same words, but nobody means the same thing.
Yeah, it's called linguistic relativity. Benjamin Whorf talked about this. In fact, I laugh. Vivek Ramaswamy and Jordan Peterson spoke for like an hour and a half, and neither of them were talking about the same thing. It was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, and in fact, I find the Tower of Babel so interesting because honestly, I have a different perception because it's so hard to understand. I personally think that it might be the other way around. I have this weird theory that we are naturally meant to fight, believe it or not. So I believe they studied it in the 60s that about 80% of us just go with the flow. We don't ever consciously choose our path. So I argue that the zenith and the nadir of our extreme poles of people, right? The good people and the bad people, they're extremists. And so their job is to push people in the middle to take a stand. Right. Those people are extremists. They'll always be on the outskirts. Right. Like, but I think like with the Tower of Babel, I wonder if when everything's going well for us, right, when we're all getting along, sharing, the same language, when there isn't enough diversity of thought, and I don't mean it in a leftist sort of way. I just mean when we aren't being pushed back, then we don't ever know what we truly believe. You get what I mean? If you're not challenged on what you believe, then how do you know you really believe it? So I wonder if that's what was going on. Sorry, go ahead.
So there's a presupposition there that I actually struggle I'm going to say I struggle with, but what I really mean is I reject. I think that's what I mean at this point, which is the notion of that belief. So and I understand that the trust bit, but it actually, even the trust bit, right? All the uses that I hear, okay, which I could be mischaracterizing your use of it, but the uses that I hear of belief in this case, or faith earlier, are something that I don't necessarily have a map for at this point, and to me are square circles, right? Versus a faithfulness to the Elohim of Elohim. And I could show faithfulness to all kinds of Elohim, but I'm convinced that every single other one other than Christ is a path of death. I'm convinced of that. Right. And so I find myself in the church basically out of there is no other way. Like, unless I want to go down actively a path of death, which I can see starkly and clearly, this is the only way I've got. Right. And so then there's a faithfulness that I have to participate in bodily in ecclesia communion, right? In order
that's what makes
to take that yoke on. Yeah.
That's beautiful. But that's what's missing, because the last church service I went to was a United Church. They didn't even mention God for about 25 minutes. Almost the entire thing was about them getting money, wanting money. And then it was about Black Lives Matters, or yeah, well, they mentioned Black Lives Matters, but they mentioned Black History Month, and it broke my heart because in my town, I am actually friends with the pastor of a historic ex-slave founded church here in town. And did they go and even try to contact? No, they got a video of some lady pastor, which is a whole separate issue, but a lady pastor from America talking about America. And well, she lied a little bit about the experience on the Alaskan highway, but again, all politics nowadays, eh? But it broke my heart. Right? Because they just don't give a rat's about what actually matters. I see this at the Catholic Church as well. Like, tell me if this isn't sad. I see more people leaving money at the Mary statue around back, which I take care of, knowing it was actually falling down, falling apart. I walk there every day and clean it up and keep it clean. Just yesterday I pulled $45 and deposited. Do you know when I go to services there, like that $45 is more than I see people give in service, right? So it shocks me to see these churches again closed for 6 days of the year and six days of the week, and having all these people come in a little cabal and move around together and leave. Like, at what point does the pastor, the praetor, go, hey, wait a minute, like that's not what we're supposed to be doing here, right? Like, we're supposed to be one giant family, ecclesia, communitas, right? Never mind the issue between the Protestants and the Catholics. Like, that blows my mind that you guys don't get along. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I think that's what's killing the the Christian religion, is the infighting and the fact that you guys don't seem open to talking about some of these little issues, you know?
So in a way, I would say this all comes from the same Semitic root. That's one way to put it. And
the problems or the understanding?
The entire realm of spiritual reality, of spiritual articulations, religions, right?
I gotcha.
And
the whole concept.
Yeah, and that there is a proximity to a straight and narrow, right? There's a proximity to it. The further away you get, the heavier the death consequences, right? And so within the Orthodox Church itself, okay, let me just hyper focus there, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
people,
Well,
this is like Eastern Orthodox. I'm not even talking about Orientals. Eastern Orthodox,
yes,
and then
I understand.
dioceses that are in communion. Okay, so I'm talking about the in circle of this in circle Orthodox group, right?
Okay.
From our perspective,
they all get along. Right?
Yeah, all in communion, and so on and so forth. Okay, but here's something that you can see only in the last 100 and let's say 20 years, right? Maybe not even that long. 120 years. Go up north. There's an area and you'll find multiple examples of this, but you will find examples where one particular parish, maybe they were, who knows what happened. Like here's an example of what could have happened. Here's just a story, right? Of here are these refugees from Russia, right? With Soviets killing them, okay? Millions of them, okay? So they flee Russia, they come to the United States, right? Here's all this prosperity and this materialism and so on and so forth.
Oh,
and
no.
It's like, okay, why do I need to be especially dedicated to this thing and kissing these pictures? This is all so weird. I don't know that I care about this. I just want to watch Netflix. Like, and so what happens, and they go, okay, well, where do I I need to go chase my career down, and like, I don't know, I'll have kids later in my life. Right now, my career and having fun and traveling is really important. And these beautiful parishes that were built less than 100 years ago are vacant. Right. And I went up to one of them. I mean, and I'm telling you, they put so much love and care into this. You could actually see the original building that they used to be in. And then they built like the beautiful big one, and then the golden domes, the onion domes, and the streets.
We got
they all must have moved around the area. Like everybody collectively moved around the area to build it. The streets, they're all brick, right? The whole thing, right? They are redeeming creation. And
Yeah.
within basically like 2 generations,
It's all gone.
nobody's there, and somebody is renting the space as a boxing gym called
Oh, you're
Popeyes that doesn't
kidding
even have
me.
a proper sign.
Oh
It's
my
just like
God.
a laminated piece of thing, and it's just
Yeah.
like up on the
Fly
door.
by night.
So like,
That's
well,
heartbreaking.
why did that happen? Why did that happen? Okay,
It's
so
the
you could
sufficiency,
look
I
at the
think.
materialism. You could look at the materialism,
That's
right?
one. Yeah.
You could look at ethnocentric problems that happen, where it becomes more important that you were
Cultural.
Russian or Greek or whatever than being than sonship to Christ, right? There's there's a whole bunch of ways where that could play out, but all of that is telegraphed in the New Testament, no less the Old, right? In Hebrew script, it's all laid out there, because should something that bears bad fruits or be fruitless, happen, like it's going to wither away. It's going to wither away and be cut
Dead on.
off.
Yep. The fig tree, right?
Yeah. All the while, down here in Texas, every single parish is packed to the brim. Like the parish that I'm with here in San Antonio, our building isn't done yet. We've been in temporary spaces for the last 4 years. Right now, we're in a gymnasium at a Methodist church,
Really?
and like
So they
it's
made
yeah,
space
and
for you.
before that, we the latter, or the Seventh-day Adventists, we allowed us to rent it from them on Sundays,
Yeah. Just
right?
don't eat meat.
And yeah, exactly. And we packed it to the brim, like people are just pouring in out of nowhere. And so it's like, here's this thriving branch that's grafted on, right?
Yeah.
That's happening in the South. And then here's where you see this dying in the North, right? And you take that pattern and then apply it to all of history as we see it, and you'll see that exact same thing happening.
Well, now you understand why I'm pushing so hard, because I like Dawkins, even though he's a dumbass. I agree with him on that, right? There is no better choice for civilization than Christianity, right? Because they're the most open to other faiths, right? You don't have to be fully. But up here, I don't know. I really would not invite you to come up here, but imagine your experience with the North, exponentially worse. Because I've been studying philosophy, religion, whatever you want to call it, for decades. And they did a giant meta study like recently, but it was based on a study. Like, what inspired it was a study about 20 or 25 years ago, where they studied the direction of faith in North America, and they found it on the down, right? But in the last few years, what's surprising is actually on the rise. Believe it or not, faith again, spirituality, but not in institutionalized, organized way. So I'm a little shocked that you say that you have so much in, coming to a building, because it's the opposite here. I see so many people that want an alternative path to God, and they want nothing to do with the churches and shit. In fact, I'll give you an example. I used to go to the United Church up the road. They haven't had a pastor in years. They finally got a Korean pastor. Her English is so bad, you can barely understand her. And I was trying to be nice and explain that, maybe she should practice her English a little bit more, so it's not hard to understand, because people were not paying attention to her. But that's neither here nor there. What I found out is the people that go to the church, the service, is just some old people that are there to socialize. And they're not the same people that run the charity thrift and stuff. Those are two different groups of people. And even worse, when they asked me to get involved with like a French class at the church, right? Because I asked them, like, why don't you guys have anything else going on? Well, it's $135 a night to rent a room at this tiny United church that no one goes to. But worse yet, when I said, I'd be interested in maybe helping with a French class, but I said, well, why not a Bible study class? Do you know that I literally got treated as if I suggested Satan worship in a church? You know what I mean? So, like, yeah. So Canada is exponentially worse than what you guys are seeing. So this is why I seem so extreme. It's because I run into people every day who think they're Buddhists, but they're just nihilists, or you know what I mean? And
I do.
I think there's a way back to Christianity that, instead of being Peter Boghossian and saying, oh, well, physics suspended for the day, if you explain that you can read this story as an allegory and it doesn't make you a heathen, because eventually you may, who is it that said that? Someone said that I wasn't given the gift of faith, right? That sort of idea,
Well, I suspect that the I don't know if you guys have seen the dude floating around who does the Christianity on the Spectrum stuff. So he for the last like 10 years, Paul interviewed him recently. Jacob did a thing with him maybe like 2 or 3 months ago. I think he's got some YouTube stuff out there. So he's been studying people who have, for one reason or in one way or another, been mapped onto what we're pointing at as the autistic spectrum, and then interviewing them over the last like 10 years, understanding their relation to Christianity, where they came from, did they grow up in the church, have they returned to the church, how do they see these religions, just like interviewing and like recording this stuff and trying to map it upon data over time.
Super interesting, bud.
It is super interesting. And if you take that and then you also take McGillichrist's assertions about what's happening in a left hemispheric way, right, broadly to the west,
don't have a whole picture view.
Yeah. Well, here's the challenge so one of the things that this Christianity on the Spectrum guy asserts is that when these autistic folks, the presuppositions are I struggle with, but
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I worry about insulting people too. Yeah. Spectrum is what I say. The neurodiverse.
Yeah, something. I'm not even worried about offending people. I just don't even know if I subscribe to. Anyways, he's
I hear you.
something.
Exactly.
These folks that he's interviewing, the traditions that they participate in, the higher that they sense cognitive dissonance that has to be resolved due to an irresolvable issue based on their exegesis of scripture.
Exactly.
Right. That actually becomes obsessive and
it's
painful
insurmountable
for them.
For these people. Yeah.
Yes. So when you're deep in that left hemispheric mode, right, which could happen biologically or through intention, right?
Trauma
seemingly
could cause the same
trauma,
brain
I agree.
reactivity. Forget
Yes.
just. In fact, I'm dyslexic. I'm on the neurodiverse spectrum, and I have the same thing. This is why I found ways through these issues, because I can't let them sit.
Yeah. So here's the picture. You get these autistic kids. Just forget the language. You get these autistic kids. They're in Protestant churches. There's like really awful sermons going on that are like have tremendous cognitive dissonance from what the scripture says in one place, what it says in another place, and what the pastor's saying, right? And then what everybody else is saying about it too. And so that becomes so painful for them, the way that they are trying to interpret and understand the world, that they're like, I'm out. I have to leave this, right? Now, what he has statistically, if I remember it correctly, is they are en masse departing and most, let's say, Western Protestant frameworks, right? Traditions, lineages. They are bouncing. They're like, this isn't going to work.
I think
right?
in Judaism as well.
Now, some of them come back, a lot of them don't, but the ones that do come back end up in something deeply liturgical and traditional. And part of that is because instead of this thinky talky exegesis, which is often a lot of bad exegesis, it's physical. Here's the crossing, here's the bowing, here's the singing, here's the humming, here's the whatever.
A way
right?
into
And there's
ritual.
Right. And that actually for them, it's like it's far more confessional, right? Without words, it's confessional to them.
That's what Vedanta says, believe it or not. Vedanta openly, if you say, well, I don't believe, what should they say? Practice. Do the rituals and faith will come.
Yeah. Right. And so in that like, okay, I have to show up at this thing. I'm going to be a little bit irritable at people, but I have to like be patient with them, and I have to bow, and I have to cross myself, and I have to think, I have to smell the incense, and then I have to drink coffee with them, and then I have to eat with them, and I have to do this thing. Here's this embodied thing that they are participating in. Well, okay, like, guess what, folks? McGillichrist is saying that basically the entire West has this problem.
Yep.
Right.
Even in the West, it's in the East now too.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. To whatever degree globalism has succeeded, and it has, right?
Yeah.
It is certainly infiltrated,
Or the
right?
Western
So,
ethos, whatever you want to call it.
yeah, whatever that is, this global
Hedonism.
hegemony. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. That
I love this.
emissarian problem has
Yeah.
infiltrated all over the place. And what is probably telegraphing what will happen as a response to that, whether that's 10 years, 100 years, 200 years, is what these autistic folks are going through.
Well,
They're a bellwether.
I have to, yeah, no, I have to say it's, I was kind of laughing as you were saying that, because I'm quite sure I'm not on the spectrum, but I've gone through that exact thing. It just took me fucking 40 years.
Realize it?
Yeah, an autistic person would clock it right away, right?
Oh, because they're so much more extreme. I got you.
Yeah, because I was raised by a Southern Baptist pastor, and very, very strict theology, and told very early that I deserved to go to hell. No uncertain terms, and basically it wasn't. It took me a really, really long time to start cottoning on to the dissonance I was experiencing about different things. Yeah. We don't have to tunnel in on the hell thing, because I don't want to get divisive. But and I did the exact same thing. I was actually on the staff at a Baptist church, and my faith, I split into two people, is what it felt like. This faithful person and this total atheist.
Yeah.
And I left and thought, well, I'm going to be an atheist. And then when I returned, it was because somebody invited me to a church with a liturgy. And I went and sat there, and there was space to breathe. And there was like, oh my God, people pretending that the Bible actually speaks for itself sometimes, or the Holy Spirit speaks without some mouthpiece guy up there, ranting for 40 minutes, like reading one paragraph of scripture and ranting for 40 minutes. All of a sudden I was saying scripture with my mouth with other people. And because I tend to be overly intellectual, I still didn't really clock the ritualistic portion of it, even though it's so obvious, as plain as the nose on your face. I still thought, even intellectually, there was just more so there was space, there was mystery, and so anyway, just I don't know, I have something to say about everything you're saying, but I did experience exactly what those neurodivergent people were experiencing.
And that's what I argue. This is why I do so many podcasts on the neurodivergent spectrum, right? Because I believe that, okay, I'll give you insights. Autism is a separate, we won't go there. So we'll talk about, how about dyslexia, right? Because it shouldn't upset anybody. They say that 20% of the population is dyslexic, but it's like autism. The only reason why we know that is because 20% of the population were either lucky like me, that had the Ontario provincial government paid for my testing, or they're really rich people who get tested. So I've run this through the numbers, and arguably we could be seeing twice that. There could be 40% of our population that has serious reading issues, not just they don't like reading, not just Erlin syndrome. Yeah. So it could be helping 80% of our population, because like I said, if 40% of our population has physical barriers and another 10 or 15% have Erlin syndrome, which means reading physical books is actually painful. When you add in the slow readers when they were young.
Seriously? I'm going to get you to say that again. I think I have that. Keep going. You just blew my mind.
Look up Erlin syndrome. Erlin, IRLEN. It's why I thought I was so, why I couldn't fix my dyslexia is because I thought I was fighting my dyslexia, but I was fighting Erlin syndrome as well, and an astigmatism. So reading is physically painful for me. This is why I push audiobooks. But sorry, I digressed. The reason why I think it's so important that we talk about the neurodivergent is not because there's a small portion of people who are incredibly autistic and broken. It's because 80+% of our population could be better thinkers, better readers, better learners, better teachers, better humans. As Helen Keller said, often we misexplain this, but Helen Keller, when she was given language, often they say that she finally felt human, but that's not what it was, believe it or not. The language allowed her to communicate with another human being for the first time in her life. and being seen and being connected with. That's what made her feel human. And I argue when we have kids growing up like me, when I was young, I couldn't think. I didn't understand things. I just had things that I knew. You get the difference? You know what I mean? And it wasn't until I started to, for me, it was like the old school. Like I learned a trade and that sort of stuff. But believe it or not, that still helps you to learn to think. And then that's when I transitioned back to learning, stupid shit. But that's why I'm so adamant about why we need to talk about this.
So yeah.
Oh, I'll put it in the
it's sort of
side
like the
chat here.
Vervaekian. It's kind of like the Vervaekian pointing at Socrates and oral tradition and talking, and like there's this new oral tradition that's emerging out of this is what we're doing right now and larger YouTube things and what have you. There's something about that, and I think that it is bubbling up, pointing back to the symbolic, where it's a counteraction of the emissarian word cell thinky talky space on text on paper versus okay, now that we have to talk about it, I'm pointing at things and I'm going, do you see what I'm pointing at? And you're pointing, and we're actually having to look, we're doing the thing, right? Which is forcing us to have to confront a symbolic language. It's forcing us to. We don't really have a choice in order to even talk to each other, right?
That's what I mentioned earlier. Yeah, Benjamin Whorf in his Linguistic Relativity says that all of our language is personal. This is why I call it perspectival understanding. So you have to understand another person to know what they mean by every. This is why Jordan Peterson is so pedantic, but he's not wrong. What do you mean by the words you use, right? This is what I argue, that postmodernism was a failure. I argue that we're supposed to be in the meta-modern era right now. If modernism left people behind, then we should have gone to meta-modernism, which was finding a balance of the old and the new. But because we were afraid to walk that uncertain path, we found a placeholder, which is postmodernism. And why? Well, they denature everything. This is Nietzsche's flies in the marketplace, right? All new ideas are denatured by the flies in the marketplace. Why? Because they live in the status quo, right? Status quo is the way things are, not the way they could be or should be. And so that's what I argue. Like, we argue about materialism or this other shit, but it's simply just a perspective on what's valuable in the world. I don't know if that makes sense. The Dalai Lama says we need to stop training kids to be good consumers. We need to train them to be good humans first. Does that make more sense what I mean? Right?
Yeah. And so the postmodernism thing is to me clearly at the tail. Like, a world is dying. A world we are watching a world die right now, right?
I think they're trying to avoid growing. Yeah. And you think they're ending is what you mean?
Yeah. In a way, the dispensationalists could feel the tremors, but they were articulating the wrong thing. And the same thing was happening for the apocalypse-obsessed Jews.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're like, oh, the world is ending. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Yeah. It is. Like,
that's all they could see.
Many worlds do come to an end, right? But it must also beget something that births anew. Now, there's chaos as this happens, right? The sea comes up, yeah. But and so we can see that at this fractal level. Like, you personally go through something like that, but we're watching it happen at a civilizational cycle right now, right? And this is what Peterson is pointing out with the end of the Enlightenment. He thinks that we're at the end of the Enlightenment, right? I think he's right. And the result of this, and the way the Orthodox Church looks at it, they've watched this thing go on the whole time, and they're like, good luck with that, guys.
And don't forget the Irish, though, right? We're also on the outsides, right? Because we're close with the Coptics, but we're not. We're not really aligned with Rome, but we are. And don't forget, I always argue that the reason why Irish spirituality is so much different from other spiritualities is because the Druids became monks, right? So they had a tradition for 1,000 years of being academics and scholars, but also being great men of God.
Yeah,
right?
the seeds planted then are huge.
Right? And I think
Yes.
that's also why they're much more grounded, because the Irish don't differentiate nature from God. As I think the Gnostics may, I don't know, you tell me, do you think they kind of muddied the water and people started to be afraid, like if you worship nature? And when I say worship, I just mean the Shema, right? Everything is God given.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? And I think maybe that's what's kind of muddied the waters, right? Because people are afraid to love life. That's what was Nietzsche's critique, right? What the heck is wrong with you? Like, if you're a God-born creature, then you should celebrate everything. And that's what is tough, because he says we should celebrate the good and the bad. You know what I mean? You know? I don't know.
Well, so what came to mind for me was the difference between Gaia worship and tending the garden.
Yes, exactly. No worship. I
Um,
shouldn't use that word. Yeah.
Well, it's like okay, so there is a way to go like, no, let's just read that we need to get away from this human thing, and we need to and like here's this animism, and let's reintegrate with nature, and let's strip off our clothes, and like yeah, okay, hello Gaia, nice to see you again.
Good luck with that.
And but that's different than a proper tending to the garden. But then there's also a different extreme of that, which Tolkien is like showing in this, like, okay, well, you know, we're ripping down the trees, and here's the orcs, you know, burning everything down, and so it's like, okay, you don't want to end up burning it all down and abusing creation, and you also don't want to you know, devolve into animals again. So then to be human is to tend the garden, right? And the proper integration and proportionality of it all. So, but we're clearly more deep in on the industrialization end right now, right? Which is deeply emissarian, and it's also a garments of skin techne problem.
A what?
Right? A garments of skin techne problem.
Techne. I love that. Did you invent that yourself?
No. And anything anything that I'm saying is
yeah. We're too obsessed with one way or the other. I mean, denying the flesh or worshiping. You mean, this sort of idea, right?
Well, and so we take on death, right? And so there's like multiple levels of death that we have to take on in order for this techne to exist, right? And this has a direct relation to the Elohim. Like what do we see happen in Genesis with the gradual fall?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's a good example.
Is they take on more death. So as they descend down the mountain out of Eden, right, there's a taking on of more and more death. Saint Ephrem lays this out in his hymns on paradise, right? So he takes on more and more death the further down the mountain he gets, and that's how you end up with like, okay, here's these farms, here's these swords, here's these things, and it ends up in Lamech, who's like a murderous, awful person, and then, you know, basically a flood is coming, right? And then this is the pattern: is there is a like, to be more specific, you start flirting with demons, okay? You assume that you can handle all this yourself personally, and you start flirting with demons. You're taking on all that death. They are the elves that the DMT users talk about, basically.
Machine elves.
Right? Yeah, the machine elves. So the machine elves are giving you the secrets of techne, and you're building, and civilization is advancing really fast. And you're like, oh, let's build this Tower of Babel. It's great. We're going, you know, and everything's murderous, and you're like, you're way out of the garden at this point. You have now constructed this tower, and it's bound to collapse, and everything from your language to your technology to whatever. But there is also the image of Jerusalem, right? Mm-hmm. And Babylon could be transformed into Jerusalem.
As both the idea and the city, as well as the people, right?
Yeah, that's right. So God willing, these conversations and everything that we're doing is at least an Overton window of an opportunity while we're in this little stay of execution period to participate in the redemption of creation.
I hope.
Well, we're rehearsing, we're practicing. This is a ritual. If you unfocus your eyes a little bit, it's a ritual of communication. of which many podcasters are masters. And there's the cadence of conversation is informative.
I hope it's just. I was going to make a joke. If you look at Overton window, what is the Overton window? It's when an idea goes from being distasteful or abhorrent to being acceptable. But that's never going to happen. There's too many people with emotionally held opinions, and there's too many people who don't think through. Remember what I said earlier, that don't think through the opinions they hold. They just hold them. And that means we can never get, right? Because
that's true. That's true. But I don't trust that the emissary can change, but I do trust that the emissary can collapse.
Sorry, we didn't say hello to Lou when he came in.
Yeah, hi, Lou.
How you doing?
Good. Feel free to jump in, sir.
I mean, I've been watching a little while. The thing that struck me as interesting was when Dawkins was mentioned, and him saying he felt that Christianity was kind of superior to some of the other religious thought. And I don't understand what he's doing. I mean, he doesn't even believe in these religions, right?
He just means he wants to live in a Christian country. He doesn't want to live in an Islamic one. Yeah, he's what we were talking about. He just won't commit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but wouldn't secular humanism be the best approach for society? Because it rejects the religious dogma and rejects the division.
Yeah,
it embraces human reason and ethics and well-being for all people. So I don't understand like someone like Dawkins kind of endorsing Christianity.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
I think that that's such a beautiful thing to point at, and where.
Oh, you muted yourself by accident, Michael.
Me and my best friend were militant atheists and came from this Pentecostal Christian background, and our whole friendship was really formed on shitting on Christians. That's really? Basically that was the whole thing, right? For better part of 15 years, that's what we did. We just loved to shit on Christians. Yeah. And we were big Dawkins fans and Sam Harris stuff and what was his name before Sam Harris?
Hitchens, Christopher
Hitchens. Yeah, Christopher Hitchens' work. So we're big into that, right? So we're saying all the same things that you just said, Lou, right? Under all those under all that idea, right? Everything that you espoused just now. So something like Tom Holland's work, I think, is a really interesting counter narrative to that, where you go, okay, the things that you value within that secular humanism, the good things that you see in it, you go, well, hey, aren't they common sense? These are common sense ideas. It's like the commonality of the water that we swim in, that we don't even realize, because we are the fish that swim in this water, are all birthed out of this Christian tectonic, this blast that goes out, right? These waves that goes out. And we're at the 2,000 year mist of it happening, right? Where it's sort of dwindled off. And so the mist is the secular humanism, where there's still a bunch of Christian underpinnings, right? But they have stopped pointing at the thing that it came from. And so the values that we have, the shared common sense values, are inherent to what we would say is like an epistemological stance of what is good, but we've lost the root of that epistemology. So it's like, is it, and this is where I got as a communist, Marxist, materialist, atheist, nihilist, something, right? Going to pronoun seminars in 2011. I'm a cisgender white male apologizing for my privilege all the time and speaking up as an ally. Right? I'm deep in that world, right? But this nihilism and this deconstructionism that it led me down was like, under what basis is it wrong to do this thing or that thing, right? Like, okay, to assault somebody. is it good or bad? And under what kind of commonality? And whatever you say back to me about that, why should I care about what you think? Oh, because of this group and these books and these things, why should those matter to me? Right? And so it just deconstructs all the way down. So unless there's a cornerstone, right? Unless there's a cornerstone that the rest of the thing is built on, eventually the whole thing collapses.
Well, why does it have to be a thing? I mean, the thing with religion is it by nature, by the definition of these religions, it divides human beings. Now, there can be common things, like some of which you were talking about, that humans might agree on, right? And that's where the rallying has to be. It cannot be my religion is better than your religion. How could you ever have a peaceful society like that? I mean, you could have freedom of religion. People could do whatever they want.
We have historical examples, yeah.
Right, but how could you build a society based on a particular religion? Like Aaron had mentioned, when he was young, he was told he was gonna go to hell, right? In his Baptist upbringing. Now, is that something good to tell children? I don't think so. I think that's a horrible thing to tell a child, to me. All right. Yeah. Now, that's a religious thing. That's religion. That's a religious thing. In the secular humanist view, I mean, we wouldn't run around. I mean, you could do that if you're a religious person, but to build a society in a secular humanist society, we wouldn't have people telling people they're going to hell. So that alone, to me, would make it a better society. So I disagree with Richard Dawkins. I don't think we should be going down a Christian road at all. I mean, well, that's just some of my thoughts.
So here's a really messed up. Here's a really messed up example, right? Here's a really messed up example. So kids do stupid things. They're young. They're learning, right? And let's say in these Protestant circles specifically, and Lou, keep in mind, there's some very different branches or parts of the body to Christianity that are definitely not on the same page with each other. So keep that in mind. Now, that said, let's say I point back to what I grew up in, right? Which I am no longer in. I'm no longer in that lineage and that participation with those folks. But can I redeem good things in what they're doing? Yes. Here's an example. Kids, they're growing up together. Maybe got a brother and sister, right? And maybe they're getting just old enough that they are, like, some of their human sexuality is starting to flourish, right? And maybe they're doing something that's inappropriate for a brother and sister to be doing. And maybe those Protestant Pentecostal parents step in and go, you go to hell if you do that, right? Okay, that's maybe not the best way to handle it, but preventing that brother and that sister from having relations with each other is a good thing. That's a very good thing, right? That needs to be stopped. Are they doing it the best way? Maybe not. But does that language, is that good? Now, there are other cultures and other people, right, that are not Christians who are like, that's not wrong at all. Do whatever you want, right? That's fine, right? It's natural. It's human, right? You go right for it, right? The Roman pagan world was effectively like this in a lot of ways, right? So a lot of the things, Lou, that you and I would agree on that are abhorrent and terrible and ugly came as a result of the Christian spirit and ethos beyond all rational possibility conquering the Roman Empire and taking the hearts of the people. And the pagans went, we were always trying to figure out which God was the highest. And it's the one that was crucified on this cross.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe hopefully that helps point at something that's useful.
The only thing I want to mention, Lou, is I don't know if you've ever spent any time with humanists or atheists, and I got to tell you, they're the worst among the worst. So I think what Dawkins is getting at is they're horrible people. It's like when you're worshiping the self, guess what happens? You denature everything about the world, right? Like I told you before, communication theory says that we externalize ourselves to make sense of the world. So if you're living a fake pseudo personality, and so you're just lost. So I think that's why he said Christian, because humanists would be monsters. They're racist. They're bigoted.
Yeah.
They're
And like more directly and seriously, Dawkins is looking at what's happening with the woke stuff. He's seeing kids that are having the genitals cut off, that are having like chemicals put into their body, all this stuff, and he's going, "Oh, that's madness. I'd rather deal with the Christians than that."
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Head on.
All right. I'm a secular humanist. All right. You think I'm a rotten person?
Well, you'd be the first secular humanist I've ever come across.
People who are secular humanists are.
They are
somehow.
You have any friends that are secular humanists?
Yeah.
Yeah. And are they good people?
Yeah.
Oh, really? So they're loyal, just, they treat everybody as equal. They don't cheat, steal, lie. They do all that. Or
yeah.
Well, look, any Christian worth their salt will tell you that they are the chief of sinners.
Yeah, that's what I joke about Buddhists. That this is what I mean. So I was just a joke. Sorry, Lou, but I make a joke about Buddhists. Do you know the difference between a good Buddhist and a bad Buddhist? The good Buddhist will be honest and say they're struggling at this. They're a bad Buddhist. The bad Buddhist will say, I'm awesome. And that's what you usually see. And that's what the joke was meant, that, a secular humanist won't be honest and go, well, this is wanting. Right. The example I give is even internal family systems, which is essentially secular humanist, has the nous. It talks about a greater self, something greater than yourself. And so that's what I mean. Not enough secular humanists will admit that their theory leaves something wanting. Because as I said before you got in here, even a child, before they understand the world, even develop language, a child knows that they are more than their parts. A child understands that there's either consciousness or soul, whatever you want to define it as. And I think that's where a lot of these secular humanists fails. But most of the ones I've met were on Discord, though, so that
I don't
given they suck, right?
I don't walk around telling people I'm secular humanist. I don't tell people things like that anyway. I mean, I'm talking to you guys because you're having a discussion, but I don't go through my life advertising and saying, hey, I'm a secular humanist. All right. I find the religious people do that. Like, I'll go somewhere and there'll be a guy with a sign saying, accept Jesus or, go to hell. They're the ones forcing their belief on people. I'm just a guy who expresses his own opinions. I'm not out there trying to change everyone, but I don't care what people believe. Honestly, I don't care as long as they're decent people.
I love that.
Right? If someone's a secular humanist and wants to do bad,
that's different.
Of course, I would say that's a bad thing.
When I was effectively a secular humanist,
yeah, you were there.
We had to. One of the things that I noticed that we did is we had to point at, okay, well, what's bad? And we'd be like, well, Hitler's bad. We all agree on that. Hitler's bad. So we go, okay, yeah. That Hitler is definitely bad. That is the thing that you don't want to be. You don't want to be Hitler. You don't want to be a Nazi, right? Here's these things. Now, what that was is in a way, it was a proxy for the greatest evil that we could imagine, right? Is a way to like, here's like an example of the greatest evil. Now, what a faithful Christian does, as far as I can tell, is realize that they are actually capable of everything that Hitler did.
Yes.
Everything.
Shadow work.
Right.
Head on.
Is like, in all seriousness, the worst thing that I can imagine, the worst things that someone can do, I am capable of all of those. All of those things can happen through me. Yeah. Right. And then
I think a secular humanist feels the same way generally. I mean, I would feel the same way.
You're unique because most of them don't. This is what Hannah Arendt wrote about the banality of evil. Let me just give you a quick little story. Hannah Arendt is an atheist ex-Jew, and she was a philosopher, wonderful philosopher at the time. And when they caught Eichmann and they wanted to put him on trial in Jerusalem, the whole world, all of these secular humanists thought, awesome, we can put the Nazis on trial, just like what Michael was thinking. We're going to know what's evil in this world. And do you know why they canceled Hannah Arendt? Is because she went to Jerusalem, but she didn't write about how the Nazis were uniquely evil. She wrote about a theory that she called the banality of evil, which is simply that we all have within us that same monstrosity. We've seen it with the pandemic. Like here in Canada, 70% of Canadians were calling for people who didn't get a shot to be put in a camp. And when you understand that only 80% of the population at any given time can get a shot, that's malevolent, right? So I think the problem here is the West wouldn't admit that Hannah Arendt was right, that these Nazis weren't evil, just like Jordan Peterson talks about institutions can be psychopathic. It's not because it's filled with bad people. It's because people, what was it? Bonhoeffer said, evil only happens when good people do nothing. And that's what I find is happening. So as a final example, you would be very different, my dear Lou. But what I find is there's two types of people. There's people who are either bothered by other people's religion or they want to push their religion on other people. Those are two extremes. The most people in the middle should be people confident in what they believe, right? I'm confident when I believe. I don't mind if someone's preaching. I'd be even happy to talk about what they believe, right? At the same time, I don't really am bothered by atheists. I just think they're a little bit silly because, you know, they have to believe in something greater than themselves, but I don't judge them. So what I find weird is it's these people who are religious, but they aren't certain of their own faith. So they go out on the street and they're trying to convince people. You know what I mean? Or there's people who just hate other people for believing. Do you get what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, people get involved with different movements and different, agendas. But the as a foundation for a society, I mean, if we go the religious route and we go, well, the foundation has to be Islam, the foundation has to be Judaism, the foundation has to be Christianity or New Age mysticism or whatever religious thought or belief system we want to assign as the one. All right, once we do that, we're on a road to tyranny, really, because the secular humanist view, right, which to me is much more practical, is eliminating all of those things and saying what is good for humanity as a whole and the people in this society as a whole. And it's non-divisive in that way.
Is it though? Because
I mentioned can I jump in on that a little bit?
Well, quickly, I'll just say Canada is the example of secular humanism. And we've had hundreds of churches vandalized and burned down, synagogues. Christians are actively attacked and treated like shit. So secular humanism is not as wonderful as everyone likes to think. So like, look at France and Quebec. You're not allowed to wear a symbol of your faith. That's not secularism. That is hate. That is...
I don't mind if people wear
you're different.
They want to wear.
Yeah.
I mean, but I do mind it when people try to control my government from a religious perspective.
But why not the other way around? Why wouldn't you feel bad if seculars want to control what religious people want to do? That should be the same issue.
I don't want it either way. I mean, but as a foundation or something we're going to look to as a society, the very last thing I would want, and then I don't get my way, you know, it's not like I get my way, but if the very last thing I would want in America, because that's where I live, is, and I'm watching it happen and I don't like it, is America is becoming very much controlled by a Christian
secular Democrats.
No. It's being controlled by religious narrative.
But where? The media is controlled by secular humanists. The government was controlled. Sorry, go ahead.
I live in America, and I've been in America my whole life. All right, and never have I seen this movement towards pushing religious narratives into schools, into government, into all of that. I've never seen it, and I personally can't stand it. Now, can I change that? No, I can't change it by myself, but I can let my voice be heard, and that's all I do. You know, I want to let my voice be heard. But
in order to recognize somebody else as also being a secular humanist, what are things that they might say or do? Just a few, like three things each, even.
that I think would kind of define them.
Yeah, like if you were to see somebody else and be like, I think that
How to
person is a secular
recognize them.
humanist. How would you recognize them? What are things that they would probably say, and what are things that they would probably do?
Well, I think they would reject religious dogma. I think that would be a big thing. I think they would look to a morality that was based on not harming human beings and to do things that are good for human beings. That would be a number two. And a general desire for people to be unified and not divided. So those would be three things I would think would be, for me, indicative of what someone who is a secular person would adhere to.
So is that an example of the things that they would say?
Well, it would come out in their talking if you get to know the person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know,
Now,
when you get to know someone and you really have more in-depth conversations with them, they tell you more about themselves, and you know, you end up finding out where they're coming from. And with religious people, where they're coming from is usually, now again, it is so many different types of religious people. So I'm certainly not dumping them all in one
We're being
box.
broad. Yeah.
But when I talk to religious people, it always comes down to you have to believe something that they believe in order for you to be acceptable in their in-group. And for me, that is a very weak, like really weak person, because I literally have no in-group at all. All right. I associate with all different religions. All right. Now that doesn't mean I have to adhere to their religion, but
and someone else that's a secular humanist would also do the same. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know what religion you guys are. If I don't know, but if you're a particular religion, let's say you're Catholic, I have no problem associating with Catholic people, none. All right. Now, I'm not going to get all into religious debate with them if I meet them on the street. All right. But I have no problem associating with that. But yet,
Lou, how would somebody else like that act?
Has a problem. They have a problem. It's like they can't accept people who are different. Yeah. Like he even talked about the neurodivergent people, right? Yes. You had been speaking about that. And I don't look at neurodivergent people as being strange or weird. I look at them as simply being different than I am. And it doesn't bother me in the least. All right. They're not broken. They're just different. All right. Someone who is a transsexual is
different,
not
less.
There's nothing broken about them. They're just different.
It depends.
You know?
Yeah.
But what about a pedophile?
I got to go help my girlfriend move something.
It's been bugging you. Yeah. Thanks for your sharing, Lou.
I'm going to come back if you're still on in a little while. But
oh, it's nice to have people of different opinions, especially a secular humanist. That's rare.
Hey, yeah.
Except on Discord, where they just sit around shitting on religion all day. That's what they do.
Hey,
well, religion for me, now I'm going to be honest before I run, and I'll come back if you guys are still around, but for me, religion is a net negative. Like, that's how I see it. All right. But that doesn't mean that I want to enforce, I want to take over the world and tell everyone, well, what I believe, what I think has to be the rule of the day.
That's
Because
awesome.
I'm not an authoritarian.
Yeah.
So I'll
So
be right
Lewis,
back.
yeah.
See if you're still around. Hold on.
Sure.
All right, let me get out of here and I'll see if I can come back.
I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Get everything. Yeah, we can hear you. I'm sorry if I
Okay,
cut you off. Yeah.
No, that's all right. If Lou's still listening, from
Yes.
again, having been in that space before, I made a lot of these same articulations about how things are. My standpoint, like I reject all these religions. Well, Tom Holland's work really helped me see those assertions are metaphysical assertions, and that in religio, right, to bind.
Well, the path you follow with devotion. Religiere is to bind. Religio is the path you follow with devotion. And
but these bindings, right? Because okay, well, whatever road you're going down, well, if multiple people are going down that road, that's a binding of the path that you took, right?
There you go.
Right? You didn't go on other roads; you went on that road, right? So here's these groups, right? Here's these powers and principalities, right? So secular humanism is not there. It's not agnostic or free from. There is no freedom from falling within the banner of something, right? Secular humanism, that's a name. That is the culture. There is a culture of secular humanism. And if you can see that there's a culture of secular humanism and you can identify how it speaks and how it acts, you understand that there is a cult for that culture, right? And that the entire world is made up of cults, of religios, of bindings, right? Now, the pagan Romans, I think were onto something on going, well, which one's highest? Which one's the best, right? And ultimately they ended up following a guy that was crucified on a cross, which is like the most humiliating thing to the Apollonian pagans in particular.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the only thing that I find, like you said before, is I don't understand any. Well, even Dawkins, he ends his book, God Delusion, literally ends his book with, well, we all know that miracles are real, but that doesn't mean God exists. Right? You can't write that level of lack of self-awareness. Am I right? So that's the only reason why I push back at secular humanism, because we've seen it doesn't work. Right? Like when you say that, well, no,
it does work, right? It has a work that it does. It has a liturgy to it.
Oh,
right?
You mean for the people that follow it, you mean? I meant for society.
Like it does
to come
things.
together with,
Well, and it will bring you together, right? But for how long and how does it end? Is it sustainable?
Yeah.
Right? Because you can bind together with that. You can bind together with those ideas and go, here's the things we reject everybody else, and this is the one true way to be, and we're really inclusive, and we're all of this. And then you go, okay, well, what are the fruits that are bared as a result of that over time? Whether it's 10 years, 100 years, 200 years, and you start looking at the civilizational cycle level, and as far as I can tell, the entire Enlightenment project has been a secular humanist endeavor largely.
But no,
right? Or at least that's like one phase of it that is a result.
Never has the Enlightenment been a secular endeavor. There's only a handful of people we can point to, right? Spinoza, some of the other guys, I can't remember them. But no, they've always been based on religion. Same as Nietzsche. People forget that he was a philologist first. So he was steeped in the teachings of the Bible and of religions. And I think you tapped on this.
Yeah.
Nietzsche was probably neurodivergent. His problem was all of these issues within their supposed tenets, right? So that I don't believe. I believe that it's always been a religious, but don't misunderstand. When I say religious, I mean it's people devoted, just like Bishop Barron. Imagine a Catholic priest invoked the greater good, the summum bonum of Gnosticism. And that's where I turn to. I think I am so faithful to God that I don't differentiate between Islam, Christianity, Judaism. I see them all as God, if you get what I mean. You know what I mean?
Well, so the way that Tom Holland talks about this is that Jesus crucified on the cross and Paul's writings are like a depth charge that goes off. And there's this huge wave that happens as a result, right? And it goes, and then we're at the midst of this thing. And that what happens with the Enlightenment, this is not Tom Holland's point, this is me extracting from a few different people. But the Enlightenment bit is where there is a turn. Yes, they're reading church fathers, they're steeped in the Greek, they're deep in on Hebrew. Yes to all of that. But the turn that they take, right, and the theology, the exegesis that they are espousing, what is happening right now in the West are the fruits of that.
Yeah. I argue no, because I think that the Enlightenment went for how many hundreds of years? How many hundreds of years before it started to crumble? And I think it's because people had that basis, like they were learning Greek and Latin.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't just think it's religion. I actually point to Schopenhauer, who said we learn another language so we can separate words from ideas. So I think that's why you didn't have to be steeped in the theology, but the grammar of another language. And so what we're seeing today is not the crumbling of enlightenment. What we're seeing today is the crumbling of the foundation of the Enlightenment. It was based on scholarship and the nous, right? The proper reason and logic. And we don't have that anymore. I don't know the average kid under 30 who understands what reason and logic is. You know what I mean? Like they can't, I'm being bombastic, but I just mean that the average kid nowadays doesn't know how to use a cell phone. They can't read a book. You know, that's what I'm getting at here is it's not that anything's changed in like, well, actually what's changed is we actually are finally becoming secular, right? We finally have multiple generations. I used to joke about this. Hegel said that he was the one who could judge religion because he was the only person that was raised agnostic. Everyone else was biased because they were raised religious. And I argue he was wrong. Everything about him was steeped with the religion. And I argue only today are we seeing a mass group of people who haven't been given any basis for understanding anything, if you understand what I mean. You know?
So I think it's like a diminishing returns thing.
No, you think
right?
it just happened recently. I got you.
Well, more like so here's a little bit. It's like a stair step down, right?
Yeah.
So a little more separated every generation, a little more separated, a little bit more materialistic, a little bit less enchanted, a little bit less symbolic, a little bit more literal, a little bit more emissarian, right? And that we're so far down that path down the mountain, right? That like there's no way past it but up, or like actually it can get worse. And this is when I'm using the phrase Overton window, I'm using it in a way of like, here's your opportunity for metanoia. Yeah. Here's your opportunity. You can go back up the mountain. You do not have to continue to descend down, right? And it feels like to Justin Brierley's work on this, like the surprising rebirth of the belief in God, right? Is there's a chance, guys. There's a real chance that the challenges that some of the bad exegesis during the Enlightenment and the impact of the Gutenberg press, the separation between East and West, the challenges between the Latin speakers and the Greek and Hebrew speakers, this is a chance, especially with the technology that's been accomplished here, to use this technology in redemption to go back up the mountain.
Well, that's what I just was going to mention from the chat, and then you went one step further. So I was just going to mention that what we're missing is this turn towards what the Hebrews call tikkun olam. I'm building on what Ethan said, right? Tov, right? Boker Tov, these people who are like the epitome of a good person, but it goes further than that. Tikkun olam is this idea that we will devote ourselves, our heart, our soul, our body to repairing the world. And that's what I'm getting at with these secular humanists. They're the apathetic people we were talking about, right? That's what I meant when I was talking to Lou, is that these people have just said, okay, well, the earth is the way it is. That's the failure. And I think this is why the Hebrews are push the idea of of Tikkun Olam, because no matter what happens in this world, if you think your purpose is to be here to repair the world, I think that makes you like Nietzsche's Amor Fati, is eternal return. No matter what comes at you, you see your purpose as to engage with it rather than, going hands off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, in order to have Jerusalem, what's Jerusalem? You have the Jerusalem, which is the city, okay? You got Israel, right? You've got Jerusalem. You have the Mount Zion. You have the temple. Then you have the altar, right? And so here's this hierarchical vision, right? Now, in order to have that, right, it means a proper ordering of reality, right? And that the highest thing has to be put at the highest place, which can be done. It can be done.
You mean as a humanist is what you mean?
Well,
I misunderstood. Sorry, I thought you were saying. I thought you meant that the humanists could do the same thing.
Look, as far as I can tell, we just live in this. There is an objective reality of, when Luke was going back and forth with me just a little bit on this earlier, the nuance at what I'm pointing at is probably similar to what he's trying to point at, which is like the spirit that guides you towards what is the good, the highest good, right? So what Peterson's talking about, the highest orienting spirit, right? That point at that, and then you miss, and then you re-aim, and you miss, and you re-aim.
Go.
So
that's Nietzsche, by the way. That he literally took the Nietzschean Übermensch. That's what we're supposed to do. Shoot for the Übermensch. We're going to fail, but where we land should be our true self.
Yeah, I still do. I love Nietzsche, and I take Peterson at his word in the sense that this is somebody that should be seen more like a best friend who is critiquing you, right? I think that's right. Now, I have a theory on Nietzsche, and I'm curious what you think about this.
Yeah, well, I've been studying Nietzsche for almost 40 years now, so fire away.
Well, there could be a little 4D chess going on here, and if somebody was going to do it, it's certainly him. And it's like, okay, well, if there is an emissarian problem, which also can be conveyed of the death of God and all the blood on the walls as a result, right? That will bring
Book of David.
Yeah. So Nietzsche, let's say, maybe points you, in theory, hear me out, to a will to power, and that is a little bit more self-centered will to power, right? Rather than a crucifixion of your flesh in faithfulness to Christ, right? But here's my 4D chess thing. If he points you at that, because he knows that that's probably all the materialist will hear and understand.
Yes.
And so you go, let me give that a roll. And so what happens is exactly what happened. I think that he would have been steeped in church fathers, and I think he would have been steeped in Greek history, all the Greek writings. Of course. Absolutely. Of course he was. So then he goes, all right.
He loved the pre-Socratic.
Try to demand the daemons with your own strength. Do it. Because what's going to happen is that you're going to fail. He knows this. He knows that you're ultimately going to fail at trying to command the demons yourself.
At first, right? At best.
And then what that results in, and here's the 4D chess part, is that you must turn towards the genuine Christ, not the false light image of him that he's in the middle of, but you must ultimately turn towards Christ incarnate in order to have those demons be ordered.
Excised.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, it really does fit into, but that's the funny thing is you see the syncretism across. That's literally what the Tibetan Book of the Death is about. Tibetan Book of the Dead is about. It's actually, the proper title is Natural Liberation in the Between States. That's the proper name. And that's what they're talking about, is that if you spend a life surrounding yourself with negativity, then when you pass on, your light being body, whatever you want to call it, is going to be attracted to negativity. But if you spend your whole life surrounding yourself with positivity, and it's so beautiful because there's a doctor, can't remember his name. He wrote a book called Hardwiring Happiness, and it's our negativity bias, right? When you see a stick on the road, you're meant to think, oh, is that a snake? That's survival. But fast forward to today, all we ever see is negativity, and we're not highlighting the positive. And that's what I'm getting at here. Is the tikkun olam is what I meant. All we have to do is, well, it's a Greek word. It's epike. It means suspending judgment and doubt. We need to be in that state. That's why I always call myself an agnostic, because I think that's where we should all be. You get what I mean? Nobody is certain either way. And I think that's what's missing. It's the actual engagement. And that's why our kids aren't learning well today. That's why people aren't reading past headlines. It's because they're not engaging deeply with anything anymore. Does that make sense? Or am I just all over the map here?
It does. I very much so see the physical incarnation of Paul's mission, no less, at least Paul, and at least the inheritance of the Pharisaical tradition that asserts that this man was fully Messiah, right? And I see that there is this ecclesia and this body that's in communion that orients an entire life of fasting and feasting and all rituals, liturgical practices, all these things. And I go, what Paul was getting at is here in its fullness. And so to my absolute surprise, I have found myself submitted to it, because that part, to be physically submitted to it in person, showing up on the things, doing the things with them, drinking the coffee with them.
Yeah.
It's not to say that there isn't still a lot of light in other parts of the body, right? But the highest participation of it that I've seen, and again, I gave that example of that little church in the north that died off. That happens, right?
Yeah, I see it all the time.
Yeah. So there's a universal responsibility and there's an individual responsibility. It is bottom up and it is top down, right? And I see those two things in their highest form in a particular tradition, and I'm watching the fruits of how this thing is coming out. And man, I can't even believe it is astounding that I call myself a Christian and strongly, like, wow. And to, there was a point where I had to get to where, like, was this, like, I can even get to the point of, there is a human being that was fully Christ, right? And like born of, like, is it possible that there was a human being that did that was born of a virgin, and that they died and that they resurrected, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, because everything else aligns so hard. Everything else aligns so much. There's so much truth. That's the foundation in order for the entire world of creation to exist. Like, this is, instead of the Big Bang, this is the one miracle that must happen. This is where where my rationality must submit. Okay, I'll submit.
You just made me think of something that's really interesting. In fact, that might be why the Pauline gospel is in the I always ask, like, why is most of it Pauline, right? James, Jesus' brother, Peter, the rock he wanted to base the church. But it makes sense, right? Because think about it. Why did you say the road to Damascus resonated more to you? Me, it was the road to Emmaus. I think it's because there's two types of faith here, right? You got James and Peter, who they had the connection with Jesus. So obviously they probably felt faith, right? Or they always had faith, as I think William said, right? The ladies always had faith, right? They didn't have to gain faith like Thomas. But I wonder if the powerful story of the Pauline gospel is your story as well, is the fact that he persecuted Christians, denied Christ in every way possible, And it wasn't until he was humbled, blinded. I love that metaphor, blinded. And why?
Yes.
Because he had to rely on others, just like I said, Romans 1:8, right? I thank the Lord.
Yes.
I thank God through Christ for all of you. And I think that's what's missing. Without religion, right? There's nothing that binds people to each other. You get what I mean? Because you don't hold anything to be true, as Nietzsche said, beyond good and evil, right? Like,
Well,
you know, you do
there's
evil in the
a
name of
gentleman
good.
around these parts, Mark Parker, who he's famous for constantly asserting, should you not choose a religion, one will be assigned to you with or without your consent.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, well, when that emissary collapses, and you can see that there is, well, the light and the false light is a real important conversation. But what that which bears good fruits, all right, patience, self-control, joy, right, all these things, like whatever will produce that fruit and circumcise my heart, right? That's the right thing. That's the right path, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Well, it's important in Galatians because what you had is you had the circumcised Pharisees, right, or Jewish communities, and then you also had the Gentiles, and they are now in participation, right, doing Eucharist together, eating together, Thanksgiving together, right, and they wanted to sit apart from each other, and then Peter allowed it. Even he's like, yeah, sit apart from each other. So Paul comes in and he goes, no, it doesn't matter if your dick is circumcised or uncircumcised. You need to circumcise your hearts, sit together, eat together, right? And he's like, I even had to correct
I would
Peter
have
about
agreed
it.
with that I would agree if he hadn't said that the gates of heaven's barred to you if you're circumcised. That's my only problem. Like, you know, that's where it becomes problematic. Like if he had just said, stop with this difference, like who gives a rat's ass, then I would say that's cool. You want to know why? Because what is it? 75% of Christians nowadays are circumcised, not because of religious reasons, but because of how it's become medical. So I'm just pushing back because I'm one of those people that were circumcised against my, what do you call it? My own wish. And so I think that is another thing that is, you're going to lose your neurodivergent people, right? Because you're going to tell that story about how Paul was like, you know what, forget about this, get together. But then in a separate passage, Paul's like, you can't go to heaven if you're circumcised. That's all I meant by that.
So
without my consent. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Father Stephen D. Young's book, just released a book last year, Paul the Pharisee. Yeah, shows the consistency with all this. A lot of the problems that we have with Paul's work have to do with the English misunderstandings that are going on at that time, right? It's very much so a language issue. So what I've found in Father Stephen's work is a re-presentation, honestly and deeply, of what Paul is saying, how it's coherent, getting us as close as possible to the context and the people that would have understood it in the ways that they would have understood it.
Well, I can explain it. Did he explain? Like, this is what I mean. I can explain all of these issues that I have in a very simple context. So it's just like the entrance to heavens is narrow for the rich. Well, that's because they're obsessed with, right? And I think the circumcision goes back to a mitzvah. Are you guys familiar with the mitzvah that the Lord says you should wear your faith on your forehead? The tefillin and stuff, they wear the little box on their forehead. You guys familiar with the Hasidic Jew?
Yes.
That's what I think it goes back to. I mean, if you were to, but they never, ever explain it this way. The way I would explain it is Paul, yes, when he said, stop separating, right? Because there is no demarcation between them. The way I would explain the entry to heaven is barred to the circumcised is simply, if you think that being circumcised makes you faithful or whatever, then yeah, right? Your entry into heaven is barred. If you realize that circumcision means nothing to your faith and your, what's the word I'm looking for? Doing good works. You know what I mean? That's
so
what. See, that's how I would explain.
There's a both and going on here.
Yep.
So here's what Paul, as far as Father, I'm going to try to, probably poorly, but to the best of my ability, represent what Father Stephen DeYoung would articulate. So it's within a Jewish context, okay, because that's a people, that's a binding, that's a very specific binding, okay. So you could have like a Jewish Christian Orthodox binding of people that go,
Yes.
we still keep our traditions and the way that we do things, the clothes that we wear, the services that we go to, we keep that, right? Also, we say that Jesus is the Messiah, and to be in communion with the other Christians, we also have a service on Sunday, and here's what we do, right? There's a way for them to keep identity, like to keep the wheat and cut away the chaff, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, within that binding in that specific community, part of what is good for them based on what's been passed down is circumcision, right? Like physical circumcision. Within their community, right? That is good for them. Paul not only makes that point, he actually, in order to prove it, circumcises an adult to show this is right in its context within these people, right? But also absolutely not required for the Gentiles.
Yeah,
right?
see,
So
that's what
you have a
weird,
both and going here. These Gentiles, it doesn't miss the mark for them. They don't care about that at all. It's not in their culture. It's not in their community. Here's like the stupidest example that I can think of that works this way. It's like when I go home to Missouri, right, and I'm with my parents. If I put the remote down in the wrong place, I'm missing the mark and sinning against them, right?
Yeah.
But when I come back to my place, I can put the remote wherever the heck I want, and I'm not really sinning against anybody because I don't have like some weird rule about it.
That's a
right?
great example. Yeah, not a silly one.
So what Luke is getting at on the universal particular, to see that difference on when it is sin and when it's not, is the light of Christ. I can't see that without
the
him.
discernment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. I wonder though, again, remember what we talked about, the neurodivergent. So if you're a both end, that's not going to fly for them, right? Like, I don't know.
Well, if they ever encountered the Orthodox Church,
that's probably why they don't talk about it, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, so honestly, I could go into some of these other issues, like same with the Isaiah stuff, right? Like that's what I wanted to get into with Alex, is the fact that Isaiah 53 is not about Christ. All you have to do is read the preceding chapters. But here's where I would love to have a discussion with Tovia, because I would love to, if we were to just strip away the very specific definition of Meshiach, the Meshiach, right? And just say, well, he is a Meshiach, not the Meshiach. I think the Jews would agree, but never is that conversation ever going to happen. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to get at with Alex, is the fact that people are saying Isaiah 53 and Daniel, what is it, Daniel 11 or Daniel 9 is pointing to Christ. It's not pointing to Christ. It is pointing to a Christ, which he could be, one of a few that are to come, right? What I mean is a second coming. You know what I mean? But to believe as a Christian that Isaiah 53, speaking about Christ, is a failure of teaching, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And a failure of understanding the actual Bible. Do you get what I mean?
So here's what I suspect. I suspect that when emissarian structured house on sand, right? When it falls down, all of a sudden you're subjected to the wild elements, right? Wild beasts, the wind, the rain, all these things. Okay. So that takes you from this materialist world to an enchanted pagan world that gets real scary real fast, with the gods very obvious, let's say, right? Okay. Once you're in that paradigm, it's a whole lot easier to talk about what Elohim is, right? And because you are seeing these people within these cults and these possessions, you are actually seeing that in person, like manifested deeply compared to your protected emissarian thing that has been built up. Does that make sense?
It does. But see, this is what gets weird, is you're not going to find Christians that are going to discuss it this way, right? In fact, that's what I put to PVK. I'm shocked that no one's talking about Karen Armstrong, because I love her. One, she became a nun before Vatican II. Then she left the church. She didn't stop believing in God. She left the church in the 60s. So imagine the shock of that. But even her, she's like, not only have we lost, like she argues there's a 5-level of Bible interpretation. There's 5 levels to it. And she says we barely even do one now. But there's a great book called The Lost Art of Scripture, I think is what she calls it. And overall, I think that's what's breaking my heart here, is we need to talk about this stuff, but I don't ever see that. I am in a few Bible study classes, and they're either reading and they're only giving one exegesis and they don't go into it in great detail, or they're going into it in great detail and there's one, it takes them 13 years to get through the whole Bible, right? But there's nowhere in between talking about like I said, little things like why won't the Christians talk about the mistranslation of Luther when he added by faith alone, he added the word alone, or how, like you mentioned, the virgin birth, that's really problematic. The word isn't virgin. The word is young woman. And you can assume she's a virgin because she was in the 1-year betrothal period with her husband. You know what I mean? So she was technically married, but she wasn't yet allowed to go and live with her husband yet. She was still living with the father. So, you know what I mean? But without talking about this shit, I think that's what's making people fail. How are you going to get new people into the fold if you're teaching something, like you said, neurodivergent, they're a bellwether. So if you're teaching something that they realize just doesn't make sense because it just doesn't make sense, then I believe other people are feeling that deep down. I think that's why 60% of evangelicals don't believe in the divinity of Christ. Why more than 50% of Catholic priests have had a relationship with another person. I'm not saying, the bad relationships, just like boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever. I think that's why, because every day these priests are lying to their flock because they're not admitting to these major gaps. And as you said, you have to suspend your judgment, but we're not talking about that, right? We're saying, well, this is the way you have to understand it, right? Instead of going, well, do you get what I'm getting at here? I think that's what's keeping people from joining.
The context that I would point at is like, okay, maybe just the last 1,000 years. Here's this major split between the 4 major Christian capitals and Rome. Okay, here's this split. You have 5 cities. There's a split between them now. We're just going to tell the story about what happens after the West splits off. The West splits off. It has to become church and state. Things are crazy. They're in chaos. They don't really have a choice, right?
Especially after the plague.
They've got yes. There's barbarians at the gates. There's all kinds of weirdness going on there. Now, over time, one of the consequences of this, within 500 years, is that there is a shattering. So you got to break in half, and then there is a heavy shattering that happens in the Western Roman Empire. Yeah. And it shatters so hard, because you can imagine it just like glass. Here's shatter, or it breaks off, and then shatter, all the way to the point where Carl Jung is pointing at, in 100 years, every man will be his own pope, right? When you get to that, there's some degree of truth to that, right? To whatever degree we see that as happening, right? At that point, you will see the Greek gods rise again.
Yeah, you think so?
We're already there. We are already there. There are more people, and the New Age movement stuff, and the Dionysian cults, the online circles of beauty and vitality, and this Apollonian thing that's like kind of fascist. Like, every single pagan cult that you can imagine, you will find
Is
those
back.
communities all over the internet. They're like
Probably right,
subreddits,
yeah.
right? Every single one is basically a subreddit, right?
Or there's a Discord forum, eh?
Yeah. In fact, actually, they're dead Discord, exactly. But they've even broken into their own communities. It's like Blue Sky is for these gods, Twitter is for these gods.
Yeah,
like
good point.
Here's what's going on. This is risen up again, and this is a big reason why Christianity is a big conversation again. Go ahead, Lou, please.
I was just again listening in, and I'm wondering how you guys feel about why we, as a society, as human beings today in 2025, would even want to look back to people like Paul. I mean, we don't have leaders today that are more advanced than Paul. I mean, I don't understand. Like I'm trying to contrast, I guess, the religious thought versus the
psychology. Yeah.
Like I am not going through my life wondering what Paul said. Now I've read Paul, all right. I've read the Bible a few times, and the Bible plays no role whatsoever in my life. Okay, but I have read it and I know what it says. But I can't even imagine like going through my life in 2025, meeting someone and then saying, well, I'm going to base our relationship on what you think that the Bible has to say. Like I'm so far removed from that. And I don't know. Like one question I want to ask you guys is, do you have an authority that runs your life? I'm curious.
Many.
Yeah.
So your life is being run by other people?
So I would say that there's a bottom up and top down thing that goes on. Okay. So from our perspective, the secular humanist thing is very bottom up, but no top down, very against top down.
Yes, I agree with you on that. By the way.
So in the Orthodox tradition, I would say that what I see happening and what I participate in is a lot of bottom up and top down. We know that both are important. It's important that I respect my dad. I didn't do that for 20 years. I hated him. I was indifferent towards him. It's actually important that I respect and hold him in a high regard and weight his opinion a lot, right? Like his opinion matters a lot. Just like the pastor or the priest, right? The presbyter at my parish, right? Father Mark, I need to weigh what he says really highly. I need it to be very important. I need it to be more important than what the gas station guy tells me. Right?
I like that. Got a great way of explaining this stuff, Michael.
It's funny because when I hear this, like I'm just so different. Like it helps me to understand why I'm different than religious people, because I don't even relate to that. I mean, I literally run my life every day, self-governed, self-controlled, making my own decision. Now, I respect all people. So it's not like I want to put down what the priest has to say, but I don't put him on any pedestal whatsoever. All right. And as far as like, to me, it's you. Like if I lived like that, and I'm not saying maybe you guys feel differently, but if I lived like that, where I go, well, I got to really put myself under another man, I would feel like a slave because I'm so far beyond that. It's like
with criticizing Christianity.
I don't care what the priest up the road has to say or the rabbi. I don't even give a darn. Now, I may listen and go, oh, well, he said something nice. But as him having any sort of authority in my life, that has been gone for 12 years. So I feel much better not having that over my head. Yeah. I mean, my dad or my mom, right? You mentioned dad and mom. Now, I think people should respect their parents, but that doesn't mean their parents should be authority and dictator over their lives. I mean, if my dad, well, both my parents are gone, but I had good relationship with my dad and mom. All right. And if my dad told me, well, you know what, I'm thinking this, and I was not a child anymore, you know, because now we're both grown men, we're on the same level. I don't go, oh, my dad said I'm putting him up here. No, my dad and me are here, the same level. So if he has something good to tell me, I'll take that into consideration. But if I disagree as a grown man, I'm simply not going to do what my dad said. And I can't even imagine like being under the authority of some other people. It's weird to me.
So I'll never be, my dad will never be my son, right? He's always going to be my dad. He's like,
Yeah.
and then no one else is going to be my dad, really. Not my blood dad, right? It's just one. I just have one, right? I only came from one man. Now there could be other types of fathers, like let's say I could end up with a stepfather, right, who isn't blood, but is somebody who is really counting on me to care about my mom, and then him by proximity, right? And then also, because he loves my mom, this is somebody who should, in theory, like, and for good reason, want the best for me, right? Now, no matter how old I get, they're going to be older, right? And so there's a, it's like, should they be the dictator over everything I do? No. Should I hold what they say in the high regard? Yes. And that's the difference, because I don't actually end up equal with my dad, even though as I age, I certainly mature and we're closer to the same thing. Like, let's say a grandpa and a great grandpa are closer to each other than a great grandpa and his youngest, descendant, right? So there's a way where it closes in, but there's also a way where you could never actually be on exactly the same level or above. But where things get really turned around, and this happens to lots of people, right, is where you have a parent who isn't really doing a parent thing, and they act more like a child than the parent, and then the world gets inverted. And there's a lot of trauma that happens as a result of that. But if things are in their proper order, then a grandfather acts like a grandfather, a father acts like a father, a son acts like a son. Things are in perspective order.
Do you have grown children?
No, God willing, I'll have
What
children.
children? Do you have children?
Yeah, not yet, but God willing, I will.
All right, I have grown children, so they're no longer, children. They're grown-ups. All right, and if I talk to my children and they come to ask me what I think about something, and they do, right? They come and ask me what my thoughts are on something. I give them my thoughts and what I think, and I always end the conversation with, but you are a grown adult and you must make your own decision.
Yeah.
You see, I don't make decisions for my grown children.
Yeah.
All right. They make their own. All right. One of my children is a pastor. All right. And I'm an atheist. Okay. And they will ask me what I think about things. And it's kind of odd, in the dynamic that we have, is that they'll ask me before they ask someone in the church, right? Because they're so used to the church being screwed up that it's like they don't even go to the church for an answer. But they themselves believe in Jesus and they, have that, that religion. But I would always tell my child, this is what I think, all right? But you have to make your decision, and you having faith, right, being different than I am, you have to maybe take that into consideration, right? And that's okay with me. But the idea of people wanting authority over others, and for me as a grown man to look at, let's say the Pope or the Dalai Lama, or oh Papa, please tell me, whoa, what am I to do? I mean, it actually to me feels so weak.
Yeah. It can get really excessive and weird, but I think of the other side of it, where you go, if there's a father, I grew up out in like a almost like the full country, but it was still just like a rural enough where there's like a little neighborhood and stuff. But there was enough traffic in the road, and there was enough kids playing outside. It was safe to play outside. So here's these kids are playing. They're playing in the yard and stuff, and they really need to be careful about when they were in the road. In fact, is the best idea for them to just stay the hell off the road, really. So that you can imagine a father coming out, and I watch my friends' fathers and mothers do this regularly, where they're like, I don't care what you think, stay out of the road. No, I don't care that ball's stay out of the road. And it's actually really important that they do that so that they don't get smashed and flattened by a car, right? Now, they get older later on, and that becomes less necessary. But there's a both and here, where it's like you can see where it gets excessive and weird. Just like a child could be like, I don't know what to decision, Dad, I'm really relying, you got to make a decision for me. That's not good. That's not healthy. That's not a healthy person, right? They need to be able to have autonomy and make decisions so that they might be a parent to a child and repeat the pattern downward, right? On the other hand, they need to show that kind of reverence in order to have that pattern, in order to every kid doesn't get flattened on the road.
But don't you agree there's a difference between children and grown-ups? I mean, there is a difference.
I've seen a lot of people with gray hair that seem to be children.
I mean, when I was bringing up my children, there was a lot more, this is the way it is, because I maybe have to protect them because they're not developed enough, maybe even to know, like, not to cross the road or that sort of thing. I don't have no problem with that. I'm talking about grown men following other men and doing what other men tell them to do. That to me is weak.
You would hate the Marine Corps then.
I would hate that.
Yeah. But having been in the Marine Corps myself, I certainly don't think you would find that we were weak, right?
Well, it depends. It depends how you use these words, right? I mean, like if you're on a football team, there's a certain expectation where someone is, directing the field, directing the play calling and who's doing what. And that, I understand that. And that's kind of like the military, right? They're supposed to be a unit, right?
Well, when it comes to big life and
unit. But
when there's like a opposing force that might kill you, when there's people that might kill you and your family and otherwise, because this happens,
right.
This really, right? Obviously this happens, then you sort of need a dictatorial, highly regimented structure in order for people to do what they're supposed to do. Because if everybody is discussing, if like you got a platoon of army guys and all of them are talking, what should we do? What do you want to do? Right. What do you want to do? I don't know, right? Even following somebody's bad order is more likely to keep you alive because you're all doing the same thing together than if you sit there and deliberate. That's one of the things that we talk about in the Marine Corps, right?
Yeah.
So there's a time and a place, right? And there's proximity, right? Of where like I think it's good for me to have a mentor, a spiritual father. That's important and good, right? But if I turn him into like some kind of weird thing where I can't make a decision without him, like that's not healthy. And that means that he's not doing his job well.
Yeah, but don't you think there's a difference, like when you have teamwork or a unit, a military unit, a football team, this is where leadership, plays a big role. And I get that. I mean, because I was into sports and all that, so I understand it in that context. Where I don't understand it is in the context of just going about my everyday life, which has nothing to do with a team. It just has to do with me In other words, I am controlling my life. So I am the director I'm the quarterback of my team, me. I'm the CEO of my team, me. I am the one who is making all decisions for team me. And I find, like in some religious sections, I don't see that. It's like I meet people, like I was into sales. I'll give you a silly example. But you sit down with someone and you're talking about the sale of something. You're presenting something that they might buy or not buy. Okay. And at the end of this conversation, the man turns to you and says, well, I'm going to go talk to pastor. It's like, what a cop out. Like,
Yeah.
Why would you have to talk to pastor about making a purchase of something? All right.
Yeah.
Because all you are to me, once I hear that, first off, I leave. If I hear a person thinking that they would want to buy something and saying they have to talk to pastor. All right. I literally head for the door immediately. I'm like, all right, goodbye.
You and I might agree that seems disordered. It's not in order, right? But here's same guy. Let's say he has a daughter, for example, and she dies from some crazy out of nowhere heart palpitation thing, and just like his daughter's gone, right? Like that, and all of a sudden, like he's depressed, he is freaked out, he is like his whole world is falling apart. That's a really good time for him to go talk to his spiritual father, right?
He could, and it may be a good time for him to do that, especially because he's in that belief system.
Right.
And I get that. But
So then
what
we
if
go,
he
okay,
wasn't
here's
in that
the
belief
time and
system?
here's the place where this works, and here's time and places where this doesn't seem to work. If he has a proper or a good, right, what seems to be objectively good spiritual father, then he would have that in right relation, like where he's able to make decisions about purchases without calling his priest. Like that's excessive. That's unhealthy, right? The
Well,
priest
isn't there,
has real problems to attend
like
to.
what you described is a very real thing that happens. People
Yeah.
go through emotional problems. They go through different things and they need help. All right. And that's very human. That happens to human beings.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're in a belief system, it may be a good thought. Let me go to the priest or the father in the church, the pastor. That may be a good idea for them, depending on the advice that the priest or pastor gives them. Right? But it could be a very good idea. But if you're not in that world, all right, you could go to a therapist who might help you sort through these things. And a therapist ultimately does not tell you what to do. A therapist ultimately is there to help you grow as a human being and for you to work through your own issues. All right. And what I see in religion sometimes is an authoritarian thing to rule over other people. And that to me, that in and of itself is something I would never want anything to do with. I don't want to.
Two thoughts. I'm real curious to say what Al will say on this, but one, the therapeutic practice. I think that some of the most serious work that was done on that around 100 years ago now, 120 years ago now, they were looking very seriously at the Judeo-Christian traditions and practices and what these priests would do, right? And trying to abstract that out to a secular place, right? For wide applicability, right? So a lot of it draws and it has its origins there, right? Therapists, that's a pretty new thing. That didn't really exist very long ago, right?
100 years, maybe?
Exactly. It's not that long. And so in a way, those are sort of the new priests of a new religion of psychology, like just in a practical way, right? And then the second thing is So let's say you're trying to get advice about what's going on, right? What to do, some crisis in your life. Okay, there is a I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just going to listen kind of thing, right? You could sort of imagine like a really patient mother doing that, right? And just going like, oh, let me just hear you out, and it's up to you. I hear. Oh, I know you're hurting. Something. But then there's also sort of like a weird masculine father kind of way where he'll listen, but at some point he goes, listen, you need to figure it out. Like, here's what's obviously good, right? I don't know why you're not doing what you need to do. Go handle it. Get off your ass, work hard, go handle it, right? And so there's sort of like, you can imagine like a masculine and feminine approach to like helping or mentoring someone or guiding them, right? And what we see in the therapeutic practice today is a lot of empathy, a very feminine kind of thing going on, right? And it's got its own beauty and its own right place. But the critique is that and this is maybe why the Peterson phenomenon, the Jordan Peterson thing, got so big, so hard, because here was this psychotherapist that was like, make your bed, seriously, take up your responsibility, do what you need to do, be a good man, right? And all of a sudden there was this like, oh my gosh, a therapist is saying masculine things. What on earth? Because nobody had seen it for years, right? So I don't know. What I see out of the priesthood, right, is, and I think one of the reasons that it has been traditionally masculine and men are in those roles as a rule, right, is at that role, it's important for somebody in that position to encourage you to be who you should be, to do what they know you're capable of doing.
Well, the thing is that you have to be within that belief system for this to have any role in your life. I mean, if I'm an atheist or a Jew or a Muslim, why in the world am I going to get I'm going to go to some authoritarian Catholic to tell me what to do? I mean, it obviously doesn't make sense for me, right? Because I'm not part of that belief system, right? So the one good thing about like a more secular understanding of the world is that we can come up with better, more improved ways to deal with humanity as a whole. Okay, because if I have some catastrophic crisis that I can't handle emotionally, and I'm thinking of doing very bad things to myself or others, right? If that's the position I'm in, and I really am in an emergency and I need help, all right, I should be able to go to something secular because it will cover me no matter where I'm coming from. All right. But to send me, let's say, as an atheist and go, oh, well, we got a priest who's going to tell you about it. That's just not helping me. Okay. Yeah. So it may help a Catholic. I agree. I mean, it may help a Catholic, but it goes back to, isn't the secular way of thinking for a society more inclusive? Isn't it much more inclusive?
So Tom Holland would say that that what we call atheism today is a branch of a Christian tradition. It's a Christian denomination, effectively. Again, that's not me saying it. That's Tom Holland's perspective.
I disagree with him.
I know, and I would have if I were you too when I first a few years ago in my life. But the reason why I suspect that makes sense. You can imagine, like, if you go back a little deeper in history, the differences between like religions, we're starting to see this a little bit right now, like what's going on between Palestine and Israel. Okay, so like if they're willing to kill each other, it's like there's not a clinic for you to go into. If you're something else, right, then they'll kill you. right? I don't want to use like the nation of Israel as an example here. That's just too murky territory. But you go back to like old pagan cults, right? Maybe medieval days, certainly early Roman Empire. Happy to kill each other, right? There's not like, oh, we'll take care of your medical needs or whatever. We're happy to kill you by all means. So what happens with the Christians is that they are willing to take anybody in, Jew or Gentile, whatever cult you come from, whatever tattoos you've got, whatever weird crap you've been into, whatever insane stuff that you've done. And these people, some of these people did insane stuff. They're making ritual human sacrifices on altars, right? Killing people on altars, or like the weird Wicker Man stuff where they stuff their elderly and babies into like this big thing and then burn it, right? They do crazy stuff, and they go, we will welcome you here and help you change to live a different way, right? To reorder your world, do it something healthy. So that ethos, that spirit, right, carries on in this secular tradition in a way that I think is really beautiful and inherently Christian, and exactly why Dawkins is saying what he's saying.
But the Christian thing, I mean, I was Christian, so I mean, I could only go back to what I used to think. Okay, I used to think that if somebody wasn't Christian, all right, there's no possible way that they could possibly understand things like ultimate right and wrong, like how to put proper laws in society, going to heaven or hell after you might die. All right. As a Christian, I was given certain answers to those things, and they were definitive. They weren't negotiable. It wasn't like I could say, well, I just don't believe that, because the minute I said I don't believe that, I'm on the out. All right. I'm no longer in the group. Like, I'm not in. This is, I guess, the best way for me to illustrate this. I'm not in the Christian group. I'm out. If I go to a Christian church and say, I don't believe in your God, I'm on the out. All right. Now, in my world, a Christian is not on the out. All right. A Muslim is not on the out. A Muslim can come to me and say, hey, I'm having a party and I want to invite you, and we did some business together, and I could go to the Muslim party. I have no problem. I'm not on the outs. Or I could invite him into my party because I'm not on the outs. But the other way, again, the Muslim would put me on the outs if he was religious. So to me, the religion is a divisive factor in our culture. And I mean, I can't even, I have very close people to me who are Christians, including family. All right. They're not on the outs with me. No way. They can come over anytime they want. They can talk to me anytime they want, because I don't judge people based on what they believe. I don't care what they believe. All right. Now, there's some Christians, like my own girlfriend, who doesn't judge me based on what my atheism. All right. She's a Christian and she accepts me as an atheist, and I accept her as a Christian. But in the world of fundamentalism, that is not a thing. If she was a fundamentalist Christian, we would not be a couple, period. All right. And I'm personally against that sort of authoritarian religion. Not religion in someone wants to believe something, because I have no problem with what everyone wants to believe something. But once you start dividing everything up and claiming superiority over others, or claiming dominion over a country, whoo, dangerous stuff to me. Dangerous.
Would you say secular, like the secular humanist view, like to be an atheist and a secular humanist is the best thing that someone can be?
I would say that depends on the person. I don't think one size fits all. All right. So, like, for example, there are Christians that I know that I think should stay Christian. All right. And I'm saying that, I would think for their best interest, they should stay Christian. All right. But there are some Christians I would look at and say, no, they should not be Christian. Right? Because it seems to be hurting their psyche, right? And I
So
think
is it
once
is
it
it fair,
starts
like,
hurting your psyche, it's a bad place to be.
so those people who like kind of need it, it's like my best friend Rick, this was my friend, he and I basically were both like atheists, like militant atheists together, and we used to just shit on Christians all day. That's basically what we do, right? So one of the things that we would say is like, okay, well, look, if being a Christian keeps you from being like snorting a bunch of coke and killing people or whatever, then by all means, be a Christian. Because the idea is sort of like, you can't hack being an atheist, secular humanist. You need this other thing in order to keep it together.
I would say some people do.
Yeah. And so there's like from our perspective, we would have said something like, you're not well enough to do the thing that we see as because what we're doing, like being atheists, the reason that we are that is because that to us is the best thing that we could be. It's the highest good, right? And then other people should either do that, or there might be something that's going on with them that's a problem or something that's a condition of some kind, right? Just maybe whatever trauma, whatever the heck went on with them. And so because of that, they should stick in their thing if that's what's keeping them from like doing worse stuff and falling apart, right?
Yeah.
So then what is mapped out is sort of a hierarchy of the secular humanist thing, the secular human atheist, that's the highest good. And if you're not healthy enough, then by all means stay in your thing. And I'm cool with all of you doing your own thing, as long as you don't try to like kill me or kill those other guys, as long as you just leave it alone, right?
Yeah.
So that ends up being a kind of a rules. It's a rules that have to happen, which creates boundaries. And you go, you have to stay inside of these bounds within these rules for me to be cool with you. Because if you guys start killing each other or attacking my family, we're not cool anymore, right?
Pretty much, I go along with that. I mean, I don't have any problem with any people who are religious. I have a problem when they force their religion upon me.
Yeah.
And when if I have to go somewhere and I got to endure their religion, I don't. It's like,
yeah, I do definitely have a problem if they got violent with you and started breaking your stuff or anything like that, right?
Or taking my rights away.
Yeah.
I mean,
even like your bodily rights, like you can't have a right arm anymore, right?
Well, if I'm gay, all right, I personally am not, but if I'm gay and somehow, the Christian idea that I'm an abomination to God, and now that becomes part of my government rules and regulations. Yeah. Oh yeah, I would be very upset with that.
So here's the weirdest thing, Lou. This, and I'm not asking you to agree with this, but here's where I found myself having like largely been in a very similar kind of perspective that you're talking about. These days, I look at secular humanism and those ideas that we just talked about, and I go, oh, that's also because it has rules and boundaries. The word dogma basically means boundaries, right? And religio, at least according to Tom Holland, Al's not going to agree with me, means to bind, right? And so it's a religion, like secular humanism is actually a religion with dogma. Or here's another way to put it. Secular humanism has a culture to it, right? And all things that have culture are a cult. And everything, everywhere, every binding of people, every group of people is a cult with culture.
And I could see it that way too. I mean, it's just a matter of how damaging or helpful these cults may be. All right. If you're going to look at culture and say, well, that's a culture, this is a culture, it comes down to how damaging or helpful these cults are. I mean, just because something is a cult, I don't necessarily say that means it's horrible.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't mean it in a bad way in this sense. It's like,
I mean,
since
it
everything's a
could be
cult, it's
good.
like some are good, some are bad.
And each individual has their own mentality and their own psychology. So,
Yeah, that's right.
that's why I said I could see religion being good for some people. I could see that. It's
So the
not
secular-
good for me. I could also equally declare it's not good for me. It hurts me, right? Because my big thing that keeps me sane and keeps me stable is freedom of thought, right? That's what I value, all right? So if for me to think like I have to go to Richard Dawkins to tell me how to think, I have to go to the Pope to tell me how to think, I have to go to Paul in the Bible 2,000 years ago, that this old ancient man knew more about me than I do.
So gosh, especially the freedom of speech thing, freedom of thought, freedom of speech, that's so important. It's so important. Oh my gosh. Here's what's scary about any group of people, any cult, and everything is a cult. There is no not cult. If you try to get out of a cult, you're in a cult again. Even if you thought you're in the not cult, that's a cult, right?
Well, let me ask you about cults.
Sure.
And how far we're going with this, right?
Yeah.
Am I in a cult because I think for myself? I could be the cult of me. That I mean, if you want to say that, then I could agree with that. I'm the cult of me, right?
Yeah.
But generally, cults include other people, and they're usually hierarchical, right? So I'm only controlling myself, right? Like some people look at me and they go, well, you're your own God. And I go, well, yeah. I mean, if you want to consider God the one who is controlling the human and controlling the agency, I am my own God in that way. All right. I'm controlling 100% governing myself. I have autonomy and human agency. All right. So cult, am I my own cult? Well, you could say so, but so what?
So one of the classic expressions of that particular cult is this statue that you see for America, Lady Liberty, Libertas. Okay. So people that have that, everything that you just said, there's other people who say that exactly that way, right? They have that same viewpoint about it's about me, managing me. Usually falls with some secular humanism. They usually also probably say some things about atheism. And it's this elevation of the individual, right, and nobody above you. There's an obsession with not having any hierarchy or anybody above you, and it being flat, right? These are characteristics, and it has a culture to it, which is why I'm able to define it as a religio, a religion, a cult that has culture.
Well, the thing is, if I have a religion, it's my own religion. Okay? It's not your religion. It's not anyone else's religion. It's my own. And I could accept that. So it doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when I'm being lorded over by another religion, because that religion is also run by men, and I don't bow to men. That's not my thing. Okay. Even if the man is Jesus, or if the man is Muhammad, or if the man is Buddha, I don't bow to any men. Now, could I be forced to? Well, yeah. I mean, people could kill me. They could do anything they want. And throughout history, religions have done that. They've taken people like me and they go, well, you don't conform, so we will kill you. All right. And I mean, I would go down dead because I'm not bowing to some religious people. It's not my thing.
Well, if we tried to make everybody in an entire nation live like how things work in the Marine Corps, it would be awful. Believe me, I lived that life, right? It's tyrannical on purpose. It's supposed to be a dictatorship. It's important that it stays that way, in fact, right? So there's a place for that, right? And there's also a place for like nobody's above anybody else and flat expression and freedom of ideas. A lot of that happens here in the TLC. This is very Protestanty flatness, but even here we still have like, okay, well, here's PV. It's Luke's channel. Regardless of what I think, I'm on Luke's channel right now. If I start saying some crazy terms of service breaking stuff, Luke can shut this down, and rightfully so he should, right? So we both, whether we like it or not, at this very moment have to bow down to Luke in some sense, right?
Yeah.
So there's like little bits of bowing. You can imagine Japanese people, okay? They bow into everybody. They're bowing to everything all the time, right?
I call that respect.
Right.
I'm not talking about respect. I'm talking about taking away my ability to think for myself.
That's right.
Freedom of thought. All right. I'm not talking about, things in real life. The police show up at a scene and they have to direct people to go to certain places because they're conducting an investigation. All right. I totally understand that, because there's an agenda there that has to do with teamwork and getting things done efficiently. All right. I get all that, but this is not religion. Religion has to do with controlling your thought. All right. Even Jesus said, well, if you look at a woman with lust, all right, then you've already committed the sin.
Yeah.
Right. And what is the sin of adultery punishable by? Death. All right. So he's saying, no, your thoughts have to be what I want your thoughts to be. All right. And that type of authoritarianism, I want nothing to do in my life. I want nothing to do with that in my country. I have no interest in that whatsoever. All right. Because once you start feeling you can control other people's thoughts, right, that is ultimately mind control. Okay. And I'm against mind control because I value freedom of thought. So if I want to think that, wow, I have a gay thought and I happen to think that guy is handsome, all right? Now, I don't have those thoughts. So you understand, I'm just saying that, all right? But I would not look at myself as a bad person. It'd be like,
so
it'd be like, oh, well, there's a thought.
One of the things I noticed about myself is that almost everything that comes out of my mouth is something I heard from somebody else. Not almost everything. Everything is. Everything. Like there's this idea of genetics, and there's an idea of mimetics, mimicking. We talk about this on the internet, memes, Dawkins, right? Dawkins talks about memes, but there's an older articulation of that with this really interesting anthropologist, Rene Girard.
And Baudrillard as well talked about it.
Yeah, and so here's the idea, Lou. Everything that you're telling me, right? There are things that, one, I've said before. Two, they are things that other people will say the exact same way, and they're saying it because they heard it from somebody else, right? In fact, why do we even have the words that we do? Someone had to make those noises, right, and articulate those concepts and go cow, cow, right? Cow, mom, cow, apple, right? So we ended up having to take those things from other people, and then we are representing those things back out. Someone hears us, and then we're going, is that going to take on? It's weird that we're even having this discussion, right? Because you're telling me this perspective about how you see the world, how you don't want people above you, secular humanism, all these things. I'm kind of doing like a weird, like, oh, ball fan, and like, sometimes like respect is good, but don't want like heavy Marine Corps authoritarianism, but also like only flat structures can be a problem because a father needs a son. We're doing all this, and like, why? Because there's sort of like a mimetics of a battle of idea things going on where I go, I'm curious if the stuff I'm saying is gonna take root in you, or if the stuff that you're saying is gonna take root in me. Because if what you said could really impact me, I might say that again to somebody else later down the road, right? Or it might change how I live my life a little bit, right? So pure individuality, and that like anything that it all just spawns from me alone, these days I tend to look at it and I go, man, I am deeply interconnected. I need other people. I need people to keep the electricity on, like whoever the hell is doing all the different jobs that keep this electricity on, that allow this laptop to work, that my wife, she cleans better than I do, a lot better than I do, to my I need people, and I need their thoughts. I need my dad to care about me and be like, when are you having kids? Let's go, right? You're like in your later 30s, make it happen, right? I actually need other people. I need their ideas. It's important. But to your point, Lou, the minute it becomes coercive, someone's trying to control what I think and control what I say, that's a problem. That's definitely a problem, right?
Well,
That's
let me ask
where
you
it's
something.
tyrannical.
Let me ask you something about that.
Yeah.
Like controlling. All right. I could tell that you think that we are people who are influenced by what we hear, by what we see, by who we hang out with. All those things are influencing our thoughts. You agree with that?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, it all
Okay,
has influence.
so if every week in my country people are gathering and hearing about how Jesus is Lord and how Yahweh loves them and sent his son to die on a cross, all right, so that they can have salvation, all right. If they're hearing that every single week, the repetition, some people since the day they were born hear that, all right, do you agree that that has a major influence on how they think?
Yeah, sure does.
Okay, so if that was wrong, right? If it was wrong, if Jesus doesn't save them, and if Jesus isn't the only way, and Yahweh is mythology, all right, then they're being taught something that is seeping into their brains that is wrong. All right. So, I mean, that's
Yeah.
why. Let
Absolutely.
me tell you, I want to share something with you because we're talking deep mental things. All right. I'm on YouTube for one reason. It's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. Because I am an atheist. All right. And I feel that my country, America, is being overrun by Christian thought. All right.
Yeah.
And I know that it's powerful. And I know every week thousands and thousands of people go like sheep to a church and they hear what a man says and it seeps into their brain and it's something that they become, they identify.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So
An identity
after
you take
watching this, I decided in 2025 to go on the internet, YouTube, and I'm going to share some of my thoughts, which counteract the thoughts of the religious. Okay. And I did that specifically because I know that people are impacted by what they hear and what they see. All right. So it was my way, because I only have one vote in my country. Right. So when Trump ran for president, I had one vote. I cast it. But that didn't seem to do a heck of a lot. Right? So I'm like, well, that's not enough. All right. So I decided that I would join the people who are secular thinking atheist people on YouTube to spread a different view that people might get. And even religious people might encounter us and say, hey, wait, I never thought of that. Maybe I might give a tiny bit of, thought to what this man said. All right. And that's kind of the reasons I'm there, because I do think we all are conditioned to think certain ways. And I don't think, if I thought that Christianity was the best way, like Richard Dawkins said, that would be the best way for humans to believe, well, I guess I'd be a Christian or an atheist who supports Christianity. But I don't see that. I think secular humanism is the most sensible way for society to go about functioning well. Because once you bring the religious thought in government, you are literally dividing people. And I can't imagine how a country, a nation, a society, or even a world can function at its best when everyone is divided. I mean, Christianity is divided. The Protestants fight the Catholics. Right? The types of Catholics. Oh, well, I'm this type of Catholic. I don't believe what that type of Catholic says. All right. I believe that secular humanism offers a place where we can get away from that and on to what makes sense for our society, what makes sense for people as a whole living on this planet or in your particular country. What is best? And that's why I'm on YouTube.
we know, but it's like we like that you are, and I want to talk about having dinner for a second, and hear me out. It relates. So imagine you're having dinner. It's like, okay, well, who's invited to the table and how can they act? And you're like, anybody can come, right? It's okay. Anybody can come. Okay. Well, I've got this friend, and he doesn't want to wear clothes, and he wants to be able to poop wherever he wants to. There you go. Maybe not him, right? Maybe not him. Like everybody else, okay, but maybe not him. So I have to have some boundaries, right? And then, okay, so the nudists and the poop people are gone. Great, done. We're all going to have good dinner together. We have dinner together, and we're all sitting at the table, and we got our plates, we got our food, and whatever. And then all of a sudden, somebody stands up on his chair and then stands up on the table and just starts like spinning around in circles. We're trying to eat our meal, right? What on earth? Okay, that guy's got to go, right? We can't even eat. Like, he's actually stepping on our food. I cannot actually physically eat my food, right? So I've got two problems here, right? Where at least two different kinds of behavior, right, have to be excluded in order for me to just have food together with people, right? So there is, by necessity, some in-group, out-group stuff that has to go on just to be able to eat together, right? There has to be like a basic common sense, right, and commonality in order for us to have communion together, to eat together, right, to break bread. So if you restrict too far and you go, only you people who explicitly do this, well, there has to be good reason, and there has to be an exception. Like let's say if I have a book club or whatever, and I'm having dinner with the book club people, right? If I'm bringing in a bunch of people who've never read a book, it's going to be just weird and like not good for them, not good for us, right? So there's in-group, out-group stuff that happens that has to be managed. This is where the ideology or the cult of secular humanism ends up having a problem because it doesn't really know where or how to define boundaries very well. It just goes, well, we'll take everything in, but then as soon as people start dancing around naked or pooping all over the place or doing whatever, right, you go, under what premise, under what right can we say you shouldn't do that and you're out of the group or you need to change what you're doing? Like, what right do we have to judge you? We don't have a right to judge you. How can we say that you should or shouldn't do that? So that's the first thing, and then second thing, and I'll shut up. There are, especially right now, there's all these different expressions of Christianity. When you talk about Christianity, you know that the way the Catholics talk is not the same way that some Protestant group talks is not, and then like some other Protestant group talks in a different way than the other Protestant group talks, and like it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So there are those, and then everybody's saying that their thing is the true thing, right? It's chaos. It's absolute chaos. So all we can do, the way that this is going to go over time, right, as the chaos continues, because we've got a whole bunch of people naked dancing around, we've got people shitting all over the place, right? And the assertion that a lot of people are making right now is we've brought in so much secular humanism in the last 60 years that there's a lot of nudity, a lot of pooping, a lot of craziness, terrible things are going on. We would rather entertain maybe even half-hearted, not super great versions of Christianity, because that seemed to be working better than whatever has been happening to us in the last 60 years.
Oh.
I am actually one of those people. I changed my mind about the secular humanist bit, and now I find myself an Orthodox Christian, to my deep surprise.
Yes, and it is a, you changed your mind, and that's perfectly acceptable to me. All right. Me changing my mind from being a evangelical Christian to being an atheist is perfectly acceptable. All right. This is what's called freedom of thought.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You are allowed to change your mind. Right. As long as we're not doing something criminal or harming other people, we're allowed to change our mind.
Yeah. And in practicality, Christians are usually pretty good about being chill with Christians and other groups. You can find examples where people went off the rails, and I would say that they weren't being very good Christians. They weren't being Christian at all. And then they start killing people or something. That would be what I would say to that. Whereas I can look at what happened in the Soviet Union and something like 90 million Christians killed by human secularists. And I go, I don't want that to happen for sure.
Well, I'm not supporting or support any type of violence against other people groups, because that's just not the way. I believe violence is something that maybe should or could be done in particular situations for self-defense, that sort of thing. Yes. But I'm not for any group using violence against another group, just to get their way. Right? That's like, to me, a very low way of thinking, that we can overpower these people and just dominate them. But when you were talking about the party, let's say at the house, or the dinner party, all right, that dinner party is being run by somebody whose house it is. Okay. So there's a controlling of the milieu there. All right. If I'm throwing a party at my house and I don't want nudity in my house, all right, well, I have no problem saying that, it's my house, and the people who come here, if they want to run around naked, then I have every right to tell them, no, You could go run around naked somewhere else. And I don't have no problem with that. But the milieu, when we're talking about society, is the whole society. You see, it's like if I live in America, I'm talking about all of America.
Yeah.
All right. And to have someone controlling that in a way where they go, well, there's no nudity anywhere in America. All right. I'm not for that. You want to be naked and have nudist colonies, or you want to have naked.
So let's ramp up the example there then. Let's ramp up the example. So let's say people that are serial killers and pedophiles, right? And you go, okay, this isn't like nudity for the table, because I like personally, I could deal with that, right? Largely, it'd be uncomfortable. I don't really want it maybe like around my kids or something, right? But like, okay, but once people start like raping kids or being serial killers, like, and they go, well, within my religious context, this is my right. And believe me, there are real cults in the Roman history where that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Okay, our history is from that.
And a lot of Christian sects have abuse of children and stuff.
The beautiful thing about Christianity there is that we would say, and you see us saying regularly, that's not a Christian way to live. Right. And people that said they were Christians are doing awful things.
Yes. And and when Christians call out other Christians, I applaud that. All right. Like, for example, lately, just, over the last year, there's been a lot of big Christian ministries that have been criticized by Christians from within the ministry. Yeah. So like, there's a lot of scandals that are coming to light. Yeah. All right. Now, those scandals and those Christian people who are calling out those Christian ministries, I'm all for them. Okay. I support them in what they're doing. All right. But there's also a whole bunch of Christian people who go, oh, no, they're coming against the man of God. They're coming against God's anointed. All right. And I'm sorry. I'm going to back the Christians who are telling the truth. All right. Yeah. So these institutions fight back. All right. So what we have is cases like Michael Brown. All right. Michael Brown was found by an independent investigation to have done some bad things.
Yep.
The church, the institution, welcomes him back and throws him a party, including confetti. And, everything is so good. All right. Well, now there's other people coming out. So by putting that back and for the institution having its way is ultimately going to cause more problems, because now we have more people coming forth. And now they're saying, oh, Michael Brown getting put back in ministry. He did this to me and he did that to this one. All right. So for crying out loud, I mean, at least as Christians, if your ministers do rotten things, throw them the heck out.
So for us, what you're saying, that's a Christian thing to say, because to us, we see that you're using Christian values to judge that situation, right? And so we go, hey, you're right, because when there's hypocrisy, right? When the fruits of a good Christian aren't coming out of a good Christian, that's a problem. And we need to be able to discern and judge that. That's a judgment that needs to happen, right? And then we can show them some grace and some mercy and encourage them to do better, right? Yeah, so in a big way, a lot of the things that you say, like from a second we go, that's very Christian.
And I support the Christian people who speak out. I do. All right. But what we see and what a lot of Christians don't know, all right, because they're caught in the Christian bubble, is some of these churches are malicious. They will come at someone who speaks out and they will do it to harm that person. All right. Just like the mafia will do.
Yeah.
All right. It's the same thing. And
So-
yet a lot of Christians go, well, that it can't be that bad. You're telling me that they're harassing someone who spoke out? Yes, they're harassing people who spoke out.
So here's what I like to see. I like to see a church that says absolutely no pedophilia. No, no, no. Condemns it, harasses it, and says you cannot have communion here. You have to change your ways. Right? That's important. That's good. Right?
Yeah.
Same thing with some serial killer. Right? Absolutely not. You cannot kill people. No. Right? You cannot just go around murdering people. Hard no. Right?
Mhm.
Those are good. Now, when you want to get into the like fine-tune examples where we've been like really safe for the last 80 years, and it's sort of like about what you say and things, and like we're not like in existential danger most of the time. Hopefully that doesn't change, Lord willing. Then yeah, it can get a little bit murky, and some churches will miss the mark, and they end up doing a little bit too much thought control. But we also live in a place where it's really hard to like thought control people because they have a right for firearms, and we have like pretty good individualism laws, like pretty well individualistic, right? Like there's not a whole lot of countries throughout the rest of the world that like score higher on marks of individualism than we do. And who were the people that built this? Christian Protestants. Christian Protestants built this. And a lot of the things that you're saying come from the ideas that were passed down from that lineage. And they were people that didn't want to be trampled on.
But
And I really do appreciate that.
Michael,
Yeah.
let me
Yeah.
say this.
Yes, sir.
That's a nice thing to say. All right. And yes, Christianity played a major role in the formation and development of America as we see it today. Okay. But that doesn't mean a darn thing. All right. Because let's say I go to another country and in like Japan, and they go, well, in Japan, Shintoism played a major role in developing, this culture. Who cares? I don't. What I care about is that we are here in 2025 and we're trying to build a society that is best for all people. I don't care about Christian tradition. Sorry. I just don't care.
So,
Just
and
like
I mean
if
this.
I'm in
I actually mean
Japan,
this.
I
For
might
people
go,
like
I
you.
don't care about Shinto tradition.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
here's the assertion that I would make. And I am going to point to the Israel-Palestine example real quick. From my perspective, the best thing that could happen in that region, as an example, is that Christians are in charge of it. Okay. When Christians, right, are responsible for governing and politics, polity, like when they're heavy in the mix, over history, what's been shown. This is the case that Tom Holland would make, and as far as I can tell, it holds up. There's a higher likelihood. They could still screw up and do some stupid shit. Don't get me wrong. They could, and they do. It happens. But it happens a lot less than the things that came before it. And the way it's looking is that when secular humanism is in charge, it quickly turns into communism or something like that, or something really, really close to it, which weirdly enough, and you wouldn't think that this was the case, it gets, because it doesn't have like a strong reason to not get murderous. What the early 1900s showed us is that it tends to end up in disaster really fast. And so the most
That scares you. You're frightened.
Does it scare me? No, but I certainly don't want some society that might kill my kids because they're Christian, like happened in Russia, right?
But you would, if you were a native Indian in America, you wouldn't want the European Christians to come and massacre your children, would you?
in this specific case, we would say something to the effect of most of the death that was happening there was tragic and as a result of disease, which was really unfortunate that came from the Europeans. There were still bad things that happened. There were still like murderous things that happened. That definitely did happen.
You
We would
think?
also say that that's bad, and we would say that happens less with Christians. If you get serious about history and what people do, it happens less with Christians than it has with other people.
Christianity.
And that very much so includes secular humanism and what happened at the early 1900s and what led up to it is a great thing to point out of how.
Let me ask you this, because we just, it's a great contrast of thinking processes.
Yes, sir.
Right? Like Christianity, that the European settlers who came to South America, North America, and Central America conquested. They took land. They made people slaves. This is not something I'm making up. All right. So that type of behavior, not to say all Christians do that, not saying that, but this idea of the making Christianity special thing, I have to push back on that.
That's okay.
Because the fact is that it's a story of religious people of a certain type of religiosity coming to a land and taking what is not theirs.
Yeah.
All right. And yes, illness is a big part of that. It's not the only part. All right. But illness that was brought from the Christians, smallpox was brought from the Christians. So they were dirty, filthy Christians who brought that to innocent people, and they suffered from it. Okay. And you just like gloss it all over. Like, they're very nice. All right. Yes, listen, there's good and bad in all people groups. Okay. So I'm not saying that all atheists are good people. I mean, that's
Lou,
crazy.
I gotta go after
it would
this,
be
but
insane for me to say that. All right. But it's
here's
equally
what
as
I would
insane
retort with.
to think that Christianity is somehow superior to other people. All right. That's also equally as bigoted. All right. It's very, very bigoted. All right.
So we are making the assertion.
One last point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then you could address what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
All right. But Christianity throughout its history has been violent. Not at all times. All right. Not with every person, but it has a violent history. Okay. And for you to like just say, oh, but it's the better of the violent groups. Not buying it.
Okay. So the standard by which you're evaluating that to us is a Christian standard, right? And we condemn that violence. It's inherent to the entire worldview, our scripture, our practices. Now, I'm going to speak specifically as an Orthodox Christian. Okay, you're pointing broadly at all Christians, and I'll try to point out when I am talking about them too. But I'm going to just speak as an Orthodox Christian here. I can assure you that my people, the Orthodox Christians, should they be obedient to the faith, right? They have no interest in controlling your thoughts. They have no interest in killing you, right? It would be a serious problem to do either of those things, right? What happens in the West and some of the things that you're talking about more broadly, some of them are really tragic and awful. And even then, I really appreciate some of that work that I was telling you about from Tom Holland, because there's fundamentally less violence. It's like violence and killing each other is our default state, to be insane and violent. Christians have largely been able to hold that back, even the ones that weren't very obedient. and they were also the only people that ended slavery. Now we might not agree on that story, okay, and I can tell by that laugh. We're not
I
necessarily gonna
have
agree on
to
that story.
listen.
I gotta go after this. I've got 10 seconds. 10 seconds. We may not agree on that story, and that's okay. So at this point in time, what we're in is seeing which story is going to win. And we're
Yes.
taking hope.
Yes. And I'm going to push the secular humanist story while you can push the Christian story. All right.
Absolutely.
And we are going to see what wins ultimately.
Yeah.
All right.
Lou, I'll break bread with you any day, sir.
And this, likewise. All right. Likewise.
Pleasure as well,
But
Mike.
I got to say one thing. All right. Because I got caught up in this thing with the Christianity being better than the other beliefs. All right. That is the problem. When you say one belief is better than another, that becomes the problem. You see, Christians kept slaves up until the 1800s. Okay. Jonathan Edwards was a slave owner. All right. Great Christian pastors of historical Christianity were slave owners. All right. The Bible literally says it is okay to buy slaves and keep foreigners as slaves as your property. All right. And then to twist that is it was the Christians who solved slavery. Okay. I mean, what kind of it's like you keep slaves for 1800 years, right? And then there's an abolition movement, all right, which, yes, Christians were a big part of that. I get it. But you know what also was a big part of that? The Enlightenment, all right, where people were going against and away from religious thinking, all right? Now, after 1800 years of endorsing slavery, you turn around, oh, well, the Christians made it all better. I mean, it's like Christians will take credit for anything. I mean, literally, if I go out and do something by this conversation, I go out and I help my neighbor, all right, because I want to help my neighbor. This type of Christianity will turn around and say, oh, well, the reason you helped your neighbor was because of Christian values. And it's like, no, I helped my neighbor because I wanted to, and it has nothing at all to do with Christian values.
You know, I've been listening to the two of you.
I've said enough.
Yeah, no, I've been listening to the two of you for a long time. I even had 3 pages of notes. But I'll be honest, I think it's a funny situation. It's twofold. One, that Michael's more accepted into Christian circles than myself. I never spent 15 years crapping on Christians. In fact, I've always been technically your secular humanist person, where I supported everyone as long as their religion wasn't crap. But let's go back to your original discussion. And before I go, I just want to drop a little something for the TLC and how it's kind of cool. So your first question was, I think it's silly when I'm a salesman. I was a banker, by the way, which is very close to sales. So I'm going to give you stories based on that. Someone that would say, I never had someone say they had to speak to their pastor, but I've had people say they need to speak to their mom or their wife. That's just a sales objection. It just means you didn't do a good job of selling them. You just would have had to do a better job. But that's just a joke. As a fellow salesman, you get the joke. But what I really wanted to say is based on sales. Okay. So when I first started in banking, it was before there was after hours trading. So everyone would come to me, and I had multiple letters after my name, and they would rely on my advice for investment, for stock. I was even certified to buy and sell mutual funds for people, stocks as well. But then after hours trading came up, and now people could just go to a web app, right? And buy and sell the shares themselves. So the example I give people in the modern day. So who would you rather take advice from, right? Yourself, who knows nothing, or if you're going to go and look for advice, are you going to trust someone who has experience and maybe, well, the proper letters after their name to give advice when it comes to, say, finance? Or are you, in this modern day, there's actually websites that just you could bet on where you think the market's going to go. Are you going to trust the herd mind or whatever, the hive mind of the internet, or are you going to trust someone who has actual experience? So the example I might give as someone who, like Michael was saying, you always are going to respect someone else. You're not going to do what other people say blindly. And that's what a Christian doesn't do that either. I think maybe Michael might be a little hesitant to admit that he has a free mind himself. I think what's actually going on here is they value their opinion. So as a final little thing, like it just wraps it all up and talk about meme culture. There's a really famous movie called The Bells of St. Mary's. And the premise of the movie is that the neighbor had a factory that they wanted donated to the school, St. Mary's, so the kids could use it. His name was Horace P. Bogardus. And Horace, you know, is the author of this idea of the golden mean, right? But the whole premise of the story is that Horace was, like you say, secular humanist. He cared about people, but he never thought deeply about this stuff. And in the end, that's the sort of thing that you might go to your pastor about, is like, would it be better for me to donate my building and take the tax write-off, or to keep it for what potential might happen? And so that was my takeaway from your discussion, is you both seem to be talking cross purposes. It's not about religion. It's about having respect for the people that you share the wheel and woe with, right? The social contract, your society, your culture, whatever you want to call it. There's always people that you respect. And I think when it comes to religion, when it comes to philosophy, when it comes to banking, even in sales, like I know there is ethical standards in sales, depending on the field. I think that's placed there for a reason, because we need guardrails. So we're not saying that you have to forego all of your self-determination. What we're arguing is that we never know fully the best path for ourselves, that we should not blindly, but listen to other people and our own intuition. You get what I mean? And I think that's what was missed. Yeah.
Well, I think that I have no problem listening to a variety of different counsel, so to say. All right. What I have a problem is putting my thoughts in the hands of somebody else.
Exactly.
All right. And in religious circles, I see a lot of that. All right. I see very little independent thought going on. All right. Like, for example, just religion itself. I mean, are religious people, if let's say there's a question about scripture, right? And it's a deep theological question.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to Christian apologists to learn about that? Or are they going to the highest level scholars, experts in the
Great
field?
question.
All right. I find that Christians don't go to the highest level scholars in the field. They go to people who will support their belief and will just appease them and to keep
tell them
their
what they want to
faith
hear.
running. All right. And that, to me, they could do that, but it doesn't impress me at all.
But can I just ask you a simple question? And would you not agree that that same thing could be said about just about every aspect of life? Right? People don't put the work in, right? 90% of people nowadays don't even read a whole book in a year. 9% of our doctors stay up to date with the current data, the current studies. So it's not just Catholics that aren't reading the material.
No.
I can give you an example. One of our foremost atheists in the world, his name is Jonathan McWhorter. He's pretty famous. He talks a lot about atheism and how he doesn't have faith. But he himself fails. He's a linguist and says, well, we all know that religion is stupid. Well, he should know it. It's religiare or religio. It doesn't matter, both of which isn't blind belief. But what's worse about this is, well, how can I explain this? Well, I lost my train of thought on that because he just makes me so mad. He wrote a book about woke religion, and in it, he failed to make the case that woke was a religion because he is so blinded by his religion of atheism. He doesn't see that everything you believe in, that's religio, that the path that you follow, the thing you believe in truly. And when you fail to see that, so plain and simple, who do you go to for secular human, what do you call it? Advice or, scholar?
I'm one of the rare people, I guess, if that's the
Yeah.
way people run their lives and everyone's just bowing to other people. It's
No,
not
they
me.
don't. What I mean is, you're mistaking the fact that most people don't do the research themselves with properly doing the research. Because I got to tell you, there's lots of people out there like me where I will read the saints and I will read the Catholic notes in the Bible and I'll read the Anglican. I'll read it all. And I'll also read the Bhagavad Gita from India. And you know what I mean? And I keep an open mind about it. So I think you're mistaking the fact that many people, as Krishnamurti, he's super famous. He was an Indian that the Theosophists discovered, and they thought he was the next Jesus. You'll love this guy because he's right up your alley. And so for years, they were treating him like the next Messiah. And when they finally gave him the power to take over, I think it was called the Order of the Orient Star, 1925, I think. He gave a speech, and in it, not only did he dismantle the Order of the Orient Star because he said that's silly, he explained that when people come to a religion wanting to be told how to believe or how to think or how to act, that's a failure. He said a religion should be a scaffolding, a framework, an ecclesia, a sangha, a place of support, right? Where other people, like you were talking about, other secular humanists, where you're all together in this supporting each other. And I think that's where secular humanists fail, because even in Buddhism, the Sangha is all people who are of like mind. Do you get what I mean? Right? We all kind of think the same way, even if we aren't all Buddhists. But like the reason why I was so hard, and I apologize, I was trying to, whatever, drama. But I think that the secular humanists I run into online are so cringe is because it's such a broad tent that it has nothing that someone can hold on to. So many people are looking for an identity, and that's why they're clinging to some of this stuff. And if it doesn't have the sufficiency that people need, right? Certainty is absent in everything. So they just want some trust. And if your faith, and this is why I think people double down on being certain in religion, but I think this is why some of these new movements, these new age movements, some of these broad tent movements are going to fail. It's because it doesn't give people the certainty or the sufficiency they need. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, and by the way, I don't think atheism offers anything.
Exactly.
I don't think atheism is offering anything.
And I think there's too many atheists maybe in secular humanism because they're denaturing, like because you guys, you do hold something higher than yourself, proper humanists, right? Which is humanity, right? Like everybody. Do you get what I mean?
Well, let me say this. Atheism to me is just a non-belief in God. Now, that alone does not make my life good.
No.
I mean, that alone does not offer me happiness or joy or peace of mind.
Any answers?
It doesn't offer any answers, but I'm not looking to it to give me answers.
Exactly.
All right. The answers that I have in my life come from outside of that. All right.
Yeah, but where does it come from? See, I have this crazy theory. So I believe if you look, there was a meta study that came out recently that said that therapy, since its introduction, may be, and don't quote me on this, it may be a net negative to society. And I don't think it's therapy that's to blame. It's the fact that we have told everyone to go to their therapist. First, we stopped going to the bartender, and we stopped talking to our barber, and we stopped talking to our mechanic. Then, as you say, we stopped listening to our pastors and our preachers. And I think that's why we have this crisis of mental health. It's not because any of us have any serious issues. It's that we don't have anyone. This is Martin Buber's I and Thou. You can't become a full human being unless you bounce your crazy stuff off of other people and they, bounce it back. You become fully human by interacting with other people authentically. And this is what I argue is no one is authentic anymore. And because they don't ever learn about themselves. Think about it. When you're growing up, your buddies bust your nuts constantly, right? But that makes you understand who you are, right? And who you're not. And I think that's what we're missing when everyone gets a participation medal and no one gets criticized for anything. You get where I'm coming from there?
All right. I want to
Yes.
just chime in with a little window because I've been listening to quite a bit of this, and then I got to go back to things, but I wanted to chime in, and I'll let you guys continue if you want. So what's a little confusing is, Lou, is I don't know how much you listen to my channel and how much you pay attention to TLC stuff, but fundamentally, this community, this online community,
It's very open.
is antithetical in almost every way to everything you're talking about. It is not like the title of my thing is about colonizing religions, and I'm speaking against colonizing religions. One of the biggest things I talk about in the corner is confessionalism, which is outsourcing your thinking to an institution, which I don't think anybody can legitimately do. I mean, we've spent, I mean, if you cataloged the hours, if you quantified them, I've spoken for weeks on the internet about how all that's wrong. I say all institutions are inherently demonic. And so, like,
We
the
agree.
the general
We kind of
atheist,
agree.
yeah. So, like, the general atheist, theist, kind of typical internet discourse is just, it doesn't even really make sense in this area because we're all critiquing it. Most of these people used to be atheists or they were raised religious, and it's super diverse. We're constantly interacting with people who ideologically we don't really agree with, but yet we have some sort of common Western culture that we're trying to figure out what the hell it even is. Because I would argue none of us really know what it is.
No.
It hasn't existed
Struggling.
in the history of the world.
We're all
The thing-
struggling to find our
The thing,
grammar.
Luke, is when you say that, why does it have to be Western?
Because we live in the West historically.
Well, can
We
I,
don't-
can I
It
take
doesn't
that so
matter.
quickly?
If
Can I
came
say
from
that?
the East and had a good
No,
idea,
hold on here, Lou. This is actually my area that it really bothers me, and I call this the West Wash. So what you're falling for is, I have had kids that have graduated from philosophy recently tell me that Greeks invented philosophy. Right? They're learning this stuff today. So it's what I call the West Wash. So believe it or not, it's not Western. What we found is there is no difference. It's syncretism. So Jung did this. He thought that the West was wanting because of the nightmares he saw from the First World War. So he turned away from all of that, went east. But you know what he found? He found the East was wanting in a different way, and that he didn't find his home till he came home again. Thomas Merton said the same thing. He spent years in Zen, but he had everything he needed at home. So they're dealing with shit that we're not dealing with, but it's different stuff, right? The answers aren't over there. We've seen that. And the answers, right? It's always grass is greener. And that's what you're falling for. Like when we say West, it's because that's where you are and that's where you were raised. And that's what you're always going to be. You know what I mean?
Okay, but I'm not against the West.
Yeah.
Right? But I go beyond the West because to me, if there's a good idea that comes from the East, that's perfectly acceptable to me.
Yeah.
Right. I think when you start dividing people into regions, ethnicities, religions, this is not a positive. That's just how I see it.
Well, that's why probably Michael mentioned that Christianity, it's one of the only religions that have been open to all different people. I can't believe I'm the one defending Christianity, but like Islam at one time was okay with the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims all getting together in Jerusalem. But the only religion, I mean, there's an argument. No, there isn't an argument. So really, Christianity is the only one that actually allows all people to come in. Hinduism is what I was going to say. They allowed Jews to come when the Romans destroyed the temple, but they allowed them to be Jews. They didn't bring them and make them Hindu. So what I'm getting at here is this is what I was talking about before. There's two really famous books. You can't get away from this. Everything that you think and feel, your very language, your myth, your mythopoetic is based on the Bible. You can't get away from that. Right? Everything. Yeah. Well, you're going to have to learn about it because everything, our language, our culture, our law, like somebody in the chat a while ago said, oh, well, common law is based on the Bible, right? Everything in the West. This is why we differentiate between East and West, because this is actually my forte here, right? So in, believe it or not, in the, so here's a great example. This is a West Wash. If you ask, what is the most sold book? Of course, they'll assume you're asking in the West. Well, that would be the Bible. But in the East, This is the most sold book. But can you believe everything that I just told you, from the golden mean that Jesus teaches, to the golden mean that Horace teaches, the Greek, to, they call it the, what is it in English? Golden mean. I think I'm just interchanging them. But it's in this book as well, which is 5,000 to 10,000 years old. Right? So what we're getting at here is what you're railing against, you call religion, is simply something. There's a great Western guy studied how we come about to faith and what religion is. And there's this weird belief that I really think you should listen to. It's a belief that we develop religion for one single reason only. And you want to know why? It's because when we're children, we realize we're more than just our parts. We realize that the conscious or the self, or the soul, whatever you want to call it, is something beyond ourselves. We're an emergent being, as it were, right? And so when you start to get away from, and I heard you say this, and this is what I've seen, John Vervaeke is the same thing. He seems to have been burnt by evangelicalism, and he seems to be turned off by religions, certain religions. And you seem to be similar. Because I can go to any denomination, from Buddhist to Hindu to Shaivist to Catholic to Orthodox, and none of it bothers me, because they're all speaking to the same truth, right? Of like, whether you believe in God or not, it's the fact that you are not the center of the universe, and you need to minimize that belief. And believe it or not, this is why they all get together, because it's hard to sit there by yourself and go, oh, you know what? I am an egotistical fool, and I should actually consider myself as not greater than anyone else. They experience that when they get together. The Chinese, the Zen, they're called Chen Buddhists. They walk together in unison and they chant. A lot of them don't even know what they're chanting, because they change how they say it, because it just becomes a mind. It gets out of the mind. And what happens, and this is pure tested, there's a secular scientist who have tested both atheists and very, very devout believers, nuns, both Catholic and monks. And when they are engaging with these truths that they hold dear, so if it's a Buddhist monk who's chanting the compassion mantra, the same place in the brain is lighting up as when the atheist is confirming his disbelief in God. So what you're engaging with is the same effect, the same human effect. It's just you're afraid to label it as religion, because so much of it is cringe and so much is maybe probably traumatize you. So internal family systems would actually ask you, and I'll make it one step further. I think we internalize some of these relations. So I think you need to sit down with that part in you that deals with religion, and you need to say, hey, listen, the people that were horrible, that wasn't the religion, or the particular church I was involved with, that's not the religion. Do you get what I mean?
I did that a long time ago.
Okay. And you still don't understand that I'll give you an example. If you really were a secular humanist, you would just walk past the guy on the street that's talking about religion. It wouldn't bother you. But when you first came in, you gave us an example of that bothers you. You didn't explain that he was getting in your way, or, like say a Jehovah's Witness banging on your door.
Let me tell you my feelings. All right. I don't care if people preach the gospel on the street corner.
Okay.
I don't care if people knock on my door telling me that I need to follow the watchtower.
Yeah, that would
doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
All right. Well, but I feel totally free to express myself back to them. What I find is the Jehovah Witness knocks on my door. I'm more than happy to invite them in. Mm-hmm. And they are going, I've never had this turn out any other way, ever. Right? Every single time they run away. All right.
That's a different case, because they're being taught.
They run away because they're hearing something that they don't hear. They're forbidden to hear.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. And it becomes very uncomfortable. All right. But I'm not uncomfortable with them preaching their stuff.
But you said religion's a net negative, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Michael gave the example of Russia. I'm surprised he gave that, because you know what's a better example? It's Mao Zedong. You're familiar with Mao Zedong, the guy who created the Chinese Communist Party. So first of all, this monster was responsible for pretending to save the country. Meanwhile, he hid for most of the war and allowed the what do they call it? Doesn't matter. The Republican forces, I think they call them. But what's problem with Mao is he's a liar in every sense of the term, right? In 1949, there was 4,000 distinct ethnicities in China, and today they only claim to be 55. Even AI will argue with you until you start pushing back, and it'll admit that they have flattened their culture. They flattened their language. I used to give tours in a Buddhist museum, and the kids from China couldn't read what was written on the wall because it was traditional Chinese, and they've only been taught simplified Chinese. But the reason why it's proof is Mao Zedong. You know what he said to the Dalai Lama? He took it right from Marx, and Marx was he was a mess. As soon as his books were published, he was wrong. But he said that religion, and it depends on how you translate it, but religion is the opium of the masses.
Yeah,
okay?
I heard that.
Yes, and that's what Mao said to the Dalai Lama. Why he would say that to the Dalai Lama is abhorrent, because if Mao knew the history of China, there wouldn't be China if it weren't for the Tibetans, because they were the tutors of China for thousands of years. But that's neither here nor there. Look at the history. What did Mao Zedong do to his country and his people? Mao Zedong was the first person that ever used propaganda against his own people. And these numbers are actually open and available on the internet. The Chinese themselves will admit to 70 to 100 plus million people were killed. I hate to use the M word because of the internet, but Mao Zedong, in the name of eradicating this opium of the masses, killed 100 million people. And yet secular humanists love Mao Zedong, right? Because
I don't like Mao Zedong.
well, you not you, but it is he's lauded as a hero because he liberated people from the yoke of religion. But guess what China is today? I used to have people desperate for the real thing. Do you know what one of the most popular thing in China is now? It's religious tourism. So if that isn't proof that secularism murdered millions of people, but worse yet, after 70, 80 years of this supposed secular utopia of China, now people go on a religious retreat to Tibet. But the sad part is very little of authentic Tibetan Buddhism still exists in Tibet. But these people still go on a spiritual pilgrimage, if you get what I mean. And so if that doesn't crack your view of secular humanism, like the argument is religion isn't about belief. It's about keeping society together for the longest possible time. And history has shown us, sadly, as an agnostic, I have to admit, religion is what binds us best. Does that make sense?
Not for me. I think
but you still think religion's a net negative, even though I've proven that secularism has killed millions of more people than religion has. Well, you still think it's a net negative.
Let me explain.
Yes.
Because I guess a lot of it's just, again, there's different thought processes that people have.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I was just going based on how many people have been killed by these belief systems.
Well, right? Are you saying that Mao
exponentially killed more than anyone else on the face of the earth? There's an argument for Genghis Khan.
Does he represent me? Does Mao represent me?
No. We're talking about secular humanism, if that can survive without religion. That's what we're talking about. You said religion is a net negative for society. Yeah. I'm arguing you're wrong. And I just want you to engage with that idea that I would go so far as to say that secularism is not only a net negative for society, it is the most abhorrent philosophy that humanity has ever seen.
Are you saying that Mao was...
No, not just Mao. Anyone who doesn't believe in religion has historically been a monster. Do you get what I mean?
No, I don't.
Well, give me an example of an atheist who has been a good human being.
I'm an atheist. I feel I'm a good human being. I know other atheists who I feel are good human beings.
That's you can't.
All right.
That's not even anecdotal. You don't get what I'm getting at. I'm giving you. So you criticize the Christians for killing more people. You're wrong. Islam has colonized more people, killed more people. In fact, Islam is the main religion that's taking over in most countries, except you said Christian religion is the problem. So I just want to point out this hypocrisy. You seem a blind spot, right? So either you have to admit that. Well, it's not Christianity that's the problem. It's all religion, especially Islam. Islam.
Okay, let me clarify.
Yeah.
Because I'm not saying all religion is a problem. I'm saying fundamentalist religion specifically. I see no.
Well, I'm talking about the same thing. But how many people are we talking about then?
Well,
Tayo just called me on my shit. I'm talking about the few atheists who are monsters. But again,
there are atheists.
No, hold on. Let's talk about this. You want to engage with the individuals. So you're talking about fundamentalists, right? How many fundamentalists are there? How many fundamentalists? Seriously, I'm talking numbers again. So how many people who are religious fundamentalists that have caused serious harm in this world? And let's compare that to the secularists. That's why I gave you Mao Zedong. Because you only have to look at one person. That's a person who hated religion and he murdered 100 million people.
I want to try to link and understand this.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, what's worse for society? Is it secularism or religion? What has caused more death in the history of humankind? Secularism or religion?
Okay, what is secularism to you?
Just non-belief in religion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if someone doesn't believe in religion,
exactly.
Okay, and that man decides to take over China.
Yes,
and he runs a successful program, and then that man decides to kill people, and he does all rotten things.
Yes.
Your point is that it was because he.
No, my dude. I'm just trying to make you realize how wrong you are by saying religion's a net negative when I can point out just a couple of secular examples that were exponentially worse than any single religion, let alone, I would argue that Mao Zedong is worse than all the other religions combined, but we don't know what the death toll for Islam was. I just wanted you to engage with your rhetoric, right? So if you believe that religion, again, okay, so how can you justify that religion's a net negative for society when the example I give is when the Christians went on their first crusade? Do you know that they actually killed more Christians than any other people, right? So there's a lot of BS in history, right? And we were talking about this earlier. Most people
history is interpreted.
Not really. No, there is history. You can actually
facts, and you could say that's a fact, and that could be a historical fact.
Facts change. History doesn't. It's what happened in the past, right? Like facts can change in the future.
Like I just pointed out before. All right, we have a history of slavery in the world.
But what? Okay, there. I'm going to call you on that, my good man. Point to me one culture in this world that didn't have slavery. Point to me a single culture in this entire world in the history of mankind, humankind. My apologies, people kind. If you're in Canada,
I don't know, but
there is none. There is none. Every single culture, society, country, you name it, were involved in slavery. And you know what's even worse?
Not in America today.
Yeah, and you know why? You know why? That's actually where what's his name made a mistake. It was actually Britain. Britain died to free slaves. Right? British sailors died to free slaves. Like you can say it was Christianity, but it was what you're talking about. It was what they call a secular society, but technically influenced, right, by religion. And this is what I argued before you got here. I think this is for the first time in history. The reason why the Enlightenment is failing, it's not, they were always influenced by the Bible. Like I said, just read these books, right? The Bible Code, and the other one's called Words with Power. You'll realize that everything you hold dear in this world is based in the Bible. The language, the culture, your beliefs, everything you hold to be.
Even when I don't believe it?
It doesn't matter. The words you use, the concepts you have in your head, right? You heard the expression, the writing on the wall.
Okay.
That's from the Bible. Everything.
Right. People who lived in America prior to the European Christians coming over, did they owe their existence and their culture to Christianity?
No, you're missing. No, okay. So I'm going to finish my thought because it's. I believe what we're living through here is for the first time. I said this earlier. Hegel believed that he was the ultimate arbiter of whether religion was, as you say, a net negative or a positive, because he felt he was the first person to be raised in an agnostic or atheist home. And I argue he was wrong because his entire education, his thought process, the very language he used was steeped in the Bible. I argue it's only today that we have people that haven't been taught a second language, haven't been taught even how to read, and are going through life saying that they can make choices for themselves. So I argue this is the first time in history we have a people that have not even been educated. So if they had gone to school, they would have been trained in the ways that the Bible has influenced society. Right?
The Bible has influenced society
in every way. Give me an example of something.
I have no problem saying that.
Yes.
Right?
And so what I'm saying is nowadays, because there's so many people that haven't learned all of this, not the 10 commandments, but the idea of treat your neighbor as you treat yourself, like the golden mean, right? Do unto others as you do yourself. Well, that used to all be instilled from this tradition, either the Bible itself or the teachers that were influenced or the authors, our
pre-biblical. That's a pre-biblical concept.
How is it a pre-biblical concept when
that was prior to the Bible?
Okay, so what you're saying is the people here in the West went over to China to get instructed in that?
No,
I'm talking about the West. Stop bouncing around, dude. You're not.
Let me
engaging.
explain something. I'm not talking about the West versus the East. I'm talking about simple fact. All right,
Okay, what's the fact?
Human beings as a species.
Yeah.
Okay. We existed prior to Judaism, prior to there being a Bible.
And what was it like being a human being prior to the Bible?
What's that?
What was it like being a human being prior to the Bible?
It varied depending on where you were.
No, it didn't vary. It did not vary. It did not vary. Every single country was a monstrosity of a life. Am I right?
Okay. In America. I mean, I just go back.
So in America, 2,000 years ago, what was it like?
Yeah, 8,000 years ago in the Americas. What was it like?
There arguably wasn't anybody here 8,000 years ago, but that depends on who you talk to.
No. Scholarship says there were people.
No, recent scholarship argues that the Bering Strait was BS, but we won't go into that. I mean, I can give you an example of your historians.
Okay, so would I ask you? Can I ask you this? Is it your opinion that history started with the Bible?
No, my good man. I want you to realize the fact that you have turned your back on so much scholarship and you are believing lies, this is where it fails. So I'll give you an example. Before you said about the Indians and how they were treated, do you believe the Indians were living peacefully in North America prior to our arrival? Like they were all kumbaya, loving each other?
No, they had their own society that included both good and bad. Right?
But you mean they vacillate between, just like us? You're not saying there was bad societies and good societies. What you're saying is societies were good and bad both at the same time, right?
Principle that basic philosophy that I have is that there's good and bad in all people groups. So of course I would say the Indians. I don't think everything in America was fabulous before these Christians came over here. All right, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I can tell you personally, like here's a personal story. My grandmother's people come from a place in northern Canada. And they can't claim the land they live on now, technically, because there is multiple instances that their people were slaughtered by other Indian groups, and they took over that, and it went back and forth over thousands of years. Okay. So no, hold on here. But you said something earlier that makes me really upset because I agree with how the Indians were treated in North America, but you were putting forward a lie. They weren't being killed malevolently. Like I'll give you an example. The current TV show, 1923. In it, they have a storyline that the nurses and the priests were malevolent monsters torturing these girls. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. I was raised with people who actually had good memories from the residential schools. Now, if you were arguing that it was cultural genocide, I might agree with you, but you trying to say that they were killing the Indians, that is
No,
abhorrently
hold on.
wrong. That is
Hold on.
ahistorical, right?
Hold on.
So
I
you're
do
doing the
say
same thing with
cultural.
religion.
I do say cultural. All right.
No,
That's
you didn't.
exactly
No, you
what.
didn't.
No, I'm saying I'm clarifying right now.
Well, it's
All
too
right.
late now. What are you going to clarify about all that religion's a net negative? So what did you really mean by that? Do you just mean that only fundamentalist religions are net negative? Sorry?
I speak for myself. I don't speak for other people.
Well, then
okay?
this was a waste of time.
I'm not. I don't have a group that.
No,
tells
you're
me
not
what-
listening is the difference. See, a conversation's reciprocity. Like, I understand if you have firmly held opinions. You've even made me rethink some of my opinions, right? About secular humanism and, that sort of stuff. But the problem here is you have been given umpteen examples of where you need to go, oh shit, you're right. I shouldn't say something that I need to requalify later. I need to watch what I say, like little things like, religion is this. And you sound like the people you were railing against. You get what I mean? Like you said, you don't like authoritarians. You don't, no, literally.
I don't.
Yeah, you sound exactly like them. Like, oh, religion this, and they're terrible in this. Like,
I have
that's the problem.
nobody under me. Nobody.
Yeah, but go back and listen.
How am I an authoritarian?
Yeah, go back and rewatch what you were saying. Like I said, when you were talking about people preaching in the street, you didn't complain about the Palestinians shutting down an entire street. You just complained about Christians, right? And you talked about Christian, influence in politics, but you didn't mention any other religion, right? So what I want you to see
in America.
exactly who has more influence in America, my good man?
Christians.
No, the secularists, my good man.
I don't see it.
Oh, you don't, eh?
No, I don't.
So who was in power the last time? And would you say they were evangelical? And who's in power now? Would you say they're evangelical?
I think
No, it was secular monstrosity. Who's chopping parts off of human beings and calling it human?
Where do you live? In America?
In Canada. Yeah, that's why. It's worse up here. But I understand America.
No. Listen, I'm American, been American since I was born.
Oh, you're pulling that stunt, are you?
No, I'm just saying it's what
are you just saying?
Experience.
Oh,
it's my experience in America.
But no, your experience
that's not valid.
No, it's not valid when you said religion's a net negative, and I gave you one single example of secularist monstrosity that outweighs every single negative aspect that religion's ever done, and you still won't go, you know what, you're right. I shouldn't say religion's a net negative. That was ignorant because it's not true.
I don't feel I'm ignorant.
Well, it just means that you're not properly educated, right? You're either unwilling. Yeah, you're either unwilling or you're uneducated. It's your choice. That's why it's ignorant. You either are unwilling to hear
religion my whole life. I may not be the smartest person.
No.
All right. I don't feel I need to be the smartest person.
No, you don't.
Right?
You just have to be honest.
All I know is that in my life, and it's my experience, just like any other religious person or non-religious person has their experience. And I'm speaking from my experience.
No, hold on. Let me explain. Hold on. I'm not discounting your experience. Okay. And I'm sorry, Roderick, I said ignorant. Ignorant means you are either unwilling to know the truth or you don't know the truth. So I was just asking, is he unwilling to know the truth? What truth? You said religion's a net negative.
I'm asking you, what truth is it I don't know?
That I just told you, if Mao Zedong, never mind Stalin, never mind, I don't know how many other dozen a-religious people have murdered millions more people than religion, and yet you will still say religion is a net negative. I'm just saying, like, wow, can you not just stop and go, yeah, some religious people are horrible, but yeah, you're right, actually, because arguably you could make the case that secularism is worse for society because, and this is just for the last 100, you getting this? This is just in the last 150 years that they have murdered more people than all religion combined prior. And you won't stop and go, holy crap. Yeah. So maybe religion isn't a net negative for society. Maybe it's how it's implemented. Does that make more sense?
Okay, maybe it's the person or group that you're
Yeah.
pointing to when you say Mao Zedong.
Oh,
Maybe
are
Mao
you kidding me?
Zedong has to take responsibility, and
Oh, of course.
I put responsibility
Of
on Mao
course.
Zedong.
So, but we can't put the responsibility for the damage that Christians have done on the Christians. It has to be on the faith completely. Do you not
No,
see
you
your
can.
hypocrisy here?
No, it's not. No. I'm not. You're
So
making
Mao
me.
was to blame, but all
No.
of Christendom
No.
is to blame.
No. It's when the philosophy
So
and
Mao and his red book and his philosophy that he made everyone still to this day
Well,
follow.
What
That's
do
not a
I
philosophy?
follow that Mao? Give me something I follow, and then I could understand that Mao taught. What do I follow?
He taught that religion, I told you, is a toxin. Just like you were saying, it's a net negative. He taught that religion's a net negative, and look what happened to China. Not only did he kill
Are you
100
saying
million of his own
because
people,
of that,
Sorry?
because of that thing in a book, they went and they killed everybody?
Yes.
I don't buy it.
Well, then read his. There's an awesome biography. It's like 12,000 pages long. But yes, he was a monster, and it's all because
you're attributing the one thing that he said to
no,
that is
dude.
the
Just I
reason
just told
why
you. Read
people
the
went
autobiography.
and
You can get it all throughout. Like, or even do AI. Like, literally, yes, we're flattening the world, as McGilchrist said. But that's what you're asking for. You want it simple, digestible. So, what's the one cause of Mao Zedong? Not that he's Chinese, not that he was a communist, because honestly, he wasn't really, right? It's that he was a secularist monster who hated religion. He hated religion. Not that he didn't have religion or he didn't want religion. Do you get the difference? It's that he hated religion. And that is monstrosity. That's malevolent. Do you understand the difference? Like, if that's what I was trying to get across to you. If you explain that you walk past those Christians preaching in the street, preaching in the street, and you just laugh at them, then I wouldn't have called you on your shit. But you were offended by them preach. Come on.
I'm not. I didn't say
You
I
did.
was.
We can go back. It's on video.
I mean,
like,
listen.
Yeah.
If I'm saying I'm offended by people preaching on the street,
well, you said
I'm not.
You
So
did.
maybe
You
I
got
missed it.
really activated about it. You were really upset.
I get upset. I've told you, and I'll say it again, what I get upset about. I get upset about when people try to tell other people that they must believe what they do.
You
That's
mean
what I
about
get
religion?
upset about.
You mean about religion as well?
About anything.
So you're upset when
It
people
doesn't
tell.
matter religion or not religion.
So why don't you support other people and their faith? Why would you say that religion's a net negative? Well,
I do
you? But you
support
said
people
religion's a
in their
net
faith.
negative.
Yeah, I'm talking. There's two things. There's people, right? People, and then there's faith. Okay. I support people. I don't support faith.
Okay.
All right. So I have people in my life that had faith. All right, and I support them every single day. All right.
Unless they wanted to run for politics or they wanted representation in government or in schools.
I don't care. Listen. Wrong guy. All right. I give to certain ministries. I support certain Christians who I think are doing the right thing.
So why do you have a problem with religion then?
I just told you it's the faith part. It's not the person.
Yeah, but do you know what you're missing? What is faith? Faith is true
belief in things you have no idea.
No, it doesn't, my good
Yes,
man. Oh,
it
wow,
does.
you really should have watched the video before we started. Faith is trust. Fides in Latin.
In what?
Pistis in
Trust
Greek.
in what?
Trust in the path that you follow with devotion and commitment.
Okay.
Right?
Is there
so
evidence?
the
is there
people?
evidence
No,
for
hold
what
on
you're
here. Let me
following?
just explain. So all the people that have failed in your past who claimed to be Christian or religious in any way, if they were bad people, well, then they didn't have proper faith, did they?
Oh my gosh. I do not have a problem with Christian people in my life.
And yet
I don't
religion's
know
in
why
that.
you're like putting that in there. I don't have that problem.
Okay, we tried.
I do not have. I associate, help, interact with Christian people.
But
in
you
my
treat them
life.
as less than you. You
Never.
think you're better than them because
Never,
you don't have
ever would I
religion.
do that.
Oh,
Never.
you don't, eh?
Nope.
You don't. Well, I'm sorry. Am I wrong, Chad? But his verbiage and the way he speaks about religion and religious people, is it not him talking down to us as if we're not enlightened enough to know that religion is the opiate of the masses?
2 categories: people, religion. All right. People in my life, I treat well, regardless of their religion.
Oh, do you?
I've said I don't care many times because I don't care what religion.
Unless they want to express that faith.
And no, not express it. Gosh darn, I'll bring someone to church and I'll sit there.
No. But what if they wanted to have a service in the park?
But
a secular park, is that a problem for you?
If they are going to tell me that I have to or should believe what they believe,
nobody does that. Nobody does, except for you saying that, there shouldn't be any.
Time.
No. Well, earlier we can listen to what you said earlier. Your verbiage was that it's terrible we're the Christians. So you are saying that there's no way that Christians should have influence in politics, but you're arguing that your beliefs should have all the influence. You're saying that America should be secular humanist at the expense of all the other belief systems.
I never said that.
And you don't. Well, then why can't the Christians have the same influence?
In my opinion, this is what I said. Let's be clear what I said.
Yes.
All right. I said, in my opinion, the secular humanist model for a society is better than a religious model for society.
That's where this degenerated at. Thank you for reminding me. That was the first thing when I was like, really? And yet in the last 100 years, society has crumbled. Why? Because of people who claim that religion this or secular. That's why. It's only taken 100 years for people like this to destroy society. And that's why.
What religion do you want to run my country?
None. I want you to freely choose what you want and you to not have the right to judge other people and what they believe.
I do not judge other people.
Well, you did. You said, I don't believe the Christian should. Dude, seriously, if there is enough Christians in America, if there's enough Christians in America to get representation in politics, that's democracy. You should laud that. You should cheer it.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so what's your problem with? What is your problem with Christianity in America then?
My problem with Christianity as it sits in America is that they are putting into practice and into laws thing.
Like what?
Is 10 Commandments in school.
Where?
Oklahoma and Texas.
No, that's not true. That has been disproven. Go to tropes.com.
Okay.
Right? And same as these secular. See, you're an atheist. You're not a secular humanist. Why are you bothered by that shit? Because honestly, I heard an atheist recently talking about that. They lied just the same, talking about how they were adding in Christian, what did they call it? Christian curriculum into schools. And that's really? Have you not lived in America for your whole life? Do you realize that Christianity has been in American curriculum since the dawn of what you all call America?
No, it was taken out. And now it's
when was it taken out, my good man?
In my lifetime.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was
all of America.
very young.
All of America took Christianity out of the curriculum.
I'm not going to argue politics.
This is not arguing politics. It's showing that you
literally have lived in this country since the day I was born.
And you maybe never left Brooklyn.
And I know, and I'm old, and I know a few things about how I grew up, and I know a few things about what was taught in schools, and I know what wasn't taught in schools for a long time. And now I know what is being pushed back into.
Because society has collapsed. Have you not seen what? So I'll just leave this with y'all. I recommend. You know what the second most popular book in English cultures after the Bible? It's To Kill a Mockingbird. Have you read To Kill a Mockingbird?
No, I know.
No, I recommend you probably should because you might actually benefit from it. It's like an awesome book. It's like,
friend. Let me go. I don't take recommendations on what to
you don't take recommendations about. Okay, well then you can leave because this was actually for the chat because I know that you're not listening to anything we're saying.
No, I read whatever I want, and I don't sit under men's guidance, and I don't.
Okay, well then just click the.
I do what I want.
It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. If you want to leave, if you don't want to talk about it.
All right. Have a good one, my friend.
Oh, I will actually.
Me too.
All right. So what I was going to say is I was going to recommend him to listen or read To Kill a Mockingbird. I recommend the books because the audiobooks are amazing for both of these books. But I recommend To Kill a Mockingbird in combination with Go Set a Watchman, because what we just experienced with Lou is exactly what Go Set a Watchman was about. The first book is Scout as a child, seeing her father as this perfect individual. The second book, Go Set a Watchman, is Scout realizing that her father is just as imperfect as other people, but still the most Christian and most moral man in the room. But the reason why I recommend people to read it is if you go and listen to a review about Go Set a Watchman, everyone thinks Atticus Finch was a racist. And you know why? Because he joined the Macomb County, I can't remember what they called it, community, whatever, to try to restrain the segregationists and such. But of course, because he allowed a racist to speak at one of their meetings, Scout called him a racist. And what's worse is later, Scout's uncle tells her, no, you're the bigot, Scout. But luckily, you're just a little bigot. But there you go. People didn't even read the book. Like they read up to the point where Atticus was called a racist and they put it down and went, there you go. I'm not going to read the rest of that book. But literally, it's Isaiah 21. Go set a watchman. That's what we're all meant to do, right? Like I was saying with Lou, this idea of if you think religion's a net negative, which I would have probably been in with Michael, I probably would have agreed with that years ago until I started reading about secular examples. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. So obviously, Michael, you came back, so I'll let you say something. I don't know. This has all been fine. It's learning things. I'm realizing that I should probably there's been a few times that it's happened where I've left a stream and I don't know exactly what happened because I wasn't able to follow it all. I've been doing a lot of other things, but I don't know that that's a smart thing to do with my channel to not moderate it. I think,
honestly, if you want people to watch, they're going to love it because all it was him owning himself. Like he was trying to say that he was a secular humanist, but if you go back, you can listen to him talk about walking across Christians. You could talk about how he's worried about the influence of Christians in America, but he's not worried about any other religion. Honestly, I think it'll go over well because he just owned himself. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I guess people will talk about it. They can clip it. They can go and, I mean, I'm not opposed to, people can see it for what they want to see, because I'm not, believe it or not, and people know this in the corner, I'm not a big regulator telling people what to think. I have strong opinions, but I just don't receive with meekness the implanted word. You can't tell anybody what to think. It ain't going to work. You can try. It's not going to work. So anyhow, Michael, but I am going to shut this down. So let's do last words. Michael.
Luke, again, thanks for just opening up a playground so regularly for us to just mess around and play. I mean, from my perspective. Oh, also, Al, I don't know. Thanks for defending so much of the Christian stance on these things.
Well, that's not what I'm getting in the chat. So I'm just lost. Imagine Michael spent his whole life crapping on Christians, and he's completely embraced. And me,
I know it. I think it's super interesting. Just like a comment on the TLC. There is like a real appreciation, sort of like a winning thing that's pointed at Lou from some folks. I think that's really interesting that's there because that's so totally off my radar. Like for me, I'm watching it's the watching a movie, or two people are watching a movie but see a totally different film, right? So that's really interesting to watch play out. And this is very nohomachia, not to be like kind of Dugan about it or anything, but this is the war of the noose of a people clashing, right? And like watching some of this happen in real time. So it's this is a broader thing that is happening at scale right now, again, getting to witness a little microcosm of it. And I love that there's spaces to do it.
Well,
so thank you again.
I love it because he's made me realize the truth of it, right? I was talking to someone, I think it was you earlier. Enlightenment was based in religion. And I think that's what we're seeing today. It's all of these people who have zero understanding of that they are not the center of the universe. And so this is why society is crumbling, because we have so many, What would you call them? They're worse than herd beasts. Right?
So sorry, I think this is a good point by Rod. He said if Lou had said self-righteousness is a net negative for society, everyone would have agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where, like, if you say, like, me and my group, we have it all figured out, and everyone else must act like me and be me, that's just such a, on the most basis level, and I agree, Christians act that way forever. Christians have acted that way forever. That's my whole beef with institutionalism and confessionalism and a hardcore, rigorous traditionalism. But, like, the problem is, unity without diversity is meaningless. It doesn't make any sense. You can't have unity without diversity.
No,
it's nonsensical.
It's not the real thing. It's a pseudo.
So I do like Lou coming in, but I get what he's saying. And it's a very T-Grog thing where he's coming and he's just like, oh, there's all these pro-religious people who identify as being religious, and they want everybody else to be religious. I have convictions about the way that I see the world, and I talk about those things. If you don't agree with them, fine. I want you to do whatever you feel in integrity without any self-deception, and as much as you're possible, I want you to live into that as hard as you can. Who would disagree with that? That's not colonizing. And if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to live with as much integrity as you can into what you see as being true, good, and beautiful, and live according to that, if you want to contest me on that and disagree with me on that, I'd be like, okay, well then I don't know. How do you want to live? Like,
so Luke, can I say that also that perspective and articulating that it's good is also a form of mimicking a pattern so that others might mimic it, and so it's still participating in the same mimetic paradigm.
Well,
yeah,
I wonder.
Yeah.
I really do wonder, because I think that's what we're living in. If you think about it, the world is keeping people from being authentic. Luke, think about yourself. Like you love to talk about how, you have these out there opinions, but you must censor yourself, right? Even if it is in your own corner, there are things you feel you can't say, right?
Here, you mean?
Anywhere. I don't think there's any space. I love the Japanese idea. 3 faces, not 2. Face we show others, the face we show people we love and we trust, and a face we might never show ourselves. That's what I'm talking about.
I probably censor some of my humor publicly because it's just too
raw, crude.
No,
I mean, like, you're not honest about doubts. Like, that's what blows me away. The reason why I'm so open about this is I have people come to me every day saying they're looking for a path, for a group, but they feel outsiders because if they even hesitate, like,
but like, this is the thing. I don't really have, because one of my favorite quotes, the Polanyi quote, doubt and belief are ultimately equivalent. Doubt relies on a subterranean set of tacit belief in something else. I think I really believe that. And so any doubt that I would have is already integrated into the way that I understand a dynamic faith in a person who isn't static.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not, what is there to doubt there?
Well, okay, I'll give you as an example. I take courses on Sanskrit, and so I've had different experiences. Like the course with the foremost teacher on Vedanta, on Shaivism, on Sanskrit. When I take a course with him, he understands that there is only one kind of Shraddha, faith, and that's with devotion and commitment. But in other circles, when I mentioned doubt, like in Hebrew, doubt wasn't, oh, I'm not sure. Doubt was failure to action, hesitation to act. You get what I mean? Right. But nowadays, when I mention doubt, like, I love my teacher because he's like, yeah, doubt is necessary to faith because it's the first step towards understanding. But most Christian circles and sometimes Jewish circles, they don't even talk about doubt. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't, that kind of thing makes not a lot of sense to me. So do you guys want to keep chatting, or should I shut it down? You've burnt out. Lou, listen, if you're still watching, buddy, I do want you to come back sometime.
And I apologize. I upset everybody in the chat with my way, so my apologies, everyone.
No, listen, also, Al, this is what I would say. Like anything, mediums are different. Like, it's funny when I recorded we just recorded a video that wasn't live streamed the other day with Chezi and Ethan and I was like, it felt weird. you get used to certain things. I'm very comfortable in a live stream because I don't know, like the constant feedback and seeing people interacting, like I've gotten very acclimated to it. But then when you change that a little bit, it feels strange. It feels off. Like I think the thing that makes most people uncomfortable in live streams and everybody watching or putting things out on YouTube, I don't know. Like it's like jumping into cold water. Like I've acclimated to it. Now I'm just playing, you know? Okay, listen, mostly awesome. You got some encouragement. Tayo, you did exactly what Lou was doing implicitly, and he couldn't handle it. All right. I don't know. I mean, so this is the thing. So many atheists are not used to talking. When they come in and they think, oh, I'm going to start talking to a bunch of religious people, they are not expecting TLC.
No.
And so like, and it's kind of like your assumptions and your projections feed into the dynamic. And
well, can I just give you my takeaway? Is
Yeah,
he seemed to me like a poorly trained apologist, right? One of those guys that just go through the line. You ever run into those guys in Discord? They just go down the line of the different, objections and blah, 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 blah. And he just seemed like someone who has, watched some videos about secular humanism, and he's kind of integrated some of the arguments, but he's never really understood any of them because he never actually argued it from a position, in my opinion, of like, this is what drives me nuts. It's how the left has gotten away with it so long because they go, oh, well, we're just worried about people. It's compassion. And it's like, really? But who are you really worried about? Like, if you're letting people out on bail immediately, that's victims that are being harmed. You know what I mean? Like they're using compassion as a weapon. Nietzsche talked about this. It's not actually empathy. They have pity for these people, right? And that's what I think we're missing here. I see it with the Christians. The thrift store I told you about, they, under their breath, when they think no one's listening, they talk horrible stuff about the people that come in there for charity reasons, right? Like that is so not Christian, right? But it's because these people are the same people every week just coming in because I speak French and some of them are French. And they tell me, they have a list, go here and they'll give you this, ask for this. They have verbiage on their phone of how to ask for free money from the church. Of course, those people are going to be, you get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's what's hard. I mean, that's the broad liberalism. Interestingly, that's what the whole stream is about. What does it mean
exactly
to have a universal church?
Mm-hmm.
And then how does that manifest in
barriers.
particularities in different regions? And it has to be contextual. I mean, all of the metaphysics of Christianity is about this.
Well, okay, so you've got the Peterson-Peugeot phenomenon that happens that is a spark for a lot of this community, let's say, right? But you've got the Grizz critique of, yeah, but what about the Walmart people, right? How are you going to distill this down to the Walmart people? Because until the language is appropriate for that, for all levels, right? Until it can be distilled, and we're in the middle of that because we're sort of having to deconvert from a lot of even the language that we use in all of this to talk about this stuff. We're trying to like untangle. There's so many English words, so many particularities, and it's like, how do you distill this down to a symbolic spiritual reality? And how can I talk to my dad who is buying pillows from the My Pillow guy? Like until we get there, we're
well, and that's what's hard in our own brokenness, and this is why it is important to think in Christianity that you're the chief of sinners, is because you, like Sherry, apparently this is a George MacDonald quote, which doesn't surprise me because everything that dude ever said was awesome. But he's like, it sounds like something I would have said, which obviously I like. But he said, human beings can know things that they don't know that they know. And that's
Greek.
Yeah, and that's what's amazing about things is, and that Tayo said something to me earlier on in the comments, is he said, like, Luke, you simultaneously agree and disagree with everyone. I'm like, yeah, that's because of the divided man thing. We all have the demon and the angel on both sides, and the angel, the true man, Merton, true and false selves, the true man does see and speak things correctly, and the false self doesn't. And we're dealing with both of those things until you've integrated the shadow, until you've integrated and you are fully at one, and then you're the white stone name. Okay, I have someone to take over for me. I have someone to take over.
That doesn't end. That integration doesn't end. Remember that. That's a constant battle to integrate your anima and your animus, your shadow, and you get what I mean? And people forget that. Same with the ego death. People think that they're going to meditate and boom, I'm Buddha. No.
All right, I'm going to leave again and just leave it open for you crazy fools.
Al, if you're still game for just a few minutes.
Oh yeah, fire away. I'm sorry. I feel like I took up.
No.
Even derailed it there, but.
Well, so I suspect that the post World War II consensus, that'd be pointing to something real specific, like Enlightenment, post modernity. So I'm kind of trying to point at the thing that is going to, new atheist, whatever, that is going to have to shatter into paganism first.
Yeah.
It has. Yeah, and so we're at the beginning of so people talk about re-enchantment around these circles, right? And it's like,
but they're going to paganism, right? Is that what you're getting
at? It would to me be reasonable to assume that you're not going to shoot at the brightest light first.
No.
Right, and so House on Sand has collapsed. You're subjected to the natural elements, right, and predators and all of this, and only once you're there, it's way easier to talk to pagans about this stuff than a materialist atheist, so to say, right?
Because they got more of an open mind, is what you mean?
They're certainly more attentive to invisible realities.
That's what Yeats said. We just have to get old enough for our senses to mature to see the things we cannot see, or something like that.
Yeah, so the broader nous of the West is on that path where it has to get old enough to get there.
So they're in transition, you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I like that. And in fact, that's what I think the takeaway. I do recommend those two books, The Myth of Disenchantment and Keltner Dasher's Awe. And that's pretty much their takeaway. But they're secular humanists. So they don't understand that you can't just see awe in nature. It's not just nature. This is why people are moving, I think, towards paganism, because they try to add in the ritual and they think that's what's going to give them the reverence. But I think that's the mistake. I think the ritual is just something to reinforce the wonder, and the wonder comes from inside. It doesn't come from without. And I think that's what both of those books mistake. They think that we can take psychedelics, we can go to really awesome places. But think about this historically. The Desert Fathers went into the desert. The desert didn't give them the gnosis, the wisdom. It was being in that austere place. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm, and that's what I'm arguing. We have too much distraction. I'll give you an example. I know a professor who argues that he used to teach Plato's Republic, but now he can't because kids are too busy. They're not too busy. They're just too distracted. They're not engaged. So he says now he just goes deeply into 50 pages. But I got to tell you, he's not going deeply into those pages. The kids are playing on their phone. You know what I mean? So I think that's where we're at. All we need to do, and this is why I say we should be open to allow these pagans to come in and try it out, try it on. And I think that's what will get them to experience the true awe and wonder, something that is discovered within oneself and only experienced when practiced. Does that make sense? I think paganism's a proper progression, just like Jung, right? Because he went east, then he went alchemist, then he came back to Christianity. And he said that everything fit together.
Yes. Jung, to me, Jung's project. All right. So if Nietzsche is declaring the death of God, blood on the walls, and all these things. Okay. Yes. Jung, tortured by Nietzsche, responding to Nietzsche, right?
That's a great way to put it.
So
he was tortured by the First World War, actually, but
yeah, absolutely. But Nietzsche's prophesying it, right?
What he did is he made him question. So he made him into someone, and actually that's where Jung's Black Books came from, because he started to look at this stuff. But yes, sorry, I digress.
Well, so it's okay. Nietzsche called what was going to happen. It happened. We're in the middle of it, and Jung is going, now what?
God. Yeah.
Right. And so the now what from Jung is how do we go from this materialist, secularist, mist of Christianity thing back to a world of invisible truths? And so he tries to map a path to that.
Yeah.
Eric Neumann takes over on his work.
Oh,
Peterson
cool.
expands from there, and you see
Eliade.
everything else roll out. Yeah, Eliade, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, I recommend Charles Taylor. He
Mhm.
wrote about the secular world. It's a 52-hour
Yes.
audiobook, but I still
The
recommend it.
buffered self.
But
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
just tell you, this is actually what I'm circling. I didn't want to mention it. So it's a quote from Jung. He actually diagnosed this in his patients over 100 years ago. He said about 20% of his patients, and I think that's what, 80% of us today, 20% of his patients back then had an ennui, a malaise. I call it the modern malaise. They all suffered from a want, an emptiness, a longing, right? That's what that French word ennui means. It's like, right? And you know what Jung said? He said every single one of his patients in later life, that means over 35, so that's all of us now, right? Every single one of his patients that suffered from that malaise were cured. And you know how? By adopting a religious view of life, not
Which is
a
how
religion per
AA
se.
gets formed.
If I may,
Devotion, commitment. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, lads. Yeah, this very much sounds like the post-match where we're saying what we could have done during the game. You guys said all of this stuff with this difference. So,
Oh, geez, I totally forgot about that, but you're not wrong.
relaying.
That would have been a good argument, Taylor. You're dead on.
But I wanted to get Rodden. I interpreted enough for myself to get Rodden involved because I want to get his analysis. I want to.
Yeah, sorry, Rod.
Oh,
Well, the reason I stayed off is because I know better than to wade into conversations like these. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yo, perfect. Yeah.
In my last little chat with PVK and Mark Parker on the whole marriage thing, I conceded defeat up front. I think I may make that a practice. I'll just concede defeat before I start. Probably most of us around here are used to being at least one of the smart ones in our social circles. Like you're pretty smart. I feel pretty smart most of the time. I come on here and I think this is one of the reasons I keep coming back is it's great to feel not very smart. The reason I was so salty confession. I'm maybe an hour. I forget exactly when I first came on here. So I missed the first, 4 hours. Right. And I came on when you guys were well into it with Lou. And so mostly I was just reacting to how much I was enjoying Lou, right? Like I was saying, like I don't even drink beer and I want to have a beer with Lou, right?
Yeah. It'd be fun to hang out with. Yeah.
And where I started, and by the way, I was giving you huge props, Al, because I thought you were doing a great job just letting them talk, right? Which is not easy to do, particularly if you have a lot to say yourself, which, I learned later you did.
I have 3 pages of notes that I wanted to go over with the 2 of them, but
yeah. And when you first started as kind of an interlocutor, I also thought like that was great because you were, obviously you got the chops, right? That was great. Where you started to lose me is I thought you sort of took the bait and ended up in kind of a dead end argument, which I don't think is particularly useful for anybody, frankly.
yeah, I
my
shouldn't
own opinion.
even interact. It's pearls to swine, am I right? Yeah.
Well, no swine here. No swine. No, that actually isn't what I'm saying. I wish there was more of the Lou energy around here because he was. I mean, again, I missed the first part. If he came in and was insulting people for their beliefs.
Well, no, not like that. But okay, so my problem was he made a bunch of statements that we let it fly because you guys are the TLC, right? That he thinks religion's a net negative. We let that drop like hours ago. And he mentioned about, you can go back and watch, like the way he talked about the Christians, he was just offended that they were preaching in the street, but no mention that, I mean, that's literally what almost every religion's doing lately, right?
Well, and every protest movement as well. I mean,
yeah.
Doing it.
So I listened for like 2 hours and I have all my notes. Like, I'm not kidding. I took the notes, but see, what broke me was when he was lying about the indigenous. My grandmother is from a reserve up north. She had to give up her status to marry my grandfather. Right. So I'm not talking like a lefty, like, oh, I read a book. I live this, right? And plus I live in Canada and I grew up around 3 different Indian reserves. So I knew right away that he wasn't coming from, honestly, a place of honesty. But But I believed that he was ignorant, not willfully ignorant. He just didn't know better. So
Yeah, yeah.
I was engaging with him, hoping that if he is this wonderful secular humanist and not one of these people who pity other people, but actually compare and has empathy,
Yeah.
then he would stop and go, wait a minute. Yeah. If,
Yeah,
So
if-
Al,
my,
it's
if,
oh,
it's
sorry, go
a
ahead.
it's a received theology, right? It's like
well,
passed down. It's a
Michael,
lineage.
Michael,
So
I'm not gonna be on. I won't be on too long, but just let me do what I want to do here, because I'm actually
all means,
making an
sir,
entirely
please.
different point, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's because I'm not going to be able to go toe to toe with you guys on all the stuff that you guys like to talk about. I'm more interested in the hospitality. I'm more interested in the relationships, and so I can't be. We're both, older, Al. I can't be the first person to tell you that if you call somebody a liar, it's not going to go well. So, even if it's an unintentional, in other words, even if it's something that they don't know that they're not being honest about, if you tell somebody they're being dishonest, well, you're immediately impugning their motives, right? And if you call them ignorant, you're immediately impugning something, either their intellectual capacity or something, right?
You're being a little postmodern and assuming, because I explained 3 times what I meant by ignorant. And was he not being ignorant? Willfully ignorant?
That's what
Sorry,
I'm saying. No amount of defining is going to change the way. I mean, like I said, you've been on the planet long enough to know how that lands with most people. I'm not educating you here. You know this, right? So
I don't
that's
give a
my
rat's
point.
ass. That's his problem. If he takes it wrong and gets upset, that's his problem, right?
Yeah, that's not in my opinion, that's not a hospitable way to approach a conversation. And
Was
that's
he
basically my
hospitable
point.
about what we were talking about, though, from the get-go? Like, he was literally just wanting to. Yeah, that's what I guess
so
you weren't here.
you only offer hospitality to those who offer it to you.
Okay, please, Rob. Seriously, I understand. I would take it completely, but remember, for 2 hours, I was hospitable to him.
And I didn't
And
see
then
that
when
part.
he would
Fair
not even listen, like I said, he was saying religion's a net negative, and he was saying that Christianity's influence in America is so terrible without paying attention to what is actually going on in the world. But he won't engage with us. So my frustration is he was being, again, willfully ignorant. And well, he was a liar because he said he doesn't have a problem with other religions. But over and over again, he said he doesn't like that Christians have a voice in politics. He doesn't like that Christians are allowed to preach on the street. But he didn't talk about any other religion.
So you're going to double down on being able to call him a liar no matter what.
Was he telling the truth? So what should I say? That you're being, what's a better word then?
So I'll do with you what you did with him. Well, then there's no point in us discussing it further. I'm making a different point. I'm saying there's never a good time to call somebody a liar.
So
probably even when they're actually lying to your face, right? It's probably never a good idea.
You just let them say it and you just roll on.
No, it's as Jan's saying, is it Jan? It's to turn the other cheek, right? I mean, the hospitable thing to do is to assume the best in his motives and then interrogate the question. Well,
yes, I did.
And I'll admit, I did not see some of the early. What I saw, I didn't see anybody being non-relational. I saw somebody making a point that
we were relational for probably, but it's my fault because literally the guy, watch it again. He was refusing to engage with the fact that secularism, just in the last 100 years, never mind thousands, this is what's blowing my mind, that this is beyond everyone here. It's only been 100 years that secularism has done more damage to society, to human life.
So you're describing him as being unwilling to hear something
that
is so obviously true. And I'm sitting here telling you, I am sure that I'm not the first person to introduce the idea to you that calling somebody ignorant doesn't convey the message that you want to convey. And if your goal is to get them to hear you, that it won't help you get them to hear you.
It wasn't my goal at that point, Rob. I don't know why you're here. You just want to berate me for it because I don't really care what
we came on it, Al, because I sort of instigated.
See, that's what Rob missed at that point. I didn't care.
Sorry, hold on a second. So just
sorry.
Bear with me. This isn't let's come on and tell Al and Michael everything they did
what I
wrong.
meant. No, sorry.
And critique them. This is done in the spirit of this has been going for 7 hours, and you guys have been on for I don't know how long. Mm-hmm. I think I joined similar time to Rod, and I actually don't think Al you were being inhospitable in a way that Lou wasn't. I think Lou was more winsome in his defensive posture towards the stance that he was taking on the stream. And in terms of quote unquote listening, Michael spent, I don't know how long before I joined the stream, but an hour plus winsomely going through point by point. But at every turn, Lou did make a judo move of just swearing back to the exact place where it started. And that is a way of being inhospitable in conversation that he was displaying.
And
And
that's what I started to. Yeah, I'm
Al
sorry.
got fed up with that and sort of reacted
Beyond
against that. And then Al, what you did do is you started playing his own game, and that made for a terrible TLC style conversation, but great
Yeah, no,
viewing.
I should have just said, "Oh, it was
Very,
nice to talk to
very
you."
entertaining, but I don't think it was undeserved. That's the point I'm trying to make.
No,
Rodney
no,
said,
I understand. I should have not
Well,
even engaged with
and
him.
the point that I made in the chat, I probably should have gotten on earlier. As I said, I tend to stay out of these kind of. I just don't see the point in arguing about stuff like this.
Yeah.
That's me, right?
That's what I
But
should have done. Yeah,
what
that I agree.
what I thought actually might have been fruitful is what I was hearing him say is that self-righteousness has been a
Yes.
net negative for
I agree
society,
with
right?
that.
And I have a feeling he probably would have agreed to that. You know, if the goal is to find some kind of
Well,
common
Rob,
ground.
you missed that
Rod-
because
Rod-
Michael tried to get that out of him, and I
Yeah.
tried to get it out of him multiple times, a half
Did I
dozen
miss
times.
that?
I said,
Okay.
"Are you saying that fundamentalist is the problem?" And he wouldn't say that.
That's
He
right.
said it
I
once,
actually heard you say that. Yeah, I did
but
hear.
then he
I
went
heard
back
that part.
again.
Yeah,
He vacillated.
many times, basically to me it sounded like Lou is more winsome version of Tigran. There's a resentment, and Chad was reacting to this very early in the stream. There's a resentment that he has towards Christianity in particular and religions more generally that he was expressing. That he was doing it in a more winsome way, and it wasn't
Yeah, more
being
jovial.
pushy with it, but he was holding that posture and holding it very strongly. And I thought he did it expertly, and I think Young God would agree. He was preaching his quote unquote gospel and doing so very efficiently despite any sort of pushback coming his way.
Yeah.
Now the difference is he's doing that whilst also saying that, oh, I don't want anyone to push anything on anyone. So that's what I was reacting to and trying
Me
to
too.
point out to him, became frustrated.
And it was one of his first comments. He's like, "I don't like that these Christians have a say in Paul." I'm like, "What?" And that's what my problem was with him. That's the one note was that, right? Like, why can I go to all these different religions and not be bothered by it? But, right. So that's what I think it is that someone is coming in with a chip on their shoulder,
No,
vitriolic. No, sorry, go ahead.
So,
Mike-
in the Orthodox circles, there's the Ortho Bro branch, let's say. Some people know what that means, some don't. And let's say, in particular, the Jay Dyer faction of things, which most people, if they were listening to, what they would hear is something that feels extremely argumentative and like they'll call it abusive, and like, oh, Jay Dyer gets angry. And what he displays is some professionality in debate tactics, and he brings to it a very masculine tone, right? Now, what I saw with Al and the TLC, largely speaking, does not have this overt. It doesn't have a big familiarity with regularly encountering a more masculine, like, no, this thing, no, that's a lie. And,
Gen X.
and like kind
I've
of
been told
pointing.
it's because of Gen X of me.
It can be, yeah, but it definitely has a masculine, assertive demeanor to it. From my perspective, because I watch those groups too, right, and like
The Ortho
play
Bros.
with them, yeah, the Ortho Bros. When I see Al participating in what he did, I go, that's like 2% of what those guys are throwing, because they're used to arguing with Muslims, right?
Yeah.
And they're maxing out. They're
Yeah, I
maxing
argue
out
with
hard,
Muslims too, so yeah, I understand that.
right? So what I'm not trying to like call the
Don't worry, I'm
larger
not taking
corner.
anything offensive. Someone
No,
said,
no.
trust me, I'm not taking anything offensive.
I'm about ready to
just-
point at everybody, not you.
Oh yeah, but just trust me, guys. I don't take anything offensive. I'm just yeah.
I'm easily
Now-
offended, Michael. So be careful.
Yeah. Well, so exactly this comment here. Masculine does not equal rude, condescending, or arrogant. But here's what I
Yeah,
see.
well,
what
that was me,
happens?
though,
An individual's perception on whether something is rude, condescending, or arrogant changes perspectively depending on where you're at, right?
Yeah.
So within those ortho circles, things that they're doing and debating with the Muslims, they're like, this is not aggressive. But then in these
To this
spaces,
circle, when you guys are always so calm and loving.
yeah, yeah, man.
What's
Yeah.
funny is I warned Luke the first time I ever came in. I'm like, I piss everybody off because I have my own. And this is what I was trying to get at with Lou, which is mind boggling. I'm right in the middle. I'm not like Michael. I don't believe in any one pastor or prayer. I follow my own noose. But at the same time, I respect, and that's what I was trying, and that's what you guys missed. We were trying to explain. So his main issue was, I can't believe you people are slaves, like the old Nietzschean critique, as if Michael's a slave. He just respects his preacher, right? And we were trying to get that across. And I mean, one of my notes was like, I was a banker for years, and now I have people taking financial advice from some idiot on MSNBC, and you could just do the opposite of what he says, and you would do better 60% of the time, right? But you know, this is the rule. Yeah, yes, but that's the world we're in. Like, it's so apropos because this is what Douglas Murray fails at. And I used to love the guy. I've read all his books, but he's wrong. Elitism is a problem nowadays because how do you know? We studied this. You put 3 people on the stage, a guy that's full of crap, a guy who's the student of the foremost teacher, and the foremost teacher. Do you know who the audience is going to believe as the expert? The bullshitter, because the student's going to be humble because I don't know everything. And hopefully the teacher is like, well, you know, this is the way it is, but he's not going to be, well, he's not going to be like me. You know what I mean? He's going to be, what do you call it? More metered, and he's going to have more experience than I do at discussing this stuff in a mature adult sort of way. You know what I mean? And that's what we were originally trying to get across to Lou, is that it's not that people are listening to their religious people. And we told this. I think the reason why society is where it's at is because we don't have anyone that we can go to. We don't have mentors. We don't talk to our doctor, or, you know, like you get 5 minutes with your doctor, right? If you're lucky, you can see a therapist. I notice he's probably in therapy because he mentioned that he understands the therapist's job is to help you come to the decision yourself. And he doesn't understand that the priest can do the same.
Still arguing against Liu Ao. He's not here no more. He's gone. He's not on
no,
the street.
no, you know. That's what
yeah,
I mean.
Here, let's I'll come in and say a few things since, you know, I have thoughts.
It is your stream after all.
Yeah. So some of my big things, bullet points that I talk about a lot are personalist knowing. And what that means is, and like knowing as you are known. So what that means is you don't really understand someone. I mean, I think there's a great Viktor Frankl quote about this, which I don't know exactly, but like until you love them. And so what that would actually mean is that unless you know and are in a personal relationship with an expert, you don't know them and you don't really understand what they're saying. And so to believe that you're outsourcing your agency or your belief or your trust to an expert that you don't really know is, I would say, an illusion that's probably due to technological mediums. And a lot of it is the written word. It could be, now it's social media, whatever. I just don't think that's real belief. And I believe with Lou, this is the hard problem of all perception, is that anything that you perceive, you cannot divorce your own involvement in the act of perception. Whether it be a text, whether it be a book, whether it be a person, whether it be an expert, whether it be anything, what you were involved in that. And so like, that's your own, Sherry calls it your own sacred magic. That's where I believe too. You follow your own, receive with meekness the implanted word. Like you are in personal relationship with many, many things, but you cannot outsource your authority to someone else, because that's not how you're still believing. It's still your act of belief in whatever, if it is, in as much as it's true and authentic. And so like most of the arguments, so 2 things, most of the arguments I think that people have truly are egoic because they're not about anything that's real. They're about superficial bullshit. Mm-hmm. And I would say the other thing is, one of the things that I really want to cultivate and I'm passionate about on my YouTube channel, in the TLC, in my own life, is conversational hospitality. And so I want to be able to talk to people, not only that disagree with me, but who don't behave the way that I want them to behave, who are perhaps mean. I want to be hospitable to inhospitable people. And Rod and I like to quote St. Paul, you know, I become all things to all men that for the sake of Christ I may win some. Rod says, be what the situation calls for. But the problem is like you can profess to be that, but you don't have any idea that you can actually instantiate that in the world until you talk to somebody who's an asshole to you.
St.
Yeah,
Paul was known to call a spade a spade.
I actually draw the line at assholes. I will say that, and Luke and I have gone around and around on this one quite a bit. I actually do think you do need to be able to discern when someone's fucking with you, and when that's happening, there's a different mode. But always, obviously, assume and presume good faith.
Can I ask a quick question there?
Sure.
Self-aware, consciously fucking with you, or ignorantly without self-awareness fucking with you? Because I think that's what most of it is. One of them is a psychopath, and one of them is just someone who is ignorant. And I have a deep compassion for ignorant people.
Amen. Well, I apologize if I insulted all your friends. But I'm not. I'm serious about this. Right?
Yeah,
Things like stupio in Latin doesn't mean stupid. It means ignorant, and it doesn't mean insulting ignorant. And that's why it's his problem. My favorite is an ex-Delta guy said he was trying to start a charity to help vets, and he went through all these different shrinks, and he finally landed on one shrink because when he met her, he was telling her about how his daughters and his wife doesn't do what he wants him to do. And you know what she said? She's like, that's your problem. And that's why he hired her, because, you know, we need more people being honest with us, you know, and I appreciate you being honest with me, but, you know, I wonder if the pearls to swine thing, right? Like, I don't think.
So let me try this on you, Al. Would it be fair for me to assume? So I made a presumption. You didn't confirm it or not. You just kind of argued with it or deflected it. But I said, you know, I assume we're both old Xers. I don't want to call you old, but I am.
Yeah.
And so we've been on the planet long enough to kind of know kind of how things work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying I can't be the first one to tell you, right, that if the goal is to reach somebody.
At that point it wasn't.
I know. Let me finish. And you jumped ahead of me, right? You didn't concede my point. Was no, I concede that it's probably not actually going to persuade them, right? Yeah. Is it then fair to say that you are communicating for some reason other than to persuade them or to relate to them or to find some common ground with them?
Well, we're live. Right. This is why I have a guy that does IT teaching, but he does it twice. He does it once when he videotapes his presentation and separately when he has students, because there's this old communication belief that when there's a camera in the room, everything changes. So you're right. Absolutely. I even remember when I was in grade school, when I was operating the camera and we were doing fake debates, right? I was zooming in, pretending I was a camera guy. So what you're missing here is, yes, at some point when this particular persona has told us that he's not interested in actually debating us with good faith, because I watched him just treat Michael like he was an idiot for an hour.
I don't think that's fair.
So in the end, it was trying to show people, and that's what I was trying to do, show people the ignorance of this secular humanist that believes they're arguing for compassion, but Mao Zedong was like, you know what I mean? Do you understand?
So at that point, you're going to keep using the term. You're going to keep using the term because you feel justified in using
what term?
The term ignorant. You're going to keep using it because you want to make sure everyone uses it with the definition you're assigning to it.
No, right? I just used it once and realized that, again, it just comes out like you guys have seen. I'm not operating off a script. So it just came out. So I immediately corrected and said, no, what I mean by that, I only said it to him once and explained what I meant by that. Right. And so I wasn't ever insulting him again. I don't know who's rent free in whose head here, because as soon as I said it, I caught myself and, tried to explain it, which I thought would be an apology. But again, my attempt at that, which you're missing. So again, it's the word that you're highlighting. But what was the actual interaction there, right? Why was I asking him if he's being ignorant? And explained what I meant by it. But why was I asking him if he was being willfully dismissive or not listening? Like, do you remember?
I don't. I'm sorry.
No, I was
And
trying
I'm
to find out if he really wanted to engage and talk about this stuff.
and Al,
Otherwise,
I
we're
don't
wasting
I don't
time.
want to be guilty of the very same thing that I'm saying. I'm suggesting you might be guilty of, right? So I don't want to rub your nose in it either, right?
That's what we're
So
here for, right?
no, that's not what I'm here for, right? Like
Oh, I
whatever,
think
like
so. Like
if you
anything
you
for
go
learning.
back and watch the chat, I don't know how closely you're watching it. I was just giving you prop after prop after prop, right? Because you were bringing the goods, and I really appreciate it.
It was
I hear
very
that all the time.
complimentary. All
Right?
from
Yeah.
But
And then
see,
there was
this
this
is
point where I'm like, oh no, you took the bait and you like, and then you started, it turned into something else, right? And what I don't want to do is do that here, right? I'm not interested in doing that. I'm not going to try to convince you I'm right. I'm just, my only point is, as just a normie out here,
Yeah.
who, like I said, like in the rest of my life, I feel
It'd be
kind of
funny
smart,
for us
and then I
to
get
all
around
watch.
you guys, and I'm like, man, I'm nowhere near as smart as these guys, right? Or at least knowledgeable. So I'm not, I'm not pretending that I'm going to win any kind of debate with you. And
But this is where I think everyone fails. There is no debate. That's what I get upset when it becomes a debate. I get frustrated because I thought it was reciprocity, a back and forth. I watched Michael and him go back and forth, even though he wasn't at all listening. He was waiting to talk. But I still thought that
No, it was listening. It just disagreed.
but why did Michael have to give them the same examples over and over again?
Because
So,
it did
but
not agree
he revealed it.
with
He
the
revealed
meaning
it.
Michael was drawing from the example he gave. It's
So, yeah,
go
go
on,
ahead,
Michael.
Teo. Well, I was just going to quickly say, Lou, he told us what he was here to do.
Yeah,
Right? He's
you're right.
worried. He's effectively worried about something like Christian nationalism, and he's wanting to go into a space to try to counteract it. So he's playing he's in PvP mode. He's fully in PvP mode.
Yeah.
Right. And to me, like Luke's space, Luke might go, this isn't appropriate for the hospitality for the space I want to create. But more broadly speaking, Al, I think to me, it was not only warranted, but also still very kind the way that you were coming at it.
No, I was a jerk, but what I was getting at is, and the chat may have missed it. I think the reason why he can stay just okay and not get, because he doesn't give a rat's ass about anything he's talking about, because he doesn't actually hold it to be true. Whereas, like, I've spent decades thinking about this sort of stuff, and I know I shouldn't even bothered. He probably didn't want to hear any of it, but that was, again, yes, performative, but at the same time, I believe that you're not going to get anyone to agree in the space, but I was hoping he would listen to little things that maybe might trickle down to his psyche.
well, okay,
another time.
so
Yeah.
to take the point that you're trying to make, and again,
Yeah.
with the caveat that I was not there for the first however long that went before I got there, I wasn't there for that, so I could have missed something important here.
Yeah.
But just for the time that I watched it, the point that you're trying to make here is I actually thought you were doing an excellent job, and your interpretation of his, like, you're basically saying he's not here to communicate, he's not here to share, right? And that you basically at some point decided we're done here. And so at that point he's like, okay, I guess I'll leave, right? And so he was dismissed, basically.
Yes. Well, no, he said he was going to leave because he did. Okay, let me back you up. I suggested a book that would have made him understand why people love religion and To Kill a Mockingbird. Imagine he got insulted me suggesting that he might like the book.
Well, no, he said no.
4 hours talking about.
Hang on. He didn't get insulted. He just said, "Oh, I don't read what people recommend to me." Which, by the way,
no, he got insulted and said he's going to leave because I suggested a book.
No. Hang on. No, what he said was, "I don't read what other people recommend to me."
That was after he said he was insulted that I recommended a book.
Well, I'm pretty sure what I saw. What I'm pretty sure I saw is that he said, "Oh, I don't read what people recommend to me,"
well,
and I was like, "Well, I'm thinking, well, here's a kindred spirit," because neither do I. Like, I mean, it's just too many books, too much to read, right? I interpreted that the way I would have interpreted it. It's like, yeah, I probably won't do the homework. Right? I'm sorry. Well, no, we're just, in other words, you can come to a conversation and bring whatever perspective.
Can I just please stop you, Rob? So you're making it all about yourself. So
no. Hold
on. Let me finish then. Just about this one. No, just about this one point. I'm sorry. No.
Sorry. I'm going to stop you there because that was a wild accusation.
What are you talking about? You didn't let me finish. Just like literally what I was going to say is that like he didn't let me finish. Like I was just going to explain how it related to what he was asking Michael. And this is what mind blowing.
It was
right.
It was
a
No, it was a perfectly valid suggestion. And then he reacted the way he would react.
He
to
overreacted
Brooklyn.
just like you did when I was trying to explain.
No, he's just saying I'm probably not going to read it. And then when he said you said, well, if you're not going to listen to information, there's no point in us having this conversation.
You know why I said that, Rob, is because I wasn't telling him to read a book.
Rod,
I was explaining what
it's
the
Rod
book.
with a D, by the way, Al, with a D, Rod.
So let's what's funny, so I did a stream once entitled, like, is it a loving thing to tell people things they don't want to hear? I actually did a stream entitled that once.
But no, I'm sorry. You're dealing.
No,
with
I mean, I still don't know the answer with it. I think part of hospitality is even when you're sowing seeds, right? Because that's my belief, is all you can do is sow seeds, because everything is gift. And if the soil wants to receive the seed, which would leave this, then Luke can have his own agency. He can receive it or not receive it. Yeah. Anybody can receive it or not receive it. But I think there's a wisdom to cultivating the soil and the space so that it's received well. That's, I think, being all things to all people, or what the situation calls for. So saying things in a way that people are most apt to hear it. I remember, this is something I've learned a lot from my wife. And then I think, and then I am just going to shut this down. I'll give people last words. I'm going to shut down. But I had the hardest time forever with the books How to Win Friends and Influence People, which is a prominent book. You know, Dale Carnegie, people talk about it. I started reading it, and I just wasn't in a place where I wasn't the kind of soil that could receive what the book had to say. And the second chapter, I think the second chapter of the book, which is the one that stuck with me the most, his first sentence is something like, he says something like, I'm going to say this, and he's like, and I'll repeat it twice, and this is it. This is basically the whole point of this whole chapter. And he's just like, there's essentially no point in talking to someone if they don't want to listen to you. I mean, that's essentially his main point. And I don't know, or my wife has often told me too, and Al, you're probably like this. I mean, I'm similar to you in this way, as she tells me all the time, just because you think it, Luke, doesn't mean you have to say it.
I'll never. We talked about this 6 hours ago. That's not me.
Yeah, I know. It's hard. It's hard. And like to Mitch's point earlier, everybody was praying for him to not talk today, and he came on stream and started talking. Yeah. You know, we're all a little bit of talking addicts and whatever. God has grace for us, because if we were, that's my belief of sin. If we were not ignorant, we wouldn't sin. If we truly knew all of the details of our actions, we wouldn't miss the mark. But we don't know that. So it all comes from ignorance, and God is slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, working with us until we come into the fullness of who we are, the Whitestone name. That's my last word. Okay, Al.
Involuntary.
I've spoken enough, gents. It was a pleasure being be like one of the shortest appearance on that.
No, I think we should, Al. I think we should go in the other order and let you finish, because you've played a vital role on this chat, and I think it's, I think you've made a major contribution to the conversation.
Okay, I will accept that. Tayo, I don't know if you want to say anything, do you, or pass?
I do want to say some final words. Firstly, I really did enjoy the stream, not just because I'm a troll that enjoys to see people go back and forth, but I think it was a really good example of doing exactly what you just said, showing hospitality to the stranger. And in a way, I think both Michael and Al did the both side of the TLC job, which I thought made it a really interesting stream for that reason. The other thing I wanted to say is that, Rod, yes, you should have stepped in earlier, because I think your judo move of finding a commonality would have soothed the tension a little bit, and you bring in the self-righteous people would have given everyone a yes, we can all agree that those are the bad people, and might have made Lou feel a bit more part of the conversation rather than being in the defensive posture, which understandably that's what it was in, because this space is a more Christian space.
But dude, seriously, it was like what?
We gotta do final words. You done, Tayo?
Yes,
okay, he's done. Let's go, Michael. Then Rod, then Al.
Parable of the Sower feels very applicable to today. And I think about this softening that soil, right, and tilling it. And Luke, I think you're right about the rule. The rule is the hospitality is good for tilling the soil and maybe for it to be fertile. The exception, again, rules and exceptions. Sometimes it's not the hospitality, but a courageous love, right? That is a little more masculine, a little more forceful, that is appropriate, but only truly as an exception. And I do appreciate when I see it, as long as it doesn't become the rule.
Taking a pickaxe to that soil, maybe. All right.
First of all, Tayo, thanks for the kind words. The reason that you could see why I didn't get on, like I just went out and got some exercise. I'm all sweaty, and I was just going to sit there and troll in the comments. And I finally got on.
Only people that are well bathed. And
I know, like I can't, like the kind of thirst traps that Luke does every time he streams. I can't compete with that. Yeah, I'll say something sounds similar to what I've already said. So first of all, I was very impressed with what both of you were doing, Al and Michael, right? I was like, this is peak TLC. I love this because I'm learning, right? And I'll just never be able to retain I'm too old now. My brain just doesn't retain it anymore. But like the way you guys can just reach into your brains and find the titles of books and authors and why that's relevant right now. And all, it blows me away every time I encounter it. And so I was just learning, even though, as I said, I'll probably forget it tomorrow. Sorry. And most of the books that get referenced, sometimes I'll get like really motivated and I'll buy the book thinking like, oh, it's like aspirational book buying. So I have all these books. I got bookshelves full of books. If I get 3 or 4 chapters in, it's a miracle. I hardly can finish a book anymore, which is bizarre because I spent my entire childhood just devouring every book I could get my hands on. So I've seen the effect on my own attention span of the screens. So mostly I was cheering you guys on, and I was enjoying the play, and I was enjoying Lou with his just kind of very endearing Brooklyn thing, right? I was just enjoying all of it. And then it took this weird turn that I just did not see coming. But again, it may have been because of all the hours that had happened before I came on. So mostly this is to compliment you, Al, as a moderator and an interlocutor.
No, I appreciate your criticism. Thank you. Don't misunderstand.
And Michael, like I loved the gentleness and the patience that you were just sort of walking him through. I saw what you were doing, and I'm like, I see what you're up to here. And so I wasn't necessarily entirely on board with your project, but I was appreciating the way you were doing it, right? So that was my main point. And I love you guys, and I jumped on because I actually care about this space. I really do.
It is a wonderful.
Well, thank you, Rod. Wonderful. All right, Al.
Nothing really to say except my apologies. Maybe if you could just clip my last little ridiculous stuff because the rest of it was better. So maybe not pearls to swine. What's the parable about the fig tree that never bears fruit? So maybe we'll just leave it at that, right?
All right. Thank you, guys. All right. That's it. Clip Reapers. Get it. Give them to Grim. All right. Good night, everybody. See you later.